Student, Intercommunal Youth Institute, Oakland. When I give food to the poor, they call me a saint. When I ask why the poor have no food, they call me a communist. Helder Camara. Like many boys of my generation, I built myself a radio receiver from a kid. Every night I crawled under the covers with an earphone, so my parents would not know I was still awake, and listened to music and the very popular comedy show Amos and Andy. Today Amos and Andy seems like a bad joke, but nobody in my 1950s Father Knows Best world thought this program was an inaccurate depiction of black Americans. My 8-year-old brain had no other reality to compare it with. Despite the landmark 1954 Brown v. Board of Education decision, when the U.S. Supreme Court under Chief Justice Earl Warren, the Republican former governor of California, decided unanimously that public schools could no longer be segregated, that separate but equal was no longer the law of the land, nothing much had changed. This momentous decision, which overturned a century of legal opinion, did not have any effect that my youthful eyes could see. No black children or teachers entered my primary school. No African American families moved in next door. The America of my childhood remained deeply segregated. Bobby Seale and Huey Newton also came of age in a segregated America. Born in the South, Huey in 1942 in Monroe, Louisiana, Bobby in 1936 in Liberty, Texas, both participated in the second migration of African Americans when their families moved to California, Huey's to Oakland in 1945, when he was 3, and Bobby's to Berkeley in 1944, when he was 8. While moving out of the South provided some degree of economic advancement, relocating in the West did not allow Huey and Bobby to escape racism, poverty, and inferior schools. In his autobiography, Revolutionary Suicide, Huey remembered, that I constantly felt uncomfortable and ashamed of being black. He wrote, during those long years in Oakland public schools, I did not have one teacher who taught me anything relevant to my own life or experience. Not one instructor ever awoke in me a desire to learn more or to question or to explore the worlds of literature, science, and history. All they did was try to rob me of the sense of my own uniqueness and worth, and in the process nearly killed my urge to inquire. One Huey was illiterate when he graduated from Oakland Technical High School in 1959. He taught himself to read by studying Plato's Republic. Bobby's family lived in poverty during most of his childhood. He recalls, I was raised in Berkeley, California, in the old University Village, in the government projects built during World War II. Bobby attended Berkeley High School but dropped out and joined the U.S. Air Force in 1955. There he became a structural repairman on high-performance aircraft. He earned his high school diploma at night while working as a sheet metal mechanic at various aerospace plants. Then, until 1962, Seale attended Merritt College in Oakland, where he studied engineering and met Huey. Bobby Seale and Huey Newton founded the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense in October 1966. From its original 6 members, the Panthers grew into a political organization of more than 10,000 men and women in 49 chapters. Their legacy continues to inspire today, 50 years later. Harlem, 1970. My involvement with the Panthers. In 1966, I was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. One of my roommates, Marty Roysher, had been on the steering committee of the free speech movement the year before. With his guidance I became active in student government and the anti-Vietnam War movement. In August 1967, after a summer job at a plastics factory, I hitchhiked to the East Village of New York City. I bought my first camera during the summer of love. When I returned to Berkeley in September, I realized I was not suited for the endless meetings and bickering of politics. My contribution to the movement would be as a photographer. Documenting the Black Panthers became my first long-term project. The first time I saw Bobby Seale and Huey Newton was on April 15, 1967, during the spring mobilization to end the war in Vietnam. My father had come up from Los Angeles, and we were marching together through the streets of San Francisco when my eye caught Bobby and Huey in their leather jackets selling Mao's Little Red Book. Their charisma and confidence captivated me. I took one frame. I started hanging out with the Panthers, attending their rallies. Bobby Seale became my mentor and friend. He introduced me to David and June Hilliard, Albert Big Man Howard, Kathleen and Eldridge Cleaver, Emory Douglas, and Bobby's brother, John. I was granted incredible access. Over the next 7 years, culminating in Bobby Seale's 1973 campaign for mayor of Oakland, I documented this group of young men and women, who were at the forefront of the Black Power movement and who became the vanguard of the revolution that was sweeping America. What was the Black Panther Party? The Black Panther Party was a revolutionary political organization. Although its members were leaders of the Black Power movement, they were not black nationalists. Their black pride was not based on denigrating whites, but on showing the black community how to take control of its own destiny. The Black Panther Party worked for economic justice and power for all people. Bobby Seale explains, the Black Panther Party was an all power to all the people organization. It was a powerful grassroots activist organization that formed coalitions seeking to further our civil human rights and achieve real freedom and justice for all the people. These were the political revolutionary objectives of my Black Panther Party. In their landmark book, Black Against Empire, Joshua Bloom and Waldo E. Martin Jr. wrote, "What is unique and historically important about the Black Panther Party is specifically its politics. They created a movement with the power to challenge established social relations. From 1968 through 1970, the Black Panther Party made it impossible for the U.S. government to maintain business as usual, and it helped create a far-reaching crisis for U.S. society. At the center of their politics was the practice of armed self-defense against the police. The Panthers' politics of armed self-defense gave them political leverage, forcibly contesting the legitimacy of the American political regime. Point 2. Many scholars have characterized the Black Panther Party as the most influential black movement organization of the late 1960s. Professor Judson L. Jeffries has called the Panthers the most effective black revolutionary organization in the 20th century. 3. Writing in the Los Angeles Times, Hector Tobar called the organization a serious political and cultural force and a movement of intelligent, explosive dreamers. 4. Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, 1971. Why armed self-defense? The Panthers rose from the ashes of the very successful civil rights movement. In the 1950s and early 1960s, a growing movement demanded that black Americans be granted equal rights, including the right to vote. Nonviolent civil disobedience was used to challenge segregation. Rosa Parks and others refused to sit at the back of the bus. Young people sat in at segregated lunch counters. Citizens tried to register to vote. Millions marched. The response was not nonviolent. Civil rights workers were beaten and murdered. The nation witnessed peaceful demonstrators being attacked by police dogs and sprayed with water hoses. I remember seeing George Wallace, the governor of Alabama, on TV, saying, "Never," as he temporarily blocked the doors of the University of Alabama to keep out a black student. We listened to white-haired old men defend segregation as a way of life on the floor of the United States Senate. On Sunday, September 15, 1963, the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, was bombed, murdering 4 beautiful little girls. That act of terrorism became a turning point for the civil rights movement. In 1964, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law. A year later, the Voting Rights Act was enacted. While appreciating its accomplishments, we must acknowledge that the legal end of segregation fell short of bringing African Americans to full equality. Joshua may have fit the Battle of Jericho, but the walls of racism did not come tumbling down. Although segregation was now illegal, many issues remained. Being able to sit at a lunch counter or ride on a bus next to whites or even to vote turned out not to be enough to gain African Americans equality in this wonderful country of ours. Blacks still unequally lacked jobs, were victims of unfair treatment by police, and lived in segregated neighborhoods in decrepit housing, while their children attended underfunded schools where they had trouble concentrating due to hunger. Frustration was rampant. From 1964 to 1967, rebellions exploded in major American urban areas, including Harlem, Watts, Cleveland, Newark, and Detroit. Something more was needed. The Kerner Commission, established by President Johnson in 1967, concluded that the riots resulted from frustration over lack of economic opportunity. It blamed white racism for the urban violence and urged America to create new jobs, build decent housing, and end de facto segregation. The commission warned, "Our nation is moving toward two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal." 5. Something more was needed. That was Black Power, articulated by Stokely Carmichael in June 1966, when he said, "Everybody owns their own neighborhoods except us. We need Black Power." 6. But how to get there? Nonviolence, a powerful tool in the South, had less appeal to residents of northern ghettos. When Martin Luther King led a march through Cicero, a suburb of Chicago, in 1966, white residents threw bottles and bricks at the marchers and demonstrators tossed them back. Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, 1971. Even earlier, Malcolm X, the most influential voice of the Black Power movement, renounced nonviolence and preached self-defense. During the 1964 presidential campaign, Malcolm made his famous remark that in 1964, "It's the ballot or the bullet." 7. Malcolm X's murder on February 21, 1965 had a deep influence on Bobby Seale and Huey Newton. The day Malcolm X was killed became a turning point in Bobby's life. He decided, "I'd make a Malcolm X out of my own self." He and Huey created an organization with a roadmap for achieving Black Power for control by Black people of their own neighborhoods. Like Malcolm, civil rights activist Robert Williams in North Carolina, and the Deacons for Defense and Justice in Louisiana and then other southern states, they advocated self-defense. Harlem, 1971. Self-defense is a cherished American value. We applaud John Wayne, Jason Bourne, John McClane, and Rambo when they defend themselves after a long train of abuses. 8. The Panthers' self-defense advocacy put them at the center of American political thought. Consider this: my dad, a World War II veteran from Texas, came from a family who lived with little deference and much resistance, so the theater of nonviolence did not appeal to me. I understand its power in demonstrating the brutality of legal segregation, but it seemed un-American to me because Americans fight back. What American said that? It was Gloria Abernathy, a proud Black Panther. Gloria's defense of cherished all-American patriotic values made Republican politicians proud, right? Well, not exactly. In 1966, when the Black Panthers carried guns and law books, legally and peacefully while patrolling the police, then Governor Ronald Reagan, that conservative icon, signed a very strict gun control law to stop young Black men and women from carrying guns. Compare this to the reaction after a white man killed 20 children at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. Conservatives in Congress defeated President Obama's attempt to limit rapid-firing assault weapons, while right-wing commentators vilified him and the National Rifle Association advocated arming teachers. In 2015, after a white racist murdered African Americans praying in church, we heard the same slippery slope arguments, although in fairness, I must admit that apparently no one suggested arming pastors, priests, or the church choir. In 2013, a Florida jury set George Zimmerman free after he claimed he stood his ground when he shot Trayvon Martin, an unarmed Black teenager. Huey and Bobby stood their ground against attacks by armed racists, not against unarmed civilians. While the government and the media dwelled on Panther guns, the vast majority of violence came from government agencies. More important, the Black Panther Party was much more than a group of men and women who advocated self-defense. They were a revolutionary political party with an idealistic, yet very practical, 10-point program of what needed to be done to end racism and bring a greater degree of economic justice and power to ordinary people. The 10 points are discussed later in the introduction and in the last chapter of this book. The party sought to build a community through service to the people. In 1968, Bobby Seale initiated the Free Breakfast for Children program, the first of what Huey Newton, in jail at the time, called survival programs to keep the community healthy and strong, pending revolution. Huey stated, "We recognized that in order to bring the people to the level of consciousness where they would seize the time, it would be necessary to serve their interests in survival by developing programs which would help them to meet their daily needs. For a long time we have had such programs not only for survival but for organizational purposes." 9. Toward this end, the party provided free food, clothing, and shoes to children and families. They established people's free medical clinics and escorted seniors in crime-ridden neighborhoods. In all, the Panthers initiated more than 60 community programs. Oakland, early 1970s. The legacy of the Panthers. The Panthers remain cult heroes today, a half-century after their founding. They left a legacy of hope to black people in America, both youth and adults. Their courage, discipline, and dedication to serving the community continue to inspire. Their survival programs provided a model for political action. We can thank the Panthers for shaming the federal government into action by feeding tens of thousands of children while the richest nation in the history of the world let them go hungry. The Panthers' Free Breakfast for Children program preceded the government's school breakfast and lunch programs. Many of the free medical clinics they started are still operating today. The Panthers were among the first to bring national attention to sickle cell anemia, a disease that primarily affects black people. The Panthers founded their own school to educate children of Panthers. Their charter school was cited as excellent by the California state legislature and became a model in poor communities. The Panthers' efforts for community control of the police, including their failed referendum to establish such control in Berkeley, paved the way for community policing. The Panthers electrified a generation of black youth. The Black Panther Party gave purpose to aimless, angry young people who loitered on street corners. The Panthers molded them into disciplined, hard workers who served their community and showed respect for their mothers, fathers, and elders in general. The Panthers provided a model for how to reach these disaffected kids. By comparison, our underfunded, piecemeal efforts to reach youth today often end in failure. The Panthers were ahead of most of their contemporaries in regards to equality for women and gay rights. As Erica Huggins observes, "Another thing that is part of the legacy of the Black Panther Party is that we were not afraid to look at race, class, gender, and sexual orientation. All of it." Huey wrote in support of the women's movement and the gay liberation movement. Who the heck, what black man, what white man, what any man was talking like that in 1970? Huey talked about it in terms that anybody could understand. We had our own gender issues, not so much sexual, but gender issues within the Black Panther Party. But, we worked that too. We really were ahead in terms of thinking and acting. Point 10. The Panthers' voter registration drives and Bobby Seale's unsuccessful campaign for mayor in 1973 led to the election of Oakland's first black mayor 4 years later. Even before that, Huey Newton's 1968 Peace and Freedom Party campaign led to Ron Dellums's election to Congress in 1970. Dellums finished his illustrious career in the House of Representatives as chairman, and then ranking member, senior Democrat, on the Armed Services Committee. The number of elected African American officials at all levels nationwide in 1968 numbered in the hundreds. Today, tens of thousands of black elected and appointed officials serve our nation, including the President of the United States, the Attorney General, and sheriffs in Mississippi and Alabama. Numerous former Panthers have held elected office in the United States, including Charles Barron, New York City Council, then New York State Assembly, Nelson Malloy, Winston-Salem City Council, and Bobby Rush, House of Representatives, from Illinois. Oakland, early 1970s. The 10-point platform and program. Martin Luther King, in his famous I Have a Dream speech, outlined a promise not kept. In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note, insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. Chicago, 1970. To combat racism and achieve equality, King offered us a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream today. Huey and Bobby and their comrades in the Black Panther Party also had a dream. Their dream, outlined in the 10-point platform and program in 1966, is perhaps the most important legacy the Black Panther Party left us. This Magna Carta for African Americans offers a dream of freedom and justice, a vision of full employment, economic justice, decent housing, fit for the shelter of human beings, excellent education, which teaches us our true history and our role in present-day society, a justice system that is equitable and just, and an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. Like King's dream, the Panthers' dream invokes the Constitution and concludes by quoting the Declaration of Independence. Bobby Seale informs us, the 10 points simply says what black people have been crying for 400 years. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community. We believe that black people will not be free until we are able to determine our destiny. Erica Huggins elaborates on the 10-point platform and program and its validity nearly a half-century later. The 10-point program is simple to read. Everybody gets it. Yes, we still need adequate housing. We need food. We need clothing. We need education and health care. And justice. The fact that children go hungry in the United States, that's just bizarre. There is no excuse for that because the US has the ability to change economic infrastructures to make life different for people living in conditions of poverty. The 10-point program is absolutely valid today. I tell people that all of the Panther community survival programs were tied to one of those points. Like point 5 about education, the Oakland Community School is an expression of that point. Stopping mass incarceration, the one about freeing black men and women from prisons and jails, is still crucial today. We need an end to police brutality. I was looking at Time magazine. They had an article called After Trayvon. Trayvon's death is not the first. Emmett Till's death 11 and the death of Denzel Dowell, who was killed by police in North Richmond, California, spurred the first issue of the Black Panther newspaper. The reminder of Trayvon Martin and Sandra Bland. We have lots of work to do. So, what is still to be done? Everything. We made a valiant attempt, and everything still needs to be done. It isn't that we failed. People say, why did you fail? Why did you leave us hanging? We didn't fail. We made an attempt to bring to everyone's consciousness the system of apartheid that exists right here in the United States. Together, we must continue that work. Stanley Nelson, the award-winning director of the 2015 documentary The Black Panthers, Vanguard of the Revolution, also reflects on the importance of the 10-point platform and program. The 10-point program was so eloquent in that it laid out the problems that is really important. 'Cause what you don't have today is those organizing principles. Hopefully, some of these things will be put on the table again. What the 10-point program did so beautifully was put those problems on the table. They said, here, let's think about these. We can fix these things. And they are all related. It's not the one point at a time program, it's the 10-point program. The lack of jobs is related to the lack of education, which is related to the fact that we have no way of determining our own destiny. That is the beauty of the whole Panther movement. When you have agitation, then you have at least a chance of change. The Panthers made it so it was impossible to ignore it because the Panthers basically said, you can't ignore us. And if you can't ignore us, you can't ignore what we are saying. Here are our problems. The issues the Panthers organized around 50 years ago are still with us. Our justice system is unjust. Police conduct in non-white neighborhoods generates systematic abuses. The middle class is shrinking. Our education system not only continues to fail poor children, it often propels them to prison. In addition to these continuing issues, there are new wrinkles. The spectacular rise in economic inequality. 99% of all new income today goes to the wealthiest 1%. 12 has caused the barons at Davos, Switzerland, to note that the immense political power the 1% wield because of their control of resources is skewing society and creating instability. Scientists warn us our planet is in jeopardy due to global warming. The future is uncertain. Oakland, early 1970s. This book. Bobby and I created this book with the future in mind. We believe that a look back at the role of the Black Panther Party during the turbulent 1960s will help us better understand the present, and perhaps facilitate a brighter future. This book tells the story, in pictures and words, of the heroic men and women of the Black Panther Party who tried to bring a dream of freedom and justice, both political and economic justice, not only to African Americans, but to all Americans. In fact, to all the poor and oppressed people of the world. Power to the People is a photography book coupled with a bit of oral history from people who were there. It deals with the vision and legacy of the Black Panther Party. This book is not meant to be a comprehensive or scholarly history. Charles E. Jones, in his book The Black Panther Party Reconsidered, and his essay in my first book on the party, The Black Panthers, Joshua Bloom and Waldo Martin Jr., in Black Against Empire, and others have done an excellent job putting the Panthers into context. My photographs deal with aspirations and vision. While I am not ignoring some of the negative aspects of the Black Panthers, that is not what is most important about them. To err is human, and the errors of the Panthers pale in comparison to those of the United States government at home and abroad during this period. They also are minuscule in comparison to the virulent racism and violence born out of the enslavement of millions of Africans. This racist strain continues to haunt us as we struggle toward our multiracial future. Building a wall will not keep the badness out. The bad is already here and has been since the beginning, as is all that is good about our country. We must continue to dream and organize, as the Panthers did, to ensure that the good triumphs, so we and our children enjoy a better future. Bobby and I hope this book will be a tool to help you learn things you did not know about the Black Panther Party. The Panthers have a great deal to teach us, about their vision of community, about service, about ethnic pride and love, about coalition politics, about freedom and justice, about their 10-point program. We hope what you discover in this book motivates you to act. Oakland, early 1970s. I will leave the last word to Bobby, because he always says it best. At this time more than ever we need activists who are motivated and dedicated to organizing people, raising consciousness, and instilling self-respect. We especially need creative Black youth who know our history and who understand that Black unity is the catalyst to help humanize this racist world. We need socially conscious activists who will work toward the economic empowerment of our people. We need activists who cross all ethnic and religious backgrounds and color lines, who will establish civil and human rights for all. We must create a world of decent human relationships where revolutionary humanism is grounded in democratic human rights for every person on Earth. 13. Enjoy the book. Stephen Shames. October 1966. Black Panther Party Platform and Program. What we want, what we believe. 14. 1. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our Black community. We believe that Black people will not be free until we are able to determine our destiny. 2. We want full employment for our people. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every man employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that if the white American businessmen will not give full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessmen and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living. 3. We want an end to the robbery by the capitalist of our black community. We believe that this racist government has robbed us and now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules was promised 100 years ago as a restitution for slave labor and mass murder of black people. We will accept the payment in currency which will be distributed to our many communities. The Germans are now aiding the Jews in Israel for the genocide of the Jewish people. The Germans murdered 6 million Jews. The American racist has taken part in the slaughter of over 50 million black people, therefore, we feel that this is a modest demand that we make. 4. We want decent housing fit for shelter of human beings. We believe that if the white landlords will not give decent housing to our black community, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that our community, with government aid, can build and make decent housing for its people. 5. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If a man does not have knowledge of himself and his position in society and the world, then he has little chance to relate to anything else. 6. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight and kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and the racist military, by whatever means necessary. 7. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. We believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. The Second Amendment to the Constitution of the United States gives a right to bear arms. We therefore believe that all black people should arm themselves for self-defense. 8. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county and city prison and jails. We believe that all black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial. 9. We want all black people when brought to trial to be tried in court by a jury of their peer group or people from their black communities, as defined by the Constitution of the United States. We believe that courts should follow the United States Constitution so that black people will receive fair trials. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution gives a man a right to be tried by his peer group. A peer is a person from a similar economic, social, religious, geographical, environmental, historical, and racial background. To do this, the court will be forced to select a jury from the black community from which the black defendant came. We have been, and are being tried by all white juries that have no understanding of the average reasoning man of the black community. 10. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. And as our major political objective, a United Nations supervised plebiscite to be held throughout the black colony in which only black colonial subjects will be allowed to participate, for the purpose of determining the will of black people as to their national destiny. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that, Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all experience hath shown, that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But, when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Kathleen Cleaver, the 10-point program and platform is the template, a clear program that talks about what really are the issues of black people. It was clear and simple. 2 and 3 sentences on each point. Anyone can understand it. If you can read at a 5th grade level, you can read the Black Panther Party program. It's still valid today. Bobby Seale, I was raised in Berkeley, California, in the old University Village, in the government projects built during World War II. That's where my family moved to when they came to California from San Antonio. The kids in the village gave me and my friend Steve Brumfield the nickname Nigger Tarzan. It was affectionate, not derogatory in the sense of using the N-word. There were long green lawns on the side of the buildings where Steve and I practiced lance fighting, with drawn punches and blows and running back and forth, standing each other off, and our lances clashing. We would have just our jeans on and our moccasins. We had cool leather vests we made, but we were naked under the vests. And the water sprinklers would be going. All the younger kids would see us, waving us on. They thought we were something else, man. They look like a nigger Tarzan. Hey, nigger Tarzan. They bad. They tough, man. Bobby and Steve, nigger Tarzan, they tough. At around age 11, I saw this black man beat his wife viciously. As I looked through the clothesline fence, he caught up with this woman, and he's beating her with this Army .45 pistol, and kicking her and stomping her. Then a car drives up across the street. A uniformed soldier jumps out, "You gonna stop beatin' my sister like that?" Runnin' across the street. And by the time he got to the sidewalk, the guy with the pistol turned bam bam bam, and shot and killed that soldier right in front of my eyes. I hated that. That black soldier being killed like that by that man who was beating that woman. So the police came, and there's crowds of people around. Then the police start asking, "Who's seen the person who did this?" I'm a little kid in the back of the crowd. "I saw him. I saw him. I saw him." Well, Mrs. Freeman lived in the apartment upstairs and was good friends with my mother, watching us when Mama was downtown. "Shut yo' mouth, Bobby boy." She grabbed me and put her hand over my mouth. "You shut yo' mouth, don't you say nothing like that. That man come back here and shoot you and all your family. Bobby boy, you come on in here." And she dragged me across the courtyard and put me inside my house. "And don't you come outside. And don't you say nothing," Mrs. Freeman told me. I have never forgotten that. Then finally, when I heard that the man got caught, I was so happy. I was despising bullies, even then. I grow up, and then I see a big old racist power structure, that's a political bully. It's just a bigger and more profound oppressor, right? As a teenager, I identified then with the Lakota, with the Native Americans, because I read so much about them. I read about Sitting Bull. I read about Crazy Horse. I read about Chief Gall. I knew there were 8 groups that made up the so-called Sioux Nation. Their real name is the Lakota. The word Sioux is French, it is not Native American. It means cutthroat. It has nothing to do with their true culture and history. At night, Steve and I would go up in the Berkeley Hills, from El Cerrito to the other side of the San Pablo Dam, where there were small ranches that had corrals. We would sneak in there at night with our own handmade bridles, and we would take 2 horses, put the bridles on first, and then walk them out of the corral, grab that mane just like we'd see the Native Americans do in the movies and throw our legs and bodies up on that bare back, then ride these horses, man, in the Berkeley Hills. Because when we saw the film Hondo, with John Wayne, it was the Native Americans who were riding these horses. We want to ride some goddamn horses like that. We identified with the Native Americans kicking Custer's ass. We were on the Native American side in this context. Several times as a teenager I had dreams about war. Dreaming that we had to leave the Bay Area because sooner or later they're going to drop an atomic bomb. Get in the old car and go north on the highway. Then, when the bomb in my dream would drop, we'll be at the edge, before it ever reaches us, and it never catches us. When I went into the United States Air Force, at the Castle Air Force Base in Merced, California, I became an honor student. I got a 7 skill level that would take me all the way up to being a warrant officer. The head sergeant loved my work because I could clean up all the gigs on a B-52 bomber in 2 weeks, when we had 4. He made me lead man. I loved my high-tech job. Then I was happily stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base, near the Black Hills of South Dakota. The land of the Lakota. Well, there was segregation in the Rapid City, the closest town to our base. Of course, white GIs went to the white places in town. The black GIs went to the 2 black places. And I knew we loaded atomic bombs onto these B-52 bombers, but I didn't have any politics back in the late 1950s. I was up for the buck sergeant promotion. I didn't have the time in grade, but sergeant says, I'm putting Seale up because he's already a lead man, and he can clean up a B-52 bomber. He had gotten the approval of the commanding officer. Another sergeant wanted his friend to be the next buck sergeant over me. So what this buck sergeant did one morning, he dressed up in this thick, padded winter clothing. In the shop, just before we start work, 2 or 3 minutes to 8, he walks past me and he says, "You little black nigger." I grabbed a piece of metal, this is heavy 75 ST grade aluminum, it's about 4 feet long, and started hitting this guy. See, I didn't know how to handle it then. I didn't have any real politics about racism in 1956. I'm hitting this guy hard as hell, okay. But I notice he's wearing all this protection. So while I'm hitting and beating him, and thinking I'm getting something, I'm really not getting anything. A tech sergeant broke up the fight. Later on I realized he tricked me to go off emotionally. So naturally I got a summary court-martial. Not a special. It caused me to go to the stockade for 30 days. I lost the buck sergeant position. Lost all my corporal stripes, and I'm in the stockade. 2 years later, I got in another cursing argument with my commanding officer and I got kicked out of the United States Air Force with what they call a 39-16 bad conduct discharge after 3 years, 10 months, and 11 days of a 4-year enlistment tour. Some years later I'm a student at Merritt College when Malcolm gets killed, and I get very, very upset. I believed that the CIA, connected with Lyndon Baines Johnson, had Malcolm X killed. Whether I was right or wrong, that's what I believed. I had a one-man riot. I left my house and started throwing bricks at big, fancy cars with white guys driving. Only those cars. I considered them the enemy. While I was wrong, that was my emotion. I walked down the street, a block or so, and I kicked in a couple of windows. After I had my riot and got my little stuff together, I realized that what I was doing as a one-man riot was just emotional crap. I retreated into the Berkeley Hills for a week to get myself together. While Dr. Martin Luther King was also my civil rights real hero, I was determined to make a Malcolm X out of my own self. I would fight for constitutional democratic civil human rights. I decided that I needed to start a new organization. They killed Malcolm X, and it was my need, at this point in my life, to start a new organization. I thought Huey Newton seemed to be articulate and he understood the need for a correct social science perspective on black people. He seemed to know some black history. Huey was going to law school. He had graduated from Merritt College with a 2-year associate arts degree in sociology. With my copy of Frantz Fanon's book The Wretched of the Earth in my hand, I found out where Huey lived. "Huey, man, you need to help me start a new organization. What do you think?" He says, "No, it's too hard starting a new organization. It's hard because black people don't know enough about their history." I forgot Huey and I went off to organize students on the Merritt College campus. For my research in surviving Africanisms in Black American language, I had acquired a special library card at the University of California in Berkeley, where I found I could find damn near any information in the world. At Merritt College I teamed up with my close friend Virtual Morel, and we organized 12 more sisters and brothers, including my future wife, Artie McMillian. Over a 2-month period meeting at my house twice a week, our Black History Fact Group hammered out 4 different courses, 2 in African Studies and 2 in Black American Studies. We organized 200 students including Richard Aoki and 10 or 15 of our white left radical friends to come to a meeting with the dean, and by September 1965 we got Black history into the curriculum at Merritt College. We roll over into '66, and I changed the name of the Black History Fact Group to the Seale Students Advisory Council. Virtual and my brother, John Seale, registered our Seale Students Advisory Council as an official organization on the campus. Virtual and I organized a rally at the Merritt College campus. We were going to protest and teach young black males that you should not have to go and let yourself be drafted into the war in Vietnam. We packed that little auditorium. It had 600 seats in it, but it was standing room only, and so it was 700 people in there. We had a big program, also signing up students to support and work with SSAC. I left a message for Huey at his house to check out the rally. Huey came at the very tail end, when I was reciting a poem by Ronald Stone, "Uncle Sammy Call Me Full of Lucifer." That poem caused these 700 people to say, "Wow. Yeah, they did, really." Huey was shocked. "You organized all these people? You put this together?" And I assured him, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Huey, I put it all together." And Huey joined the Seale Students Advisory Council. On October 22, 1966, my birthday, and I did not remember it was my birthday until the end of the day, Huey and I founded the party. In the first 2 weeks there were 6 members. They were Reggie and Sherwin Forte, Little Bobby Hutton, Elbert Big Man Howard, myself, and Huey P. Newton. Big Man was a part-time student, and he also worked full-time as a printer. Bobby Hutton was a student at Tech High School. Sherwin Forte was a student. Huey was still in night law school. I worked for the Oakland Department of Human Resources as the community liaison with the North Oakland Neighborhood Service Center. Stephen Shames, they agreed that Bobby would be chairman, and Huey would be Minister of Defense. As one of their first acts, Bobby and Huey published the 10-point platform and program. The Panthers preached the right of black people to self-determination, which included the right to self-defense. Bobby Seale, the 10-point platform and program of what we want, what we believe, culminating with the opening paragraphs of the United States Declaration of Independence, reflected the objectives of the party. Huey and I drafted the first version of this program at the North Oakland Neighborhood Service Center. While we worked, Huey went upstairs to the legal aid office and found the California Supreme Court ruling that said all citizens have a right to stand and observe a police officer carrying out his duty. Downstairs in my office, I found the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America. I started reading it aloud to myself and paraphrasing the first 2 paragraphs. When we finished, I typed it up on an oil stencil and ran it off on an A.B. Dick mimeograph machine. We still needed a name. A week later, Huey dropped by my house, and I showed him a letter I had received from the Lowndes County Freedom Organization in Alabama. They had a logo of a pouncing panther. 3 hours later Huey is back. You know, the nature of a panther is, if you push him in the corner, he's going to try to move to get out of your way. But if you go back and push him back from another way, sooner or later, he's going to come out of that corner and wipe your ass out, because he don't like being pushed in the corner. What about the Black Panther Party, as a political organization? I say, okay, Black Panther Party. Well, what about self-defense? Black Panther Party for self-defense. Huey says, okay, good, Black Panther Party for self-defense. Stephen Shames, the first program activity by the Panthers was the community patrols to monitor police brutality, to make law enforcement serve the needs of the people living in the community rather than being what Huey called an occupying army, in 1966. Bobby and Huey patrolled the streets of Oakland with law books, tape recorders, and guns. The Black Panther patrols galvanized the community and gained nationwide attention by policing the police. Bobby Seale, I have to give Huey credit for his legal research connected with our citizens' constitutional rights in evolving the police patrols, because it was brilliant. I did the early training in handling guns. We patrolled police, but we were about more than patrolling police. As Huey put it one time, we were trying to capture the imagination of the people. Huey Newton, we're not a self-defense group in the limited fashion that you usually think of self-defense groups. I like to use the example, when Fidel Castro started the revolution along with Che Guevara, there were 12 of them all together. They realized they wouldn't be able to topple the oppressive regime in Cuba. What they were essentially was an educational body. They engaged with the army, they fought with the army, and they showed people that the army was not bulletproof and that the Batista regime was not a regime that was impossible to topple. So the people started to feel their strength. The Black Panther Party feels very much the same way. We think that this educational process is necessary. It is the people that will cause the revolution, the people that will cause the change in the country. The Black Panther Party is simply the vanguard of the revolution. And we plan to teach the people the strategy and the necessary tools to liberate themselves. Point 15. Khalid Rahim, we don't glorify violence. We don't glorify weapons. We don't glorify the gun culture. But we do not believe in unconditional pacifism. We advocate our right to defend ourselves. Gloria Abernethy, guns were important as symbols of defense and resistance. Abuse in Oakland, California would not be met with a turned cheek. People of color are asked to endure. We are expected to be better people, and, for the most part, we are. White people can be human. React as human, make human mistakes, and fight back as humans. Even as children, we must be the responsible, empathic, and forgiving party. Bobby Seale, you see people like Robert Williams in Monroe, North Carolina, in 1959 holding a protest rally, trying to get 5-and-dime stores to hire black folks. The NAACP can try to take this to court. It was necessary to do that, to get a ruling against these people for discriminating against black folks. But along come some racists in the night, the Ku Klux Klan, riding in 20 cars through the black community, shooting all over the place, at people's houses and so on. Robert Williams says, now they're trying to intimidate us not to have a peaceful march. They're trying to kill us. I'm an ex-Marine and I have to get the people some guns because the local sheriff is not doing anything about it. That's taking on the power structure, the cops, and the racists to protect constitutional human rights. Now, what's so wrong with that? It's black folks doing this. It's people of color doing this. Any white group that gets attacked is gonna defend themselves, and the governor and the politician are gonna say, okay, right on. Now, what's wrong with us doing the same goddamn thing? The party was not about a need for a shootout. This is the wrong impression. Stephen Shames, although Oakland was 1/3 black in 1966, only 16 of the department's 661 officers were African American. The Oakland police had a fearsome reputation. They pretty much did what they wanted, with little scrutiny from politicians or the press. Seale and Newton sought to protect the weak and the innocent from abuses of police power. In October 1966, they decided to police the police, carrying legal weapons and law books. Huey Newton: in America, black people are treated very much like the Vietnamese people or any other colonized people because we're brutalized by the police in our community. They occupy our community as a foreign troop occupies territory. The police are there in our community not to promote our welfare or for our security or our safety, but they are there to contain us, to brutalize us and murder us, because they have their orders to do so, just as the soldiers in Vietnam have their orders to destroy the Vietnamese people. The police in our community couldn't possibly be there to protect our property because we own no property. They couldn't possibly be there to see that we receive due process of law for the simple reason that the police themselves do not follow due process of law. So it is very apparent that the police are only in our community not for our security but for the security of the business owners and also to see that the status quo is kept intact. 16. Elbert Big Man Howard: at this period in time, the struggle for civil rights was raging. Malcolm X had told the nation that it's the ballot or the bullet. He was telling us to defend ourselves. If any man puts his hands on you or yours, you had a right, you had an obligation, to fix him so he would never be able to do it again. I believed in these teachings and still do. I was truly angry, but I think that my anger was always tempered with discipline and reasonable thought, and my patrols in the streets never led to unnecessary bloody confrontations. The young brothers that rode with me had to follow the rules of engagement set forth by Chairman Bobby Seale and Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton. I actually think that the bright red pickup truck with a bunch of black brothers in it was on the Oakland PD blotter with the words "Avoid confrontation." As a result, there was no loss of life in the community. That is not to say there were not ambushes, harassment, and false arrests. Bobby Seale: it's nighttime. Huey has a walkie-talkie, and he's driving one car, and I have another walkie-talkie, I'm driving the other car. I say, "Huey. Huey. A block away, a police car is on the right. We should park." We park and everybody gets out of the car. I line up 14 Panthers and we walk down to the corner on 7th Street, in the nightlife district of West Oakland. There's quite a few people on the sidewalk. 7th Street is a very, very wide street. It's 3 lanes on this side and 3 lanes on that side, plus parking. The police car is parked at least 2 car widths away from the curb. The cop is sitting in the passenger side seat. His arrestee has his butt on the trunk with his arms folded. It must have been a traffic ticket violation, because this guy is not handcuffed. As we walk up, a woman comes out of Slim Jenkins's juke joint. She's dressed very nicely. She takes in our little uniforms and says, "Well, I see you guys are rather spiffy." I tell the Panthers, "Stand off the curb." Some of us are carrying long guns, and others have handguns in holsters. The ones with the handguns strapped to their sides have handfuls of the 10-point platform of the Black Panther Party. There's 20, 30 people watching, and a few more are gathering. An old man comes out the liquor store. "What the heck is this here? What they got?" Sticks in their hands. This big, tall black man says, "Them ain't no sticks, Jimmy. Them goddamn guns, man. You better leave them people alone." Guns. I'm gonna get the hell out. When he heard somebody say guns, that's when the cop kind of looked up. Huey now has his back to the policeman. He says, "No one leave. You have a right to stand here. We've checked the law. All citizens have a right to stand," and Huey points, but he doesn't look to observe these police officers who've been brutalizing our people in the community. "So no one leave. The law is on your side. The cop is now standing, you have no right to observe me." Huey says, "No, A California Supreme Court ruling states that every citizen has a right to stand and observe a police officer carrying out their duty, as long as they stand a reasonable distance away. A reasonable distance in that particular ruling is constituted as 8 to 10 feet. I'm standing approximately 20 feet from you, and will observe you, whether you like it or not. The woman from the juke joint says, "Well, go ahead on and tell it, brother." The cop says, "Is that gun loaded?" Huey says, "If I know it's loaded, that's good enough." "Well, I have a right." "Step back, you have no right whatsoever." Citing a court ruling, Huey continues, "You cannot remove my property from me without due process, so step back. You cannot touch my weapon." The tall black dude says, "Man, what kind of Negroes are these?" Huey jacks around in the chamber. So does everybody else with long guns. About 7 more people clack, 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 clack. Suddenly the cop is pissed. He's not afraid. He's pissed. He's realizing how many of us have got guns. He sees me, and he sees Huey, and the sister standing next to me, in her long earrings. Then he goes and gets his arrestee, puts him in the car protecting his head. You know how they protect the head, and he drives off. I say, "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bobby Seale. Now, this is Brother Huey P. Newton, he's the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, and I'm the chairman of the Black Panther Party. Party members here will pass out our 10-point platform and program. We are a new organization here in the community, and we're here to organize political, electoral, community unity. We're going to organize every vote in our black community. We're going to change the laws of police brutality. We're going to get full employment for our people. We're going to have real change in our community. Come to our political education meetings." The next day, 21 people show up. Only about 3 of them join. We tell them, "You do not have to carry a gun to be a member of the Black Panther Party. You don't have to carry a gun. It's not about that." Stephen Shames, on April 1, 1967, Denzel Dowell, an unarmed 22-year-old construction worker, was shot and killed by sheriff's deputies at 3rd Street and Chesley Avenue, in the unincorporated area of North Richmond. The Panthers held rallies in North Richmond. Police did not interfere, because every Panther was armed and no laws were broken. Some community people also brought guns. Bobby Seale, "People already knew me in North Richmond. That was one of the reasons the Dowell family called me and the Black Panthers," via Mark Comfort, who was a protest organizer. "I had organized in North Richmond in 1964 and 1965 before Malcolm was killed. I put a program for youth jobs in that community. I taught African American history, not only for the 100 young people that our program hired, but for their relatives and other adults. I packed a little church every Saturday and I taught them black history." Huey handled the one-on-one talk and relationship with the family, the mother, the brothers, and the sisters of Denzel Dowell. He did a fantastic job. Huey said, "We need to go downtown and protest with the D.A. We took the family with us. We got about 40 community people in there along with Black Panthers. We had our shotguns and pistols. We didn't point them at anybody." The DA said, "I'm in the city of Richmond proper. Denzel Dowell was shot just outside of the city limits of Richmond. Now, you're talking to me and I'm going to try to sympathize with you, but you're going to have to go see the sheriff of Contra Costa County." So we set up a meeting and took the family and a whole horde of people to see the goddamn sheriff. They wouldn't let us bring our guns inside the building, so we put our guns back in the car. Then we had it out with the sheriff. The sheriff says, "Well, I can't do anything for you, you have to go to Sacramento." Oh, they just brushed us off. These one-on-one relationships with people in the community led to other investigations of the killings of young brothers and sisters. We also worked on landlord problems. We helped stop a person from being kicked out on the streets in San Francisco. Eldridge Cleaver led that one, because Eldridge lived over in Frisco. That's how the Winston-Salem chapter in North Carolina got started, Larry Little and Nelson Malloy stopping a sister from being evicted standing on the porch with guns and telling the sheriff they're not going to put this woman's stuff out in the streets. There was a big standoff there for 3 or 4 days. Tried to make sure that sister had somewhere to go. The community saw us as protectors. When you stand up for somebody, they say, well, thank you. Stephen Shames, in response to the Panthers police patrols, Governor Ronald Reagan of California signed the Mulford Act in 1967. Bobby Seale, they did it because of the Black Panther Party. They made the law say, no one can carry a loaded weapon within city limits. And within 150 feet of public property inside city limits. Public property included all roadways, which means that you would have to be 150 feet from a public sidewalk before you could load your weapon. I'm not going to go out and patrol police without a loaded weapon. So we stopped patrolling police. Stephen Shames, the National Rifle Association did not utter a peep of Second Amendment protest. Can you imagine what they would say if President Obama proposed a national Mulford Act today? Bobby Seale, the NRA wanted us arrested for carrying guns back in those days. Yes, they did. Stephen Shames, on May 2, 1967, 30 armed Panthers and their supporters went to the California state capitol at Sacramento to protest the bill. The Black Panther Party burst upon America's consciousness when media from all over the world covered this protest. Bobby Seale, Huey, found out that State Assemblyman Donald Mulford was putting in the bill and said, "We're going to have to go to Sacramento." We decided that I would read Executive Mandate Number 1, denouncing the Mulford Act. Working at the Black House, me, Huey, and Eldridge Cleaver fed information to Eldridge, who typed it up. Eldridge was the real writer. He took our ideas and contributed some points himself. I called Mark Comfort, and he brought 4 or 5 of his people over in his vehicle. The Dowell brothers had 2 carloads of people. Eldridge had a carload, with a sister and Emory Douglas. I had organized 2 carloads 4 and 5 deep using my 1952 Chevy, which Tucker drove, and my brother John's brand new car, which I drove. Including my wife, Artie, there were 6 women. All in all, we had 30 people. I got Huey voted out of going with us. He stayed in Oakland to handle any press in case something went wrong. That was the real reason I made it a point to lead the delegation to the state capitol. When we got to Sacramento, Governor Ronald Reagan was on the front lawn, speaking to preteen future leaders of America. Reagan was off to our right, 60 or 70 feet away, and the kids got interested in us walking up there with all these rifles and shotguns resting on our shoulders. So the kids came running over. The press followed the kids. We were more interesting with the guns. I'm wearing a big .45 strap to my side, and I read Executive Mandate Number 1. Then I walk up those broad steps. Inside the press is milling around, and I don't know which way to go. I ask, where in the hell is the spectator section, and somebody says, well, you got to go upstairs. So we pile into 3 large elevators. Now, you have to imagine, it's crowded, and the shotguns and rifles are sticking up between the people and the TV cameras. The doors open and someone says, "This way, Seale." Halfway down the hall, there's the oldest Capitol guard and a little knee-high swing gate. He says, "You can't come in here." I say, "We don't have a constitutional right to go in the spectator section to watch the state assembly make legislation." Well, the press start jumping over this knee-high thing, and in the process of doing that, several of them knock the guard back and he loses his balance. We follow them through. I think I'm going to the spectator section until I see these little tables. We're on the floor of the assembly. Not the spectator section. The cameras rush in past me. Then I see 2 assemblymen under their desks. Because these party members that are walking ahead of me had rifles on their shoulders and Tucker with a pistol by his side. I hear the Assembly President pro tem bang in the gavel and shouting, "The cameras and the press are not allowed on the assembly floor while in session. You're not allowed." Bang. 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 He's not talking about the guns, he's talking about the cameras. Assemblymen are standing around now, looking, others crouching behind their desks. I said, Mark, you guys, come on. We're in the fucking wrong place. Man, let's get the fuck out of here. I mean, I'm trying to be polite about the fact that I'm in the wrong place, right? Now the headline says, Black Panthers invade Capitol. It was all an accident. I'm up here apologizing for the fact that we're in the wrong place. We walked out, got in our cars, drove blocks away into a service station. Then an old policeman riding a tricycle police motorcycle and giving out tickets stops at the corner. The party members are stretching. Some are using the restroom. They left their guns lying on the seats of the cars. Suddenly somebody says, "Chairman, that cop, he's got his gun out. He's got his gun out." And I turned around and looked, and he had his gun out. Not pointing it at anybody, but it's out of his holster. "Hold it." I walked toward the cop. "Put your gun away. Don't pull your gun on us. If you want to make an arrest, you do that." Panthers start pulling out rifles, clack, 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 clack. He puts his gun back in his holster. Then he gets on his radio, "Well, they're all down here and they got guns and stuff, I saw them." A voice comes back, "Well, you got to arrest them." "What do I arrest them for?" "Arrest them on any goddamn thing. The governor wants them arrested." I'm standing there listening to this shit. 5 minutes later the police had the place surrounded. I heard later on, the National Guard had been called out, and they were 2 or 3 blocks away. Then they methodically started arresting people. I told the group, "Just take the arrest." Everybody got arrested except the women, and they're the ones who drove the cars back. There were 6 cars and 6 women. They even arrested Eldridge, who was there with a camera for Ramparts magazine. Eldridge did not have a gun. He wasn't allowed to carry a gun, being on parole at the time. That was Sacramento. That gave the Black Panther Party international notoriety. There we were, a ragtag organization, front page news around the world. I found out we were on the front page of the London Times, the front pages of papers in Africa and India. Gloria Abernethy, when I heard about Sacramento, I said, "Yep, that's for me." I joined in my senior year of high school, in the spring of 1968. Bobby Seale, they put me in jail in July 1967 for possession of a firearm. In September, Huey came to visit me. He said, "The party's over. We lost the office." They did lose the office, they didn't have the resources. I was the one that always had the resources, 'cause I had that paycheck. But now I'm in jail, and they'd fired me from my job at the Department of Human Resources. It wasn't an angry firing, because the guy who fired me, he loved me. "Bobby, they're forcing me to fire you." They fired me because I led that armed delegation to the California state legislature. I said, "Well, Huey, I can reorganize it." No. The party is over. We don't have anything." I said, "Huey, I will reorganize the party." Then Huey got shot. Stephen Shames, at 4:56 a.m. on October 28, 1967, Officer John Frey of the Oakland Police was killed and Officer Herbert Heenes wounded after stopping Huey Newton and Gene McKinney. Huey was wounded, arrested, and charged with first-degree murder. Bobby Seale, I'm in jail out in Livermore Valley Big Greystone, Alameda County Jail. It's got high ceilings, with a curved, raftered roof. a prisoner maybe way over here at the other end, a block away, calls out, "Hey, Seale." I say, "Yeah. Your boy Huey, what's up? Got shot last night. What are you reading? Tribune. Give it to me." Sending it around. "What cell?" 29. Coming up. He sent it around, and I see a picture of Huey on the gurney. That famous picture of Huey's forearm over the back of his head, handcuffed to the lower portion of the gurney. So I say, "Damn," and I pace the floor. Kathleen Cleaver, Huey got shot in October. It was the same month that Che Guevara was killed. Eldridge called me and said, "You've got to come out here and help us." The group I met when I reached the Bay Area consisted of Eldridge, the only leader not in jail and old enough to vote, but being a paroled convict, he was prohibited from exercising the franchise, and several teenagers, Bobby Hutton, Reginald Forte, Sherwin Forte, Oleander Harrison, and maybe Emory Douglas. This was all of the Black Panther Party for self-defense that I had met. Bobby was in jail in Santa Rita. Huey's in prison. They didn't have their office any longer. They didn't have any newspaper. That's when Eldridge went public. He was in the party, he was Minister of Information, but he was underground. So he took the position that Huey must be set free. Eldridge said, "It is far more important for us to save Huey's life than for me to stay free on parole." He had become very enamored of Huey. He knew that once he became publicly identified with the Black Panthers, his parole would be at risk. Huey was facing the gas chamber. Bobby Seale, I'm released from jail about 5.5 weeks after Huey defends himself against Officer Frey, who shot Huey first. I'm surprised that I'm being released. I found out that I had a good behavior record in prison and I was released 30 days early. I didn't have fights, nothing like that. I get back home, and I call Eldridge Cleaver. Eldridge was key. He had money, he had resources. I had nothing. I said, "Eldridge, you're selling your book." He says, "Yeah. You got any money?" "Yeah, Chairman, I got money." He had quite a bit of funds coming in, it seems, from Soul on Ice. Eldridge gave me a couple $100. I say, "I need a car. I need to operate." He kicked the money up, bought me a used Ford station wagon, and then he bought himself a Ford station wagon. We're running together, doing things. I told Eldridge, "Well, we've got to reorganize the Black Panther Party. We need resources. Give us money for airline tickets." "Why?" "We're going to fly to Washington, D.C. Eldridge and I, we did it together, to see Stokely Carmichael. We're going to talk to Carmichael about freeing Huey." Eldridge and I really worked together on the Free Huey campaign. Eldridge begins to forge a coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party. Eldridge's emphasis was Free Huey, so we're going to form this coalition. He was instrumental in getting that initiated. And that's what we did, man. Then, when Bunchy Carter and John Huggins changed their Wretched of the Earth organization to the Southern California chapter of the Black Panther Party, a whole merging thing started happening. Erica Huggins, John Huggins and I joined the Black Panther Party to support freeing Huey from prison. We moved to California and went to the very first Free Huey birthday rally in Los Angeles in 1967. That did it. We found the Black Panther Party and it changed our lives. Bobby Seale, the first Free Huey rally was at the Oakland Auditorium, where 7,000 people took every seat. That was February 17, 1968. I spoke. Ron Dellums spoke. In that rally, H. Rap Brown, Stokely Carmichael, and James Foreman are in the Black Panther Party. This was a merger between the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panther Party. SNCC was already popular on its own. It had moved forward organizing people, with voter registration drives down south, Lowndes County in Alabama, and everything else, all right. but now they're in my organization. Of course, you have to look on the other side. Power structure doesn't like that. Stokely Carmichael insisted to Dr. King that he come out against the war in Vietnam, and finally he did. Problem is, J. Edgar Hoover then labeled Martin Luther King as a violent militant. How rotten can this guy get? Stephen Shames, the Panthers mobilized and built coalitions to free Huey. They organized numerous rallies at the Alameda County Courthouse, in Defremery Park in Oakland, and on Sproul Plaza at the University of California at Berkeley. The FBI tried to stop their legal political activity. Bobby Seale, I remember one time, I'm at a rally on the courthouse steps. Over here is a group of 10 or 12 reporters in suits. Somebody walks over to me and whispers in my ear, "The guy out there on the left in the bright Hawaiian shirt is some kind of agent or provocateur." I say, "What? Why you telling me that? See that reporter over there? That reporter was telling me to tell you." I go on to speak for 10 minutes, then there's applause. I say, "By the way, you with the Hawaiian shirt?" He said, "Me." I say, "Are you some kind of police provocateur in our ranks here?" "Me," he says. "No, what are you talking about?" Then somebody behind pushed him, and another guy tried to swing. Then it dawned on me. I say, "Hold it. Leave him alone, don't touch him. Somebody just told me some shit." The reporter, the bastard who pointed him out, I found out later he was an FBI agent. Where did I see him next? It was months later, when I got arrested. I'm in the car, who's in the front passenger seat? This is what they were doing, man. Billy X. Jennings, in June of 1968 I was going to Laney College in Oakland. I heard a chant, "Free Huey." A friend and I walked to the Alameda County Courthouse. A Free Huey rally was going on. Bobby Seale and Eldridge Cleaver were speaking. I was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. Here I'm seeing the same thing. What they are talking about in the book is what Bobby and Eldridge are talking about. That caught my attention. Eldridge is talking about point number 6 of the 10-point program, black men must be exempt from military service. I was 17. On September 8th, I would turn 18 and have to register for the draft. So when Eldridge said about black men being exempt from military service, that caught my ear. Nobody wanted to be drafted and go to Vietnam. In my high school, people were going to Vietnam and getting shot. Bobby Seale, we're going to try to get Huey out of jail. Huey was our symbol for resistance, and he was in jail. We wanted to free Huey, and we were going to free Huey. Free Huey. Free Huey. Well, let's understand the scene. If you kill Huey Newton, the sky's the limit. That's what we were saying. Eldridge Cleaver coined that phrase and got it popularized. It's an anarchistic statement. Eldridge's idea is we needed to wage war, and he was sincere about that to the point that he was doing stuff that I didn't want him to do. On September 8, 1968, Huey's found not guilty of first-degree murder. Then he's found not guilty of second-degree murder. He's convicted only of third-degree voluntary manslaughter. Immediately when I hear that, I say, call every Black Panther Party officer and tell them they will not go into the streets. No, you will not. I want that order. I'm talking to Eldridge on the phone. Eldridge is saying, what's wrong with that? No, Eldridge. They're not talking about putting him in the electric chair. I don't want that kind of shit. I don't want party members out there. The police were rioting. You've got to understand something. They brought National Guard, they had highway patrol, and they had the regular police in the cities of Oakland and Berkeley. They were ready. They were waiting and armed. I knew this. Nobody rioted. I kept Oakland cool. Then the police couldn't find any rioters. These two cops decided to shoot up the Black Panther office. They shot it up, that's what they did. Of course, We made hay out of it the next day with the press. Look what the police did. Stephen Shames, the Panthers grew rapidly into a national revolutionary party after Martin Luther King was assassinated on April 4, 1968, in Memphis. Riots occurred in major cities across the country, but Oakland remained calm due to the party's efforts there. Bobby Seale, as I wrote in my second book, A Lonely Rage, you find yourself in an alone kind of a situation. Somebody's doing me wrong, I go into a rage. But then I learned to control this rage. Wait a minute, I've got to control this rage. I can't just boom boom boom. Stephen Shames, but that rage. A lot of black kids grow up, and they're angry at what's going on. Bobby Seale, well, I understood it, and I learned to control it. Don't riot, organize. When Martin Luther King was killed, there were 400 riots going on around the country. I mean, within a day. Somebody called up and said, they're out here rioting in North Richmond. I jumped up. Well, let's get out to Richmond. I took a couple carloads of Panthers with me. We had a few shotguns, and I had my own .357 Magnum pistol. Then we saw some white guys in pickup trucks and a van at one of the entrances where you get into the North Richmond black community. Somebody says, they've got guns, man. I said, yeah, they're probably waiting for blacks to come out here, so they can shoot 'em. We drove on in, got into the area, man. I got out of the car, and I had a little megaphone, all right, everybody. This is Bobby Seale. These people knew me. Get these kids off the street. What's wrong with you? And all of you. Mr. Jenkins, sir, come here. Yeah, Bobby, what is it? Help me get these kids off the street, and get these kids in the house. Everybody go home. We don't want people out rioting. It took about an hour, man, going through that community. You've got 38,000 people in North Richmond at that time. But we finally got that whole place cleared out. There was no police in there. But the press was in there. You burn out your own community, a bunch of people get arrested, a bunch of people get killed. And you destroy businesses. When you destroy those businesses, you have lost these jobs. That is not organizing. To me, it was supposed to be the opposite. You're going to organize the community, get the community together. After the killing of Martin Luther King, the Black Panther Party spread like wildfire. Before, total membership was 400 up and down the West Coast. We had offices in Seattle, Washington, there was a small group in Portland, that Sacramento group, the San Francisco Bay Area, Palo Alto, Vallejo, Marin County, the Southern California chapter, and the San Diego office. By the time Nixon was elected president, that would be 7 months later, we had 5,000 members and 49 chapters and branches in cities across the United States of America. Elmer Dixon, I was the co-founder of the Seattle chapter with my brother Aaron. I grew up in a diverse neighborhood. I had friends who were white, Asian, Latino. I saw the bombings of the churches on television. I marched with King in '65, when he came to Seattle. I became a member of SNCC, as did Aaron. I was president of the Black Student Union in college. I attended a BSU conference at San Francisco State after King's assassination. Bobby Hutton was also assassinated that week. We drove across the bridge to Oakland and went to the funeral. I saw so many black people organized in a military fashion, in uniforms, with guns, lined up inside the church. It was a black army. The magnitude of it? I realized that there was a black revolution. There were people standing up and fighting back. I wanted to be part of it. That night Bobby Seale spoke at San Francisco State. His speech was so fiery, you were either going to run and hide or become part of the revolution. Some students were scared. We wanted to join. After the speech we told Bobby we wanted to form a chapter in Seattle. He said he would be there in 2 weeks, and he was. We formed the first chapter outside of California. Bobby Seale, this was an explosive period. Young folks flooded into the organization. I flew to all these chapters. I told them, go to the college and get with the left radical organizations on campus. You got all the white left radicals and all the young Chicanos. You can draw some strength from the university on the one hand, while you organize the grassroots in the community on the other. At the same time, you're gonna develop your programs. I did that all over the country. Elbert Big Man Howard, early on, we were not too organized in terms of regular opening and closing hours, and staffing was not too together. I told Chairman Bobby Seale we could not afford to be opening at 12 or 1 in the afternoon or when someone decided to come in. I told the chairman if he wanted to give me a set of keys, I would open every morning at 9 and hold it down until someone else came in later. I felt this gave us a more professional look to the community. As a result, we were there to accept donations, sell our newspaper, and take phone calls from people around the city, state, country, and world. We had people coming in wanting to join. We took names and phone numbers. There was tons of mail coming in. From the mail we received a great many newsworthy articles for our newspaper. There was also a good amount of hate mail. We began to receive invitations to speak to groups and at rallies. It was from some of these invitations that I did my first speaking event. I had never spoken before a group of people before. The first group was a convention of San Francisco probation officers. I was a little nervous, but I really got into it. In California, like in most states, parole officers held godlike powers over a person on parole. These state employees could send a person back to prison for any reason or no reason at all. My question to them was, what have you done to try and keep ex-cons from returning to prison? Had any of them gone to employers to help get employment for their charges that paid a living wage, a wage that allowed a person to take care of a family? How many had reached out to community institutions, churches, and schools to help these people make it on the outside? I asked how many had really got involved with their charges who needed drug treatment, other than sending them back to jail. My final question to the group was, did your college education and training teach you to deal with human beings with all their complex problems, or did your training just turn you into a tool to keep the revolving doors of the penitentiary turning? In my conclusion, I read our 10-point platform and program. I think it went well for being my first speech before a large group. It was not what they wanted to hear, but I didn't care. Khalid Rahim, I was a young person who had been kicked out of high school. I found a job, but I really had no direction in my life. I had failed school for several years. I wasn't inspired. I wasn't motivated by learning or education. I really had very little political consciousness. I grew up in a neighborhood that was gang affiliated. I hung out with my friends. I got drunk. I partied. I got high. I had confrontations, fights. I did all the things that seemed to be done for people in my circle. And lo and behold, one morning, as a matter of fact, because I worked night shift, I had gotten off of work. This was in early 1970. I was 16 or 17 years old and I was hanging with my friends, and some brothers came through our neighborhood. They were members of the Black Panther Party. They were passing out some information. They were selling Panther papers. They invited us to the political education class. To make a long story short, I wind up going and I wind up getting involved. That was a turning point in my life. Eventually I dedicated all of my time to working within the Black Panther Party. I mean, all of my time. I left the job. I actually left home, packed up my stuff, and moved down to the offices of the Black Panther Party in West Philadelphia. Really, the thing that caught my eye when Panthers came through our neighborhood were their posters featuring the artwork of Emory Douglas, depicting black people fighting against the cops. See this page. Black people standing up for themselves. Black people being armed. Black people demonstrating courage. That really impressed me and my friends. We liked the fact that this was an organization made up of black people who were willing to stand up against the police. One of our biggest recruitment factors in getting people to even consider the Black Panther Party in Philadelphia, where I lived, was the brutality of the Philadelphia Police Department. Oftentimes we would laugh and joke about the fact that Police Commissioner Frank Rizzo probably did more to politicize people than we did, because he was so vicious and overtly racist in how he dealt with black people, especially black youth. When we came to neighborhoods with our message, "The Black Panther Party says you have a right to defend yourself," a lot of young people were ready to hear that message because they had been so victimized at the hands of the Philadelphia cops. We didn't understand racism. We certainly did not understand white supremacy, or what capitalism was all about. And if you talked about socialism, if you talked about democracy, we had no idea what those things really meant. But we were attracted by the energy of a black organization standing up, picking up the gun, and being able to fight back against the police. That was the initial attraction. Then, later on, I remember going to my first political education class and being attracted to those people who were teaching the class. Then a little later, as we hung around more, we started to understand what the Black Panther Party represented, just the idea. The hard work. The dedication. The fact that this is a group of mostly young black men and women, some of the bravest, most courageous, baddest dudes who did stuff you didn't expect most people to do. Most folks didn't even know we got up in the morning and prepared breakfast for kids. We would try to get ourselves together so we could teach some other little people. I was a guy who had failed high school, and at some point I was teaching at the Liberation School. I had no motivation before then to be able to teach anybody anything. Bobby Seale, I formed a coalition with the SCLC Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Martin Luther King's organization. 5 or 6 weeks before Dr. King was killed, the Reverend Dr. Ralph Abernathy, who worked directly with Dr. King at SCLC, calls me. I was in this little dinky office that we have on Grove Street, down the street from the Black Church. He says, "Dr. King has had me call you, and quite a few other organizations, to ask, would you be willing to participate in a broad roundtable in which more than 100 organizations of people of color will hopefully participate in helping to outline and hammer out an economic rights program for all the people? This is very, very important." I said, "Yes, we will definitely participate in that. Black Panther Party, you can put us down. I will be there." "Yeah." He says, "Would you help to organize people to participate in the Poor People's March on Washington, a year or so from now?" I say, "Yes, the Black Panther Party will definitely participate. Please tell Dr. King that I admire him very much. I've always admired him from the time I saw him speak in 1962, here in Oakland, California. He inspired me then. We will definitely be participating." The party formed coalitions with other progressive organizations, including Cesar Chavez's United Farm Workers Movement, AIM, the American Indian Movement, the Asian Red Guard, the Young Lords, the Peace and Freedom Party, SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, Young Patriots. A lot of young white kids became sensitive to the oppression of the African American community. They were looking at us resisting. And they themselves were resisting. A lot of young white people became involved in one way or another with the protest. We didn't play a color thing, this is about all power to all the people. Stephen Shames, my generation of white baby boomers was the first generation to as a group reject the basic tenet of American racism, white superiority. We saw Martin Luther King and the civil rights activists as heroes who were trying to get America to live up to the ideals our teachers told us about in school. The Panthers were a part of that. It may come as a surprise to some people that the Panthers ran candidates for political office as early as 1968, when Eldridge Cleaver ran for president. Bobby Seale, when the Peace and Freedom Party came around, Eldridge forged that relationship. We went to Ann Arbor, Michigan. The Peace and Freedom Party had their convention there. Eldridge was nominated to run for president. Eldridge garnered almost 3 million votes. Whether we win or not, we're going to lay the foundation for running for political office, and this is in early 1968. Nixon was running for President of the United States of America. Nixon, you know, was the foe. In our local area, Kathleen Cleaver would be nominated for state assemblyman against Willie Brown in San Francisco. I would be nominated for state assembly in Oakland. Huey was nominated for a congressional district. Later, Ron Dellums took that seat. We had voter registration drives that we did with the Peace and Freedom Party. Do you know that we got the percentage we needed in Alameda County to actually run candidates under the Black Panther Party? Kathleen Cleaver, I did not know how to drive, and Eldridge and I lived in San Francisco, while all the others were across the bay in Oakland. Wherever I went, someone drove me, if not Eldridge, then another Panther, until 1968, after I became a Central Committee member and also a candidate for the Peace and Freedom Party for the Assembly District in which I lived. That election gave rise to the campaign poster I made called The Ballot or the Bullet. My activity mostly involved writing, going to meetings, being interviewed on radio or by reporters, speaking at rallies, sending out press releases, and a bit of poster designing. My title was Communications Secretary. Across the country, as the Black Panther Party expanded, the position of Communications Secretary was established, and in many chapters these were women. Bobby Seale, we coined the phrase, power to the people. Huey and I came up with a functional definition of power. Power is the ability to define phenomena, and in turn make it act in a desired manner. That's what it's about, getting the programs out there, registering the people to vote, and taking over these political power seats. You cannot run around here just yelling and hollering, Black Power. Black Power, unless you are going to organize to go after those political ass power motherfucking seats. This is all part of my design. Most people misunderstood where I was coming from, when I say I wanted a mass organization across the country, what Huey was never up on. I don't know if you need a mass organization. We don't need no big organization, I say. No, we want a mass organization because we need to get people elected to political office so we can change the racist laws all across the United States of America. Listen to me, Huey, when you take in every seat, part-time or full-time, every county seat, supervisor's seat, state legislator's seat, city council seat, in all the cities inside each county, it's over 500,000 political seats, but there are hardly any people of color in the mid-60s duly elected to political office. So it's high time that we help change that demographic. We want a nationwide organization. These are the sons of bitches that make the laws. They make the racist laws. They can repeal the racist laws. So whether you're black, white, blue, red, green, yellow, or polka dot, what we need to do is unite the people and get our kind of people in political office, and this is what we're going to do. That was my goal, objective, and my political strategy. Okay. Stephen Shames, the Black Panther Party, also organized a community control of police referendum in Berkeley. It lost by only 1 percentage point. Bobby Seale, we're going to start out with community control of that particular community institution that's affecting our lives, and this is the police department. We're going to try to implement what we call community control of police, which includes changing who runs the police department, as a way to unite the people. We came up with a plan for Berkeley, one for Richmond, one for Oakland, and one for San Francisco. The only one we got on the ballot was Berkeley. Our community control had teeth. We ain't going to have just the police investigating the police, we're going to have the people's committees investigating the police. Then, if there are any complaints from the citizens in the community about police brutality and undue force, they would have an investigation. We're not saying we ain't gonna have a police department. We know we've got crime out here and we're gonna stop criminals. But as much as possible, we want everybody's rights to be recognized at the same time. Panthers also ran for all the Model Cities Board jobs. We won every seat in Berkeley. The West Oakland Board, we had a majority of the seats there. That's the concept of community control. The Black Panthers managed Model Cities money in Berkeley. But Nixon got rid of the Model Cities. He got the Congress to cut that off because we wanted to take over the political seats. Coalition politics was a necessary thing. It is something that the power structure, the Nixon administration, hated. They hated this coalition politics, with all of the different organizations, young and old, white, black, Chicano, all together. This is the true history of the original Black Panther Party, its true legacy, and an example of how we, the people, must continue the work together as the Black Panther Party did with its allies, through coalitions to proactively preserve our constitutional rights. This is the thing we need. And that's the true revolution. See, revolution is not about a shootout. Never was. Revolution is about re-evolving more political, economic, and social justice power back into the hands of the people. That's what real revolution is about. Stephen Shames, I took my first picture this page of Bobby selling Mao's Red Book at the first San Francisco Peace March, on April 15, 1967. That fall I got involved with the Panthers. I formed a relationship with Bobby. I didn't meet Huey until he came out of jail. Bobby Seale, this is a very important thing here. I'm holding up a red book. Now, the red book itself was none other than the thoughts of Chairman Mao Zedong. Huey called up a few weeks before this picture was taken and says, I know how we can make some money to buy some shotguns. He says, red books. You know, you've been seeing on television, where they're showing millions of people holding up the little red book over in China, praising the quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. I say, yeah. He says, we could probably sell them. I think we can get them pretty cheap. Well, we get to this China bookstore in San Francisco, and I ask the guy, how much are these red books that you got? He says, 35 cents a piece. I say, 35 cents? Well, look, I'm gonna buy 100. I want a deal. Well, I'll give them to you at 30 cents a piece. I say, no, come on, give me something. I want 200 of them. So he looked at me and I looked at him, and he says, 20 cents. I say, deal. So that was how we started. We come up to Bancroft Way and Telegraph Avenue at the University of California and start selling these red books. Get your red book. $1. The thoughts of Chairman Mao Zedong. And they went like hotcakes. I mean, these 200 books just rolled away from us in an hour or so. We'd buy 200 more of these goddamn books, and we'd come back again. 2-3 weeks later we heard about this anti-war rally going on at Khazar Stadium. I got my paycheck, and we went over there and we got a hold of 2,000 of these books. I think we had maybe 14 members altogether with me in it. There we were in Khazar Stadium, walking up and down the aisles. We even got some little bags that we hustled over our shoulders, you know, and then we could put 100 books in. We actually sold all 2,000 of those books, walking up and down the aisles. Get your red book. $1. The thoughts of Chairman Mao Zedong, $1. We got them for 20 cents a piece. I'm looking at a 400% profit. And bang. That was our first fundraiser, you may say. We had not even read this book. We were at my house at 809 57th Street in Oakland. I opened a book. What is this here? Chairman Mao Zedong says, serve the people. What is he talking about? So I read all the little pieces about serve the people. I said, this is some pretty good stuff here, Huey. You know, bang. A lot of people said, that Black Panther Party started out on Marxism-Leninism. The Black Panther Party did not start out on Marxism-Leninism. I had never even read any quote-unquote Marxism-Leninism at this time. What I had read and digested were W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, Dr. Herbert Aptheker's documentation of all the wars that Black Americans have fought in, including the Colonial War. People need to hear about Crispus Attucks. What did we do with the money? First, it was about paying rent. I put a telephone in, and then I went and bought Huey a shotgun. Huey had an M1 carbine, which is a military rifle, a light rifle. But Huey wanted a shotgun like the police had, a riot shotgun. A riot shotgun has an 18.5-inch barrel. If you have a barrel on a shotgun that's less than 18 inches, it's illegal. You have to remember, Huey was in law school. We knew all this stuff. I'm the only one who really had money and resources at that time. Because I'm making $600 and some odd dollars a month with the city government. Outside of the $100 I give my mother, I'm netting out $600. I paid the rent for the place, and that extra money from the red books went into that. And then, of course, I went and bought a stack of the autobiography of Malcolm X that had just come out right around the time we had created the Black Panther Party. Kathleen Cleaver, Eldridge had rented a house with Marvin Jackman, a poet who used to come up to the prison and give writing classes, and Willie Dale, a singer. Eldridge was a writer. They called it the Black House. That was where he first met Huey, at a meeting about how to handle the visit of Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, to San Francisco. There were all these local black organizations represented there. Then the Panthers Bobby and Huey walked in with the weaponry, the uniforms, their boldness, their intensity. They had a whole different energy. Eldridge went, wow. He was very, very taken with Huey, with the Panthers. Eldridge was so taken with them, he became part of the Black Panther Party underground. Eldridge Cleaver, I spun round in my seat and saw the most beautiful sight I had ever seen, 4 black men wearing black berets, powder blue shirts, black leather jackets, black trousers, shiny black shoes, and each with a gun. In front was Huey P. Newton with a riot pump shotgun in his right hand, barrel pointed down to the floor. Beside him was Bobby Seale, the handle of a .45 caliber automatic showing from its holster on his right hip, just below the hem of his jacket. A few steps behind Seale was Bobby Hutton, the barrel of his shotgun at his feet. Next to him was Sherwin Forte, a M1 carbine with a banana clip cradled in his arms. .17. Bobby Seale, we heard Eldridge a few weeks later, on a radio show, talking like he was Malcolm X. Huey and I were shocked. Then Marvin Jackman says, Eldridge Cleaver wants to talk to you guys. We said, well, we want to talk to him, we heard him on the radio. We went to the Black House, which was this big, 3-story, old Victorian building that they used for art and to recite poetry. That's where we got to know Eldridge. Around that time, Denzel Dowell was killed in North Richmond. We created a rally situation, and Eldridge, of course, came out. We told him we wanted him to join the Black Panther Party. No, man, I don't know if I can do that right now. You know, I'm on parole. You're a writer, man. We don't write that well, Huey and I say, but we got our ideas. We'd like you to be Minister of Information of the Black Panther Party. He said, I'll just help you guys out right now. I can't join. After Sacramento, Eldridge says, look, you guys, I'm joining your party. Being on parole, he was not supposed to have weapons, but he bought himself a big .357 Magnum. That's when Eldridge joined the party, in May of 1967. Bobby Seale, Kwame Ture Stokely Carmichael joined the party because we drafted him. It was in all the newspapers that the government was talking about drafting Stokely Carmichael and sending him to Vietnam. So Eldridge Cleaver came up with the bright idea, let us draft him. Our notice said, You can't draft Stokely Carmichael. We drafted him. I read the draft message on the steps of the police department in San Francisco. Naturally, all the press came. The next day, Stokely Carmichael said, "I accept the draft notice of the Black Panther Party." It would be absurd to draft Stokely Carmichael to fight in Vietnam. Later on I insisted that Carmichael resign from the Black Panther Party. We had coalitions with the white left radicals. He used to say, "Oh, we don't need to be messing with no white mother country radicals. They don't need to be working with or being with the Black Panther Party." I didn't like that. Well, SNCC experienced the white liberals sort of taking over the civil rights movement, and they didn't like it, okay. So they rejected that. But the white left radicals did not dictate to us. It's not about the color of their skin, it's about the content of their character. I can understand the difference between a white left radical who stands up for my constitutional rights and some goddamn racist Ku Klux Klan who wants to murder me. I've got another dude here who's my friend, we're gonna work together because it's not only about my civil rights, it's about everybody's constitutional democratic civil human rights. That was my big argument with Kwame Ture. Bobby Seale, women played an important role in the party. Kathleen was a leader and on the Central Committee. Erica was a mentor because of what she went through. Then Sister Love was a mentor, who'd been in a shootout in Philadelphia and a shootout in Los Angeles. She survived 2 shootouts, and a lot of sisters said, "Oh my God, we're in the shootouts, just like the brothers." Lynn French was on the headquarters leadership body of the Chicago chapter. Sister Audrey Jones was head of the Boston chapter of the Black Panther Party. Audrey says, "Yeah, we had problems with a little male chauvinist bullshit, but we also had a method called criticism and self-criticism. We used criticism and self-criticism to beat back the various levels of male chauvinist activity in relationship to women." Me, I was always on these sisters' sides, in everything. If I made a mistake of saying something, a sister came and told me, "Chairman, you shouldn't." I say, "Wait a minute, what do you mean?" And I start to understand it, I say, "Okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right." Bobby Seale, leather jacket and blue shirt. I made it the uniform when we founded the party. I saw Huey one day. He didn't know what he had on. A sporty leather jacket, black slacks, nice blue shirt. He's walking down the street. I say, "Hold it, Huey, just like a director. Just hold it, Huey. That's it." Huey says, "What?" I say, "Remember when we were up on Telegraph Avenue? We were listening to some of the old blues records. You remember one of the songs, the lyrics say, 'What did I do to be so black and blue?' What that refers to is whoever is all beat up black and blue." I say, "Now, I'm saying the African American community is all beat up black and blue from over 200 years of racist discrimination." I say, "Now, let's make this the uniform." Huey says, "Yeah. Oh, okay, we'll make a uniform." And then, it might have been a couple of weeks later, we're watching an old movie about the French underground resistance to Hitler, and we saw them wearing the black berets. I said, "Huey, let's put some black berets on." I went and bought some. That became the uniform of the Black Panther Party. It's a militant image, which appealed to people, and it also scared police. You got a group of guys that are standing around, and you take a picture of them, and then you put it out there. Kathleen Cleaver, Huey got shot. Huey was in custody. He's been in custody about a month. So this is going to be our first Free Huey demonstration at the Alameda County Jail. The Panthers didn't even have an office. They were working out of Welvin Stroud's unfinished apartment. We had a meeting there to figure out what do we do now that Huey's facing the gas chamber. We planned the first demonstration at the courthouse in that apartment. Me, Bobby Hutton, Eldridge, Reginald Forte, Sherwin Forte. I'm not sure where Big Man Howard was. I don't remember any older people. It was just Eldridge and me and those teenagers. That's who was available. The guys, they had girlfriends who were at San Francisco State. The girls had cars. They all came to Eldridge's apartment and wrote out the placards saying, "Huey must be set free." Bobby Seale, David Hilliard, was a longshoreman when he came into the party. Had a family with 3 kids. He ran into his friend Huey, and Huey brought him around. The day before we would go escort Sister Betty Shabazz in February 1967, that's the first time I saw David. I made him a captain. Then Huey said he could be chief of staff. David was very impatient. He just knew how to hold things together. Kathleen Cleaver, Bobby got out of jail. By then the demonstrations had really gotten going. I first heard Bobby when he came and gave his first speech. He was so captivating and cool, I was blown away. Eldridge said, "That's why he's the chairman of the Black Panther Party." Barbara Cox, "Bobby has great oratory ability." Kathleen Cleaver, "And Huey did not." Yes. Bobby was a comedian before the party. He had done stand-up. Some people would say he was still doing stand-up. No, he was very serious. Stephen Shames, I put him in a category just below Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X. King was in a class by himself. Kathleen Cleaver, yes, because King was a preacher. His employment meant that he had to have a sermon every Sunday. And he worked very hard on this. He was also careful and scholarly. He was very careful. They say King loved big words. Bobby was more of a performer. Bobby was like a musician for the brothers on the block who weren't going to listen to King's eloquent speeches. Bobby said many of the things that King had to say, but in a way that connected with the downtrodden. Bobby was real. He was a parent. People forget that. He had a little boy. He had a wife, a sister, a family. He was the one that made sure all the Panthers would eat. They'd come to Bobby's house where he'd cook food for them. He was very caring. Bobby Seale, I always fed the troops. You make sure the food is there. When we get to my house, guess what I have there for everybody? A big vat of my hickory sirloin chili, with long grain rice and cornbread muffins. I really learned this on the farm. I'd stay down there on the farm half the summer. We're working the fields. But man, when you got back, it was always big-time food. Kathleen Cleaver, I'd come out of SNCC where Julian Bond had been their communications director, so out in Oakland, I drew on what I had observed him doing. I explained that, if you want to draw attention to Huey's trial, you announce a demonstration, you make leaflets to get people to come, and you send out a press release so the news will cover it, so it will be public if something happens to you. That's how you do it. I became the one who wrote and mailed the press releases. I was a revolutionary. I was married to Eldridge. Eldridge had some say-so in everything I did. We were the Ministry of Information. My job was to put out information in writing, first to the press, then to the public. Our news was broadcast, analyzed, discussed. I also wrote articles and gave interviews. Bobby Seale, Kathleen Cleaver was an important party leader and a major voice in our struggle in the 1960s and 1970s. She helped to organize the campaign to get Huey Newton released from prison, and she was also the first woman to be appointed to the Black Panthers Central Committee. Kathleen was a great sister. She's a mentor to the women. Kathleen Cleaver, this is the first time I've heard that concept, being a mentor to women when I was a Panther. Who told you that? We didn't then have access to the word mentor, so neither I nor any of the women Panthers would have called me a mentor. Kathleen Cleaver, there is a film called Report on the Black Panthers by the very distinguished French filmmaker Agnès Varda. It is a documentary, a beautiful film, which most people have never seen. There's a clip of me saying, All of us were born with our hair like this and we just wear it like this because it's natural, because the reason for it, you might say, is like a new awareness among black people that their own natural appearance, physical appearance, is beautiful. That clip has taken on a life of its own on the internet. I keep getting messages from kids, "I saw that. That's so cool." This photograph, this page was shot during that interview. There is a house in Defremery Park, we called it Bobby Hutton Park, and we are standing outside on the porch. There's a camera crew, but in the video you don't see the crew. You only see the Panthers and me talking, making my comments about the afro. In the movie I say, and white people are aware of it too, because white people now want natural wigs, they want wigs like this, dig it? Isn't it beautiful? Alright, and then the camera cuts to this red-headed girl with all this frizzy hair. It's a moment. My hair was very thick and long at the time. Back then, not many people knew how to cut afros. Barbers and hairdressers in the black community, you'd only have 1 or 2 people who had learned how to do it. Out in California we didn't have many who could cut afros. So basically part of what was going on was that people were letting their hair grow because they wanted to, another was not having anyone who knew how to cut it. So there were a lot of people with very long, wild afro hair. Including what's the thing Jewish boys had? A jufro. It became the thing. It's a vignette of a moment, this particular photograph. The women who have the Panther t-shirts are from LA. They came up to Oakland for the rally. I didn't actually know them that well. This picture was a still from that shoot. Bobby Seale, when Eldridge Cleaver, David Hilliard, and Bobby Hutton went out with a group one night right after Dr. King was killed and got into that shootout, they all got shot. Bobby Hutton got killed. There was no discipline. One thing for sure, you had a lot of people coming to the party and they didn't understand guns and weapons. They think it's just some power, baby, and acting the fool. Now, there's an association of black doctors, and after the shootout, I happened to be talking to one of these guys. I said, I have to take all the guns away from the party members and tell them, you can't walk around with guns anymore. I don't want party members walking around with guns. They're not disciplined enough for me. So he says, you know, I've got some friends, we own some land. Maybe you need to have a place where you could train them. They had 12 square miles north of Sacramento, in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. He says, maybe you can use that. And that's what we did. These doctors let us use that land. We got people trained. We would take 10 or 15 at a time. I got ex-military personnel, Don Cox, Landon Williams, and Randy Williams. Charles Brunson. Big Man, and my brother, John. I got old Geronimo Pratt to go up there. March these dudes around. Talk to them about the political program. You have to be disciplined. Stand at attention. Keep your eyes forward. What are you doing looking around, brother? Keep your mind on something in front of you, like you're supposed to do, and follow orders and follow directions. You're in the Black Panther Party. These racist police out here will murder you, because you are undisciplined. People are going to get killed for nothing. We have to learn how to defend ourselves. This was all about the right to self-defense. Barbara Cox, Emory Douglas introduced me to Donald Cox. That started it. Donald was a very nice, kind man. I didn't know at the time he was a Panther. I found myself leaning toward helping him. I lived next door to the strike leaders at San Francisco State. They had meetings all the time. We drove down to LA from Frisco for a Black Power conference that opened my eyes. Once I got involved, I met Stokely, the SNCC people, Bobby, and Angela. It just flowed. I became secretary to Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver at the Black House. Bobby Seale, oh, I loved Stu Albert. He helped a bit with the paper. He got us a lot of resources. He and Judy Gumbo were the co-organizers, along with many other people who worked with them, of the People's Park protest effort in Berkeley in 1969. Stu was also indicted but not put on trial in the Great Chicago 7 or Chicago 8 conspiracy trial. Jeffrey Scales, in the 60s my parents were activists. I remember in 1967 we had the ceremony and celebration at our home that hundreds of people attended when Stokely Carmichael handed off SNCC to H. Rap Brown. It was a great party. In 1968, the summer of my 14th year, they sent me to stay with relatives in the Midwest. I remember seeing how the cops treated people in Chicago, on the South Side, that summer after Martin Luther King Jr. was murdered. I came back very politicized, and what was cooler than the Panthers for a politicized 14-year-old? I used to visit Huey Newton a couple of times a week when he was in jail during his trial in Oakland. One year we had a book signing party at our home for Eldridge Cleaver, when his book Soul on Ice came out, where my mother, Barbara, hilariously undermined my then sense of my own coolness by telling activist Reverend Earl Neal that she was so impressed with me being involved with the Panthers, that for her, it was just like Jeffrey being in the Boy Scouts. I was trying to work on the Panther paper as much as I could that year. There were days where I was kind of like Eldridge's sidekick, riding around the Bay Area with him in his big gold Plymouth Fury. I remember he would often park the car right on the sidewalk in front the various places and events we would go to. As a way to make an entrance, that always really impressed the teenager that I was at the time. Bobby Hutton was my part-time after-school assistant at the North Oakland Neighborhood Service Center, where I worked. I hired him and took him under my guidance. He was a dropout from Tech High School. I said, "If I hire you, you're going to go back to school." "Well, I don't want to go to school." "Well, then I'm not gonna hire you." "You gotta go to school, brother." "Do you think I don't go to school? I'm registered part-time right now in Merritt College." "Oh, okay, I'll go back to school." I introduced him to the autobiography of Malcolm X to improve his reading skills. I say, "Read a chapter. Bring this book with you, come to my house, and then we'll go over the passage. You have to underline words you don't understand. Then we're gonna teach you how to write those words out, pronounce those words, and understand their meanings." And that's what we did. Huey would say, "Yeah, you have to learn how to do that, because I was semi-literate when I was your age, in Tech High. I had to get my brother to teach me to read. Then I really learned how to read. I was reading from college books. I told Bobby, 'You see Mark over there? He's a draftsman. He's a year or so older than you, but he's in high school. You ever thought about what you want to be?' 'I don't know. I just want a job.' So, it was that naivete. Somebody needs to take care of this kid. I guess there's 100,000 of them out there, 1,000,000 of them out there like that." When we named the party, October 22nd, he came walking up the street. "Hey, y'all, Huey, what's happenin'?" He knew that we were trying to start a new organization. We said, "We named the organization." "You did? What's the organization going to be named?" "It's going to be named the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense." "Okay. I want to be a member too now, you know that." I say, "Yeah, you can be a member." Huey says, "You'll be our treasurer." He was our first member. After he turned 16, he went on patrols. He was one of the Panthers who traveled to Sacramento to demonstrate against the Mulford Act. Bobby Hutton was the first Black Panther Party member murdered, killed while in the custody of the Oakland police. During the inquest on Bobby Hutton, one policeman testified that the other cops had literally murdered Bobby Hutton after he had surrendered. Elbert Big Man Howard, Bobby Hutton was a young brother who was always ready to rumble with the cops, but he also had a sense of discipline and would listen to me when he was with me. I suppose that is one of the reasons I have always felt the loss of him very deeply. The day before he was murdered, he called me on the phone and said he wanted to see me about something. I told him to come on over to the house, and then I asked him what was up. He told me he needed a shotgun. He knew I always kept several legal shotguns, rifles, and handguns on hand because I had been a hunter and sportsman in the past. I then asked Bobby why he needed a shotgun. He smiled the way he always did when I took him to task about something. Little did I know at the time that I would never see his smile again. I asked him again, sounding like a father or big brother, "Are you sure this is not for something personal?" He said, "No, big man, this is party business." He told me he was going on street patrol that night. I gave him a 12-gauge Winchester pump shotgun and said, "Okay, be careful, I'll see you later." The next morning, I got the news, Panthers and police in a shootout and a Panther killed. I found out it was Bobby. Then the human emotions started to creep in on me. The what ifs: what if I had not armed him? What if I had gone with him? What if I had tried to get it called off? Here, almost 5 decades later, the what ifs still creep into my mind as I think of Bobby. Bobby Seale, I heard from Warren Wells what had happened. Well, Eldridge went over to talk to the cops, then Eldridge was walking back. I say, "How far over?" "I don't know, 3 or 4 houses down." He was talking to them, then he was walking back. And I picked a shotgun up out of the back seat of the car, and I was just trying to jack around or something, and the thing went off. The goddamn shotgun went off. When the shotgun went off, for whatever reason, those 2 cops start shooting at them. They all got rattled. Warren Wells is running. He got shot in the back with double-aught buckshot. David Hilliard had to retreat somewhere and wound up in some woman's house under her bed, and the police arrested him there. Eldridge and Bobby are chased inside a house by the cops. The police fired 90 rounds into the building, and then tear gas, and the place caught on fire. Then Eldridge told Bobby, "We have to get undressed. We're going to have to surrender, and we gotta get undressed." Eldridge stripped down. He's buck naked. He didn't even have shorts. Bobby Hutton took his shirt off and his shoes off, but he left his pants on. Eldridge says, "They will shoot you, and say, 'Oh, he had a gun,' or, 'He looked like he was going for a gun.' But if you're buck naked, how can you go for a gun?" He was telling Bobby, "Bobby, take your pants off, man. Bobby, 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 take your pants off." Bobby Hutton was coming out in all the tear gas smoke with his hands up, and there were several cops, some black and white cops together, and one kicked him in the back and said, "Run, nigger." He stumbled forward, and the police opened up on him. Killed him. Murdered him. Bobby Hutton is dead and murdered. You know, that upset me. I'm the chairman of the Black Panther Party. I am sitting down to dinner with the Reverend Earl Neal. Father Neal is what we called him at his home. We're making plans to go to Dr. Martin Luther King's funeral in the next few days. So that's where I'm at when Bobby Hutton gets killed. The Reverend Earl Neal says, "Bobby, we've got to go. There's a shootout going on between Panthers and police, and you need to go with me." We get in his car. I say, "Okay. Where are we going?" He says, "I'll tell you. Me and quite a few others are part of a program to help make sure that there's no riots here in Oakland." I say, "Is that thing I heard about, the federal government is coming in to assist how to not have riots?" He says, "That's it." We go into a special room at the University of California. There are walkie-talkies, police radios, telephones. That's where I found out all that had happened, from the police's point of view. Hutton's funeral was held on April 12 at the Ephesian Church of God. About 1,500 people attended. A rally held afterwards in West Oakland was attended by over 2,000 people. Marlon Brando, who was there, remembered my speech very vividly, as he reminded me a year or so before he died. The theme was, "There's a hog in the stream." The stream of water that we have to drink to maintain life has a big, fat, ugly pig muddying up the stream. I was talking about the oppression of the racist police. I drank scotch. I sipped on a half pint of scotch every other day. You know when I started doing this? After Bobby Hutton was killed. I felt very responsible. He should have never been out there. I talked to his parents. I just said I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry these racists killed Bobby Hutton, murdered him. They understood. He happened to be out there that night, and he was trying to surrender. When that inquest came down, they understood that the police just murdered him. Defremery Park was unofficially named after Bobby Hutton not long after his death. Bobby Hutton Day has been held annually at the park since April 1998. Organized by family members and former Black Panther Party members, the memorial event features speakers, performers, and artworks commemorating Hutton's dedication to the party. Kathleen Cleaver, that was his last speech. He disappeared later in November. There was a class that graduate students had put together that he was supposed to teach. It was about racism. In fact, at Yale Law School years later I met the student, a law student by then, who told me, I'm the one who organized that seminar that Eldridge taught. But the university did not allow that seminar to take place. There was a protest, a big demonstration on campus, about Eldridge not being able to teach. Reagan, the governor, who was the head of the Board of Regents, had said, there's no way that Marxist demagogue is going to teach at Berkeley. That's what turned it into a big issue. Members of the faculty and a lot of the students were very pissed. Their position was, wait a minute. We have academic freedom. We can choose who we want to teach. So the university came up with a compromise. They passed a resolution that allowed Eldridge to teach, but it couldn't only be Eldridge, other people had to teach the class with him. There's a great cartoon. A chubby, balding official at the university is jumping up and down, waving his arms in front of Eldridge, drawn as a hulking black revolutionary with a goatee, looking down at him and saying, I don't want you to tell it like it is. I want you to tell it like I say it is. Kathleen Cleaver, Eldridge was out there. No question about it. He was radical. He was visionary. And the things that he envisioned, I guess that's what made people call him crazy, seemed in a lot of senses totally unpractical. I mean, he envisioned the Black Panther Party as a national organization. Those guys. He envisioned it. It became one. Members of his family, the Cleavers, included an awful lot of preachers. Not his immediate family, because his father hated preachers, but among close relatives there were a lot of preachers. Eldridge was a member of the Toastmasters Club in San Quentin prison, where he became a polished orator. Then he took that talent and used it to talk about things that no polished orator talks about. The other thing about Eldridge that people would never imagine is he was very playful. He had a good sense of humor. But that's not what revolutionaries are supposed to be like. They are supposed to be serious. He didn't act like that. He was playful and imaginative. He had a very silly side. But you didn't see that as a Panther. Stephen Shames, he would just do outrageous things. I remember when he was running for president, I actually have a picture of it. He got up and he smoked a joint. Kathleen Cleaver, laughs, he must have been high already. Stephen Shames, he was probably the only presidential candidate in the history of the United States. Kathleen Cleaver, who publicly inhaled. I missed that one. But he wasn't outrageous in reality, in the sense that the things that he denounced were horrendous. Maybe Eldridge actually lived in the future because he was a prisoner. You don't have anything happening when you are in prison. So you imagine things. You write about things. You've got bars and these ugly convicts and this horrible food. It could be that he was living in his imagination while he was in prison. It was very fertile and he was a writer, so his imagination was a very powerful force. I'm guessing retrospectively. What he was imagining was very powerful. Then he began making speeches about what he imagined. Bobby Seale, Eldridge Cleaver, 1968, running for president, smoking marijuana at a public speech. He actually violated a party rule doing this. You cannot have marijuana in your possession while doing political party work. But you see, Huey broke that rule, everybody broke that rule. What they did is, they disguised the fact. They may be talking on the phone, how long is it gonna take you to get over here? 30 minutes. Oh, by the way, is Brother Ruggie with you? What they're talking about is, you got any marijuana with you? The FBI and others who were trying to smash the Black Panther Party are so desperate they put out 22 warrants for the New York 21. The 22nd warrant was for Brother Ruggie. I didn't smoke marijuana. Kathleen and Eldridge Cleaver. Kathleen Cleaver, in March 1967, Eldridge was the only outside speaker at a SNCC conference that was held in Nashville. Lots of people were invited, but that weekend there was a blizzard on the East Coast, and none of the other invited speakers could get a flight to Nashville. Eldridge came from San Francisco. We were very happy we had one speaker. That was when I first met him. I had been in SNCC in New York and then moved down to the national headquarters in Atlanta in late January of 1967. I knew who Eldridge Cleaver was because my mentor and my boss at SNCC, a man named George Weir, had a subscription to Ramparts. When he got the issue with Eldridge's letters from prison, we all read it, and we were quite fascinated. George wanted Eldridge Cleaver at the conference. I wrote the letter to invite him. This is typical of me, I made a lot of typos, but I didn't see them. I sent the letter, and when he called to accept, he said, "You misspelled my name." When I first saw him, he was standing in the doorway of the apartment where we were planning our conference. At the time, I didn't understand why. People who have recently left prison, he had been out only 3 months, they come and stand because they are accustomed to standing at the doorway to their cells and being told when they can move. So they just stand. And that's what he was doing, standing in the doorway. He was as tall as the doorway, a really big guy, about the size of Muhammad Ali. He wore this flannel shirt. The expression on his face very odd to me. They call it a mask. The way prisoners mask their emotions. They have a sort of a set look on their face. Normal people don't do that. But he had that look. I looked up and I saw this man and I looked right back at my typewriter and I'm typing away. He looked at me. Later he told me, it was love at first sight. Oh my goodness. He found all these reasons to talk to me. I need a room where I can have a typewriter. I need this and I need that. I found him a room and I gave him the key. I said, "Here's your key and this is your room." He didn't seem that interested. He kept asking me for things. I didn't have a car and I didn't know how to drive. I was responsible for planning a fundraising party after the conference ended, and he volunteered to help. He said, "I can help you." He chauffeured me to do errands. The whole time he was trying to get my attention. He did everything he could to get my attention. I'm treating him like an honored guest. I have to provide the things that our speaker needs, but I'm not paying attention to him. I'm not attracted to him. After the conference I told him I was leaving to go home to Atlanta. He said, "How are you going to get to Atlanta?" I said, "Fred Brooks is going to drive." Fred needed to pick up some printing there. He had a beautiful girlfriend named Philippa, and we were all going to Atlanta. It turned out Fred didn't actually have a car. He was going to have to get a car. Eldridge had rented a car. He said, "You can take my car." He didn't explain to us that he was on parole. He had a permit to come to Nashville only. He was also engaged to marry Beverly Axelrod, his attorney. I had never heard of Beverly Axelrod. We agreed to meet. Eldridge's car was there. Fred was there. Philippa was there. I was there. No Eldridge. He came late, followed by none other than Beverly Axelrod, who wanted to know where was he going and why. He introduces us and tells her we're going to Atlanta. It was really bizarre. This is a woman who's in love with him, thinking they are going to get married, and now he's going to go run off with 3 SNCC kids and none of it is out in the open. I fell in love with Eldridge sometime during that weekend in Atlanta. We were sitting in my living room. It was obvious he was courting me. About a week, maybe 10 days, after the beginning of the conference in Nashville. This is how I fell in love. What happened was that Eldridge saw my chess set and asked, "Do you play chess?" I said, "Yes." Our SNCC apartment had a mattress on the floor covered with a bedspread and a rug. We didn't have a sofa. We didn't have any chairs. I think we had a big pillow. I was sitting on the bed, he's sitting on the pillow. The chess set is in the middle. We're playing. He wasn't paying close attention to the board, he seemed to be half asleep. And I'm a very new chess player. I'm intent. I'm watching. And I checkmated him. What I don't know is whether that was an act. Did he let me win? It never occurred to me that someone would let somebody win. In chess you don't let anybody win. It never dawned on me. But then, I was leaving to fly to Washington, where I was going to be a bridesmaid in a wedding. If he didn't make his move, I'd fly out on a plane. He'd have to go back to California. So anyway, by then, our continuous closeness for about a week had generated an attraction. And I fell in love. After I beat him at chess. He told me later it never took him so long to get anyone's attention. He was about to get his parole violated, so he returned to Nashville, where a riot had erupted. He was in touch with Beverly Axelrod back in San Francisco. She told him, "Now, you have got to get back here. You cannot be in this riot, it's all in the news now, and keep your parole. What are you doing there anyway?" So, he flew back to San Francisco. That May he wanted me to come visit him in California. May was when the Black Panthers went to Sacramento. I went out there, I think it was in June. It was the summertime. 3 days after I got there, he asked me to marry him. We got married in the context of this burgeoning movement. I was in SNCC, which is where Black Power started. The Panthers were the first group in the country to organize on the basis of Black Power. The very first. Stokely Carmichael was so thrilled, so impressed with that. So we were essentially incompatible, parallel organizational modes, but not in the same place. I had to go to California to be with Eldridge, because his parole restrictions prevented him from traveling out of the state. We got married in December. Stephen Shames, I was a student at Berkeley during the strike there. Governor Ronald Reagan said, "If it takes a bloodbath, let's get it over with. No more appeasement." 18 I witnessed the police beat Cliff Voss, a credentialed black journalist, to the ground. One afternoon I saw undercover police, including a man who resembled a federal agent choking a teenager in a civil rights movement photo, dressed in casual clothes, pull out blackjacks and start beating students who were protesting peacefully. Then uniformed police ran in and started clubbing students to stop the riot undercover police had started. Stephen Shames, like Moses in biblical times, Bobby and Huey saw that poor people were facing 7 lean years. The Black Panther Party instituted more than 70 survival programs to help African Americans and other poor people meet their basic needs and develop positive institutions. Erica Huggins, Bobby was the visionary for the community survival programs. He knew how they could be carried out and who could carry them out. Huey had the higher vision, the overarching vision. He had the community concept of the survival programs. It was Bobby who helped to create them and put them into action. They were Bobby's. Bobby Seale, the programs were created by me, and when Huey came out of jail, he named them survival programs. That's his sociological way of trying to identify something. Huey says, survival pending revolution. The programs were all connected with my voter registration drives. It's automatic social change. If we can get to the political seats, we can make legislation and policies that make human sense. Not legislation and policies that oppress people, that discriminate against the people, and that perpetuate exploitation. This is the goal, that is why I created the Black Panther Party. Huey Newton, all these programs satisfy the deep needs of the community, but they are not solutions to our problems. That is why we call them survival programs, meaning survival pending revolution. We say that the survival program of the Black Panther Party is like the survival kit of a sailor stranded on a raft. It helps him to sustain himself until he can get completely out of that situation. So the survival programs are not answers or solutions, but they will help us to organize the community around a true analysis and understanding of their situation. When consciousness and understanding is raised to a high level, then the community will seize the time and deliver themselves from the boot of their oppressors. 19. Bobby Seale, the real heroes in my original Black Panther Party were all the thousands of sisters and brothers who made our survival programs work. I taught them all the fine particulars and methodology of effective grassroots community organizing, the giving away of food, shoes, and clothing, building political education, criminal justice, and health programs. Many social programs today go back to the survival programs of the original Black Panther Party. Khalid Rahim, at some point I recognized what we were doing was the right thing to do. It wasn't just about fighting against the police. The more important aspect is community service. That is something I really came to respect. I love the fact that we'd get together and we would serve the people, literally get up in the morning, make breakfast for children. Teaching children, working with elders, knocking on people's doors, asking people, how can we help you? What problems do you have? Taking them to the office. Discussing it with the officer on the desk, with the officer of the day, having those discussions with our section leader, going out into the community. Trying to mobilize the community to participate in something, whether it was a Panther program, a Panther activity, or just something that was positive, something that was progressive. Those are the things that I came to understand were more important than the armed struggle part of it. Huey Newton, all of our survival programs are free. We have never charged the community a dime to receive the things they need from any of our programs, and we will not do so. We will not get caught up in a lot of embarrassing questions or paperwork which alienate the people. If they have a need, we will serve their needs and attempt to get them to understand the true reasons why they are in need in such an incredibly rich land. Survival programs will always be operated without charge to those who need them and benefit by them. 20. Free breakfast. Bobby Seale, the Black Panther Party's free breakfast for children started in 1968. Eldridge Cleaver came over to the headquarters office early in the fall of 1968. He's got a big .357 Magnum under his khaki bush jacket. There's 15 or 20 young brothers. I mention the fact that we're going to start a free breakfast for children program. Eldridge tells these guys, that's a sissy program. I say, hey, Eldridge, come here, brother. Please. I got him away because I didn't want to loud talk him. That was a rule Huey and I had, we don't do that to other leadership. I pulled him to the side. I say, man, what the fuck's wrong with you, Eldridge, running around here telling these motherfuckers it's a sissy program. That's some one-dimensional thinking, man. Voter registration and community programs unify the people, Eldridge. I'm here trying to organize the people in opposition to the racist power structure fucking over everybody, and you're talking about trying to be some macho dude with these kids, these young women and men out here, because you've been in a shootout. Eldridge says, all right, Chairman, I understand, man. It's cool, it's cool. I'm just pissed off because they're trying to put me back in prison. The federal school breakfast program looks very much like the Panthers. Top, Free breakfast for children at Ridgepoint Methodist Church in Oakland in the early 1970s. Bottom, the federal program at a primary school in Orange County, California, 1984. Stephen Shames, the Panthers initiated the Free Breakfast for Children program at Father Earl Neal's St. Augustine's Episcopal Church in West Oakland. The program soon spread to other cities where there were party chapters, and the Panthers claimed to have fed 20,000 children in the 1968-69 school year. Bobby Seale, we are dealing with a real issue here, the problem of hunger in America. No kid should be running around hungry in school, that's all I'm saying. The Black Panther Party created a free breakfast program, piqued by poor children's inability to succeed in school due to malnourishment. Everybody loved it. Jamal Joseph, the idea of the breakfast program was certainly to feed the kids. Kids were going to school hungry because of poverty in our community, and you could not expect our children to learn if their stomachs were growling. The teacher is standing in front of them saying 2 apples plus 3 apples equals 5 apples and their stomachs are growling. Now all educators talk about how important nutrition is to learning, but back then they would just talk about how kids from the black community were disruptive and couldn't learn. But we also organized the program to point out the contradiction of a system that was so rich, the richest nation on earth, and couldn't feed its people. Wouldn't feed its people. So it was a tool to organize folks around 2 things, pointing out the contradiction of living in a system that is taking everything from you and exploiting you and giving nothing back, and understanding that we are the ones that we have been waiting for. That we can organize programs to feed our community and to clothe our community. To heal our community. To educate our community. And to protect our community. What we did with nothing reflected the creativity of the community. Not only to survive, but to thrive. Jerry Odinka Dunigan, the kids always encouraged me for the rest of the day ahead. Feeding them was so satisfying. I'm waking up at 4 or 5 a.m., going to a warehouse, restaurant, supermarket, food pantry where donations were stored, then going to a neighborhood center or church basement, cleaning the place, preparing the food, and serving the children. Get them off to school on time and then go into the office at 8:30 to receive the day's order, Panther newspapers, political education class, and find out the world, national, and local news. It was extremely exhilarating to feed the children. You saw the future in their faces, and you wanted to be right for them. Leslie Seale, out in North Richmond, we got the owner of a nightclub to let us Panthers use it for the breakfast program. The owner was stocky and kind of handsome, a 40 to 50-year-old brother. "How can I help you young ladies?" he asked. "We are looking for a place to do the breakfast program." "You the Panthers from down the street?" "Yes." He said, "Why not? Nightclubs work during the night. We don't use the kitchen during the day." The club had a stage and a big kitchen. We cooked breakfast for 50 to 60 kids every day, and we cleaned up the kitchen and left it spotless. I think the kids thought the place was kind of cool. They were in heaven. They made up plays. They banged on the piano. They ate on china plates and used silverware. Those kids remember the tablecloths and the napkins. J. Edgar Hoover, the Breakfast for Children program, BCP, has been instituted by the BPP in several cities to provide a stable breakfast for ghetto children. The program has met with some success and has resulted in considerable favorable publicity for the BPP. The resulting publicity tends to portray the BPP in a favorable light and clouds the violent nature of the group and its ultimate aim of insurrection. The BCP promotes at least tacit support for the BPP among naive individuals. And, what is more distressing, provides the BPP with a ready audience composed of highly impressionable youths. Consequently, the BCP represents the best and most influential activity going for the BPP and, as such, is potentially the greatest threat to efforts by authorities to neutralize the BPP and destroy what it stands for. 21. Bobby Seale, after all the publicity in the first 2 months, the breakfast program spread all across the country. I directed all chapters and branches to create free breakfast for children programs. But they've spread beyond the Black Panther Party. Other people created programs, and Black Panther Party members helped these people. One of the guys, who was a vice principal in Marin County, at the grammar school, called me up. He says, "Bobby, tell you what, I've talked to the principal and the whole staff here, you can use the cafeteria. We can open the cafeteria up early in the morning. All you guys got to do is bring the food in." Okay, we'll get the food in. That's when it hit the schools. Now, in 1969 a piece of legislation was passed in the California state legislature. They overrode Ronald Reagan trying to veto it. They put $5 million in for all schools in the state of California, for free breakfast for school children. All schools, including high schools, everything. My point is, following the California legislation, in the next year or so, some 28 state legislatures did something similar. So the free breakfast for children program did a lot to change things. To have 28 state legislatures? Some of them were just saying, well, we don't want them Black Panthers feeding the kids, so then we're going to vote for it. But still and all, they should have been doing it in the first goddamn place. Bobby Seale, we've got this major stage, Oakland Auditorium. We're going to give away 10,000 bags of groceries. 10,000 full bags of groceries. I hold a press conference at St. Augustine's Church. I've got 2 4-pound chickens, and I'm holding these chickens in my hands out in front of me. I have examples of all the items that we're going to go, and I have people from the press there, radio, print, and 5 or 6 cameras. I say, brothers and sisters, we're going to give away 10,000 bags of groceries, with a fat and healthy 3 to 4 pound chicken in every bag. We needed 10,000 chickens. How can I get them cheap enough? I went to the chicken farm. The guy took us into one of these big sheds. 100 yards long. Football field length. They have it automated, where they make the feed drop. Multi-thousands of chickens, and we're on a platform, and I say, now, I want the chickens, I don't want them less than 3.5 pounds. I prefer 4-pound chickens. He says, Mr. Seale, we can give you that. I said, well, how you know each one of these chickens is going to come out right? He cut the lights off, and all those thousands of chickens stopped eating. Literally stopped eating when he cut them goddamn lights off. Then he cuts the light back on, and they went back to eating. He said, we can gauge how these chickens are going to come out. How fat they're gonna be. That was interesting to me. Programs. During its active years, the Black Panther Party organized the following community programs: Alameda County Volunteer Bureau Worksite, Benefit Counseling, Black Student Alliance, Child Development Center, Children's House, Community Facility Use, Community Forum, Community Health Classes, Community Pantry, Consumer Education Classes, Disabled Persons Services / Transportation and Attendant, Drama Classes, Drill Team, Drug / Alcohol Abuse Awareness Program, East Oakland Seale, Center for Independent Living, Branch, Employment Referral Service, Food Cooperative Program, Free Ambulance Program, Free Breakfast for Children Programs, Free Busing to Prisons Program, Free Clothing Program, Free Commissary for Prisoners Program, Free Community Employment Program, Free Dental Program, Free Film Series, Free Food Program, Free Furniture Program, Free Health Clinics, Free Housing Cooperative Program, Free Legal Aid and Education, Free Optometry Program, Free Pest Control Program, Free Plumbing and Maintenance Program, Free Shoe Program, GED Classes, Geriatric Health Center, GYN Clinic, Home Safe Visits. Intercommunal Youth Institute. Junior and High School Tutorial Program. Laney Experimental College Extension Site. Legal Clinic/Workshops. Legal Referral Service. Liberation Schools, Free Music and Dance Programs. Martial Arts Program. Nutrition Classes. Oakland Community School. Outreach Preventative Care. Pediatric Clinic. Police Patrols. Safe Club. Senior Switchboard. Seniors Against a Fearful Environment, SAFE. Sickle Cell Anemia Research Foundation. Son of Man Temple. Sports Programs. Teen Council. Teen Program. The Black Panther Newspaper, Intercommunal News Service. UC. Berkeley Students Health Program. VD. Preventative Screening and Counseling. Visiting Nurses Program. WIC, Women, Infants, and Children, Program. Youth Diversion and Probation Site. Youth Training and Development. Erica Huggins, I spent 14 years in the Black Panther Party, the highlight being my 8 years as director of the renowned Oakland Community School, in 1973 to 81. During that time I became both the first black person and the first woman appointed to the Alameda County Board of Education. Historically, the educational programs of the Black Panther Party started as early as 1967, when Huey Newton and Bobby Seale began speaking to high school youth at San Francisco Bay Area public schools. In 1969, in cities where there were strong party chapters, liberation schools staffed by volunteer party members opened in storefronts, churches, and homes. These after-school programs were created to give academic support to black and other poor youth. These community school programs created a forum for young people to explore a factual history of America and a sense of connection and community. In 1970, David Hilliard created the idea for the first full-time Liberation Day school. The elementary school was first called the Children's House, and then the Intercommunal Youth Institute when it moved to larger quarters in 1971. This school concept, directed by Majida Smith, became the way in which sons and daughters of party members were educated. Staff and instructors were also party members. In 1972, one of the grandparents came to Huey and said, "We should have a dedicated school site." We eventually found a building at 61st Avenue and East 14th Street, and that building became the Oakland Community School. It opened in September 1973. It was Huey indirectly and Elaine Brown directly and then me running the school. Sons and daughters of members of the party automatically went there. When we opened our doors we had 50 children. Within a couple of months we had 90 children, because the community heard about the school. That was exactly what we wanted. We were at capacity 150 children shortly thereafter. We stayed at that capacity until 1982, when the school closed. The Oakland Community School was one of the most well-known and well-loved programs of the Black Panther Party. Point 5 of the Black Panther Party's original 1966 10-point platform and program emphasized the need to provide an education that taught African American and poor people about their history in the United States. To this end, the Oakland Community School became a locale for a small but powerful group of administrators, educators, and elementary school students whose actions to empower youth and their families challenged existing public education concepts for black and other poor and racially marginalized communities during the 1970s and 1980s. Its students, ages 2 to 12, consistently performed in advance of their public school peers. The thinking at the Oakland Community School was that we would build a middle school and turn it over to the community. Our model was to teach children how to think, not what to think. By the second year of the school's existence, there were teachers coming there to do their student teaching internships. Public school teachers took a cut in pay. You can imagine it was a serious cut in pay, because they don't get paid much. They were honored to teach there. Our heroes and heroes visited the school. They included Rosa Parks, Maya Angelou, James Baldwin, Richard Pryor, Cesar Chavez, and son R.A. It was a remarkable place. Everyone who came through the doors knew this was a school started by the Black Panther Party. We worked with the Oakland Unified School District and the Berkeley Unified School District to care for children who needed our school. The school's philosophy and curriculum have been replicated, which is what we wanted. Healthcare. Dr. Tolbert Small, the clinic was started in 1971 by John Turner, who was the head of the Berkeley Black Panther Party, and Claudia Grayson. Myself and Claudia Grayson really were the ones who set it up. It was originally called the Bobby Seale People's Free Medical Clinic. When Bobby got out of jail and George Jackson was executed, we changed the name to the George Jackson People's Free Medical Clinic. We never asked people if they had medical insurance or not, because we served everybody free. The guy who did the plumbing, he later became one of my patients, told me the FBI used to follow him around because he had volunteered to do the plumbing for the clinic. God, they wasted millions of dollars following innocent people around. I worked at the clinic from 1971 to 1974, Monday and Wednesday evenings and Friday mornings. Joe Selby, who became the chief epidemiologist for Kaiser, worked there on Wednesdays. I got a couple of other doctors to work there on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We were open 5 days a week. I would sometimes be there until 1 o'clock in the morning seeing patients. We were busy. We provided quality treatment. I did house calls on some of those people. A man we called Smitty, I think his name was Henry Smith, we trained him to do hemoglobin electrophoresis, which is used for sickle cell screening. I had a tech from the Oakland Health Center come over and show him how to do it. You know, it's amazing, if someone wants to learn something and you are willing to teach them, people can be trained. I trained some of the medical assistants to do pelvic exams. We were doing STD screening on a mass basis, because we saw a lot of young people. We had a good relationship with the Berkeley Health Department. They would do all of our gonorrhea cultures and syphilis tests free. We had a WIC program. I understand that they are under different names now, but out of the original 14, the clinics the Panthers set up in Portland and Seattle are still running. In most civilized countries, you pay your taxes and you get healthcare, education, and childcare. You don't get billion-dollar airplanes and $150 million cruise missiles that are used to control the world. Newspaper. Bobby Seale, I created the Black Panther Party newspaper. I told Huey, we're going to have a political organ. We're going to call it the Black Panther, and the subtitle, Black Community News Service. The first issue was about the murder of Denzel Dowell. That was a mimeograph sheet, it was like a leaflet. We did it in a rush. We were a ragtag organization. I got Elbert Big Man Howard, he lived a block away, to come over, and he wrote an article. I did the first layout. I had these layout skills, drafting skills, going. We gave it away in North Richmond when we were organizing around Denzel Dowell. Then, 3 weeks later, we came out with another issue. The layout was by Emory Douglas. I told Emory, your art is very important. I never cared for a Black Panther Party newspaper with a sea of type on every page. The paper goes nowhere unless I see it. Huey wants to see it. Yeah, he can see it. But I'm gonna see it. Because I'm gonna be more critical. I don't like a sea of type, on one big page, and not one damn picture. Because a lot of grassroots people won't read a sea of type. Emory was a big-time art man. Emory brought art that spoke. You just have to give the guy credit for being able to do that. Emory Douglas, I knew people who were in the party appreciated my artwork. They always talked about it years afterward. But at the time it was just a matter of getting out the information. Trying to share the ideals, the expressions, the feelings through art. I was an artist who reflected the 10-point platform or the politics or the concerns of the community. Bobby Seale, I went into my little brief with Emory, you're gonna try to do the Black Panther Party newspaper, since Eldridge is going to be working over here. Emery says, yeah. Okay. Kathleen Cleaver, Eldridge wrote the newspaper. Before Eldridge came into the party, they had a one-page sheet. Emery and Eldridge became very good friends, and Emery was working with Eldridge on the newspaper. He did all the drawings and he designed the headlines. Maybe it was by the third issue when the paper adopted either a 12 or 16-page tabloid layout. The whole 10-point platform and program covered one page, and then there were some other short articles. Eldridge had some money and he paid to have the layout of the newspaper printed. We contracted with a company that had a big roll press, the same one the San Francisco Sun reporter used. I think our first printing, we only had a 5,000 copy run. That was the lowest that the roll press people would do for us. Bobby Seale, party members walked around selling that paper. Then, after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, leftover papers, we gave them away. We didn't make a lot of money off the paper, the first 2 or 3 issues. But later the paper helped us raise money while we educated people. I was in jail one time, and Huey said, everybody got to get up, we gotta go out and sell some papers, to get Bobby out of jail. In 1968, I realized that we were spreading out. Then Martin Luther King got killed. So I gave a directive to Emory Douglas and Sam Napier, you're gonna be the distribution manager. You're gonna see this paper get out to all chapters and to all branches. Emory Douglas, the layout of the Black Panther Party newspaper is important. Elbert Big Man Howard, you're in charge of getting all the articles in. You're the head, you're the Deputy Minister of Information. John Seale and a bunch of y'all will assist in the layout. I want this paper out, finished, by Wednesday night, and bundles ready to be picked up at the printers by Thursday night. Friday morning, I want it shipped via air to every chapter and every branch, so that they will be selling it on the streets all across America on Saturday morning. We shipped the paper to the freight handlers at the airports. Well, you know what the FBI started doing? They would soak our papers with water. With water, literally. I mean, talk about violation of our right to freedom of press by the government. They figured that this would stop our paper. So what did we do? Contact Chicago, contact New York, find printers who have the same basic kind of roll press that can print us our newspaper. We started burning 5 sets of negatives. One for California, because from California we could get everybody on the West Coast. Then Chicago, to get people in the Midwest. Then New York, Philadelphia, and I think it was Detroit. Then we had a retreat with every local chapter and every branch. I say, now, we gonna democratize the Black Panther Party newspaper. Every chapter in every branch is going to produce their own Ministry of Information bulletin to deal with all the local problems and local issues. If you're in Toledo, Ohio, Toledo orders 5,000 papers, you're gonna say, Toledo, Ohio, Black Panther Party Ministry of Information bulletin. When we send the national paper to your respective chapters, your troops will insert your Ministry of Information bulletin. That's going to help you organize better, because you're carrying stuff that's related to the people in your community. By this time, our party newspaper got up to 48 tabloid pages, so with the inserts it was 52 to 60 pages. The Black Panther Party paper evolved to circulate over 400,000 newspapers a week. Every week. At that time, Jet magazine, on a weekly basis, had 1 million. Jet was like a coffee table magazine in the house. One person read it, and then another person sees it there and they'll read it. They estimated that 10 million people were really reading Jet. So I'm trying to figure out, if we're circulating over 400,000, do we have 1 million people reading the Black Panther Party newspaper? I suspected that we definitely did. Emory Douglas, this page was taken at our office on Shattuck Avenue. John Seale was coordinator for the first couple of papers. Then I took it over. I did my artwork and whatever needed to be done. At that time the newspaper's press production, the laying out of the paper was basically done by hand, mostly by cutting and pasting the articles in place on the layout sheets. People now sometimes have asked why we didn't do all our typesetting for the paper on a computer. I explained that at the time we couldn't afford a computer. When I joined the Black Panther Party for self-defense in late January or early February 1967, I was in the Black Arts movement. From my perspective, the Black Arts movement was about social awareness through art and all forms of Black culture. My involvement in the Black Arts movement and transitioning into the Black Panther Party for self-defense came during a real serious social climate, like we have today. You had extreme police abuse. You had young African Americans being shot and murdered by the police just like now, always being justified. You had over 200 rebellions throughout the United States during the 1960s and 1970s. There were a lot of young people who were very frustrated. So when I first met Huey and Bobby, I knew the party was something I wanted to be a part of. I didn't have a car, so mornings I'd catch the bus from San Francisco to Huey's house in Oakland and connect with him. We'd go around to Bobby's house. Thereafter I would go out with Bobby, Huey, Eldridge, and the very first cadre of Young Panthers when we were doing the police patrols. I used to go out as an observer. They had already been trained in what they were supposed to do, so I was expected to go as an observer. Gloria Abernethy, the Black Panther newspaper, was the lifeblood of the party. The paper was our way of getting ideas out and connecting with the community. We had our regular routes and buyers, door to door, store to store, and on street corners throughout the Bay Area. Poor people were always the most generous and supportive. They would buy the paper and give us donations for our many projects. People counted on us to be their voice. I found supporters from all groups, people you would not necessarily think were revolutionary, all colors and professions, and older people, especially old Black people. They were very revolutionary in their thinking and conversation, which reminded me of the stories my dad told. They had seen everything, worked hard all their lives to be twice as good to get half as much. Many had experienced the terror of the South. The struggle was not academic to them. Every week we mailed our newspaper free to prisoners and soldiers throughout the world. Panthers were never disrespectful to returning and serving soldiers, and many veterans came into the party. During the Vietnam War, many kids of privilege were often disrespectful to soldiers. We never did that. Bobby Seale, talking to the community was a policy. You're selling Black Panther Party newspapers in the community. Don't try to force that down their throat. Don't try to argue with them. And don't try to be arrogant or negative toward people. But if people want to discuss, talk to them. You should always talk to them. When you get out in the street, remember, you're decreasing the apathy, and increasing the consciousness. That was a repetitious kind of thing with me. Party members have to work the community. You start off by knocking on doors or walking in the business area and selling Black Panther Party newspapers. Now, when you're selling the Black Panther Party newspapers, you're also letting people know that we have a free employment service, we have a legal aid service for people in the community, we have free health clinics. At the health clinic you can get a full physical, free. Don't wait till you get sick, come on down for the free preventative medical health care. Boycotts. Bobby Seale, I went to hear Dr. King speak for the first time in 1962 at Oakland Auditorium. He was speaking about boycotting the bread companies that were refusing to hire people of color. He said, "We're going to boycott them so consistently and so profoundly, we're going to make Wonder Bread wonder where the money went." I got enthusiastically involved with the civil rights movement after Martin Luther King inspired me. When we first created the Breakfast for Children program at St. Augustine's Church, we were boycotting Safeway across the street because they refused to donate a minimal amount. I put people around the lot with picket signs, "Boycott Safeway," they refused to donate to the Black Panther Party's free Breakfast for Children program. A guy from the Lucky Store 4 or 5 blocks away called me. He said, "Mr. Seale, I said, yes. He said, I support your program. First I was skeptical, but I support your program. And I see in the newspapers that Safeway refused to donate. You come down here to my store, and I'll give you a crate or two of fruit, and a crate of eggs. I said, a crate of eggs? How many dozens of eggs in a crate, sir? Oh, you might have 20 or 30 dozen. Get your people down here. I said, well, thank you, and I got the address. Got big man, go down there, tell them that you talked to Bobby Seale, and pick up this stuff. Then, the next day, I was out there while the picket was going on, and a lot of party members come there in cars. And then John Stallone walks up. Now, John Stallone was our motor pool man. And I said, damn, it dawned on me right then and there. Some lady come up and she says, I was gettin' ready to go to the store. I say, Black Panther Party members will take you down to the Lucky Store, which is 5 or 6 blocks from here, and then they will drive you home. I say, you hear me, John Stallone? He says, yeah, Chairman. We'll get somebody to drive this car and take this lady down. So that's what happened. Then I told John Stallone, I want more cars. The next few days I got about 15 cars out here. What's happening is, the neighbors who walk to the store start coming to get in our cars, and once we've got 3 of them, the party member would come and take the car and drive them to the Lucky Store. And make sure you take all of them back home, and then come back here and pick up some more if they're down here. Talk about organizing, and getting down to the nitty-gritty. Another grit I didn't miss, I say, we're circulating 45,000 Black Panther Party newspapers in the San Francisco Bay Area. Run an ad for this guy here, in the next few issues, half-page ad, Lucky Stores, at such and such a location, donates to the Black Panther Party's Breakfast for Children program. Boycott Safeway. I'm playing one against the other, right? Don't miss no nits, or no grits. Now he is making some money, and the next thing I know, I've got 4 other Lucky Stores donating food to us. They throw their food at us. So I run more ads for more Lucky Stores. Then I run a big ad and start giving the addresses for all the Lucky Stores. Please support these, because Safeway refused. It's economic power. It's unity in the community. It's one businessman who's progressive, the other who's negative. Safeway still was a bunch of knuckleheads, you know? Stephen Shames, the California State Package Store and Tavern Owners Association, CalPOC, the Black Liquor Distributors Association, complained that Safeway and Mayfair would not purchase from them. They suggested that if the Panthers supported them, they would donate to the party's survival programs. Mayfair settled. According to the Panthers, CalPOC reneged on the deal by offering to make a one-time donation. Huey contended that they had agreed to ongoing support of the survival programs. The Panthers boycotted Bill's Liquors and shut it down. Billy X. Jennings, the Panthers avoided going to any liquor stores owned by Bill Boyett. Boyett refused to make the donation to the survival programs. Each program was funded by the community, and since Boyett rejected giving his portion, Bobby Seale asked people to not shop at his liquor stores. Aaron Dixon, in the party we were called upon to do many things, sell papers, organize door-to-door, work in survival programs, and protest and picket in the community. Bobby Seale, Huey calls a boycott of CalPOC. That led to us picketing Bill Boyett's. Now, I think there were about 30 guys in this association, liquor store and tavern owners. One was an ex-Raider, football player. I got to know him personally. His whole thing, what do you want? I'll give you. You guys are doing good work. Bill Boyett was the guy who said, no, we don't want these Black Panthers, and we're not giving them a damn thing. So we focused in on Bill Boyett's 2 liquor stores. We put pickets up in front of those stores. So, getting down to the nitty-gritty, like I always say, The local alcoholics community alcoholics, you know, they've got themselves a little change, they're going to want to get a short neck of wine or something, and they used to come into Bill Boyette's stores, right? And somebody said, "Chairman, you better get down here. The local drunks are trying to cross the picket line." So instead of cussing the local drunks out, I go all the way out to my man that owns the other liquor store. He supports us, right? I say, "What is that, the alcoholics drink?" He says they got Tokay. He gave me 2 cases of this wine. I take it back over there. I say, "Now, when the drunks come up, Huey, tell them you'll give them a short neck of wine if they march in the pickets." Next thing you know, all the Oakland drunks, instead of going into the store, they get in the picket line. They're drunk as a skunk. Boycott Bill Boyette. So that's how you do it? I was an organizer. I believed in organizing stuff and putting shit together. Stephen Shames, in 1970, Huey and Bobby decided to do a book with my photographs of the Panthers and a text by Huey. Armed with a contract letter from Macmillan, I set off late that year to visit Panther offices and photograph them for the book. Huey and Bobby called ahead, and I was welcome wherever I went. I drove across the country with my wife, Phyllis Stoffman. We took 2 or 3 months, stopping in Los Angeles, Chicago, Toledo, New Haven, Boston, New Bedford, Philadelphia, Washington, and New York. Each chapter assigns someone to take me around the community. I photographed Panthers going about their daily routine. Jamal Joseph, the Panther office was part classroom, part crisis intervention center, health center, food distribution point, newspaper distribution point, meeting room, counseling center, shelter, referral center, celebrity stopover post. In the Harlem office of the Black Panther Party, on any given day someone who was sick would come in, students would come in to see what the Panthers were all about. Jean Jennett or James Baldwin might walk through the door. Jane Fonda might walk through the door. Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. But by the same token, kids who were flunking out of school but were learning in the Panther office would come in, welfare mothers, ex-convicts, guys just getting back from Vietnam wanting to know what they could do to serve the community. All of that could happen in the course of any given day. It happened every day. At nighttime, it was the political education class center, and also you would eat dinner. There'd be a big pot of food and afterward you would eat. I think those of us who had that experience carry that forth in our lives. Bobby Seale, generally, party members come into the headquarters office in the evening. I set up cooking crews. We do not go around asking people in restaurants to feed party members, we cook our own food. We had this industrial stove. Big oven. If I'm there, I would supervise a crew to cook those evening meals. We had 60 to 75 people working out of the national headquarters, coming in from selling newspapers. Some of the other chapters and branches, they may have 10 or 20. But they cooked their own meals. Stephen Shames, when we got to New York, we met with the publisher. They refused to do the book, even though they had sent me a contract letter. Vice President Spiro Agnew golfed with the chairman of the publishing house, and Agnew made it clear that Nixon did not want this book to come out. The editor who signed the book got fired. J. Edgar Hoover, for maximum effectiveness of the counterintelligence program COINTELPRO, and to prevent wasted effort, long-range goals are being set. 1. Prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. In unity there is strength, a truism that is no less valid for all its triteness. An effective coalition of black nationalist groups might be the beginning of a true black revolution. 2. Prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify, and electrify, the militant black nationalist movement. Malcolm X might have been such a messiah, he is the martyr of the movement today. King could be a very real contender for this position should he abandon his supposed obedience to white, liberal doctrines, nonviolence, and embrace black nationalism. 3. Prevent violence on the part of black nationalist groups. This is of primary importance, and is, of course, a goal of our investigative activity. It should also be a goal of the counterintelligence program to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them before they exercise their potential for violence. 4. Prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability, by discrediting them to the community. 5. A final goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant black organizations, especially among youth. 22. Bobby Seale, COINTELPRO started to focus on the Black Panther Party right after Nixon got elected in November 1968. One of the first people Nixon met with right after the election and before the inauguration was J. Edgar Hoover. Hoover called the Black Panther Party the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. 23 Attorney General John Mitchell pledged that 1969 would be the last year of the party's existence. Hoover said we hated all white folks, that the only reason we had guns was to come into the white community and kill white folks. That's the ultimate lie. Now, what we found later, when we read our Freedom of Information Act docs and during the COINTELPRO hearings, is that they sent these press releases out. The COINTELPRO did, not only to the press, they sent the same exact press release to the politicians. You have Mayor Daley, in Chicago in 1968, on national television saying, the only reason the Black Panthers have guns is to come into the white community and shoot and kill white people. We're running up and down the streets with all our white left radical buddies and friends. What are you talking about? We're not trying to kill white people. What we're trying to do is build solidarity to fight racism. To organize masses of people, so we can have some greater political and economic and social justice empowerment. Stephen Shames, by 1969 the Black Panthers and their allies had become primary targets, singled out in 233 of the 295 authorized black nationalist COINTELPRO actions. 24 I was a member of the underground paper The Berkeley Barb, and later the Berkeley Tribe. On September 6, 1969, the Berkeley Tribe published the transcript of a 35-step assault plan by Berkeley police to engage in a full-scale attack on the Black Panther Party national headquarters. Bobby Seale, after J. Edgar Hoover said we were a threat to the internal security of America, I immediately called for a party retreat. I'm talking about overnight. Call every branch, every office, I want leadership representatives here in headquarters. You've got 5 days to get here. Black Panther sisters and brothers, I want your asses here. This is extremely important. When they got there, I said, these motherfuckers are getting ready to attack us. We have to be fortified. The order of the day is to fortify Black Panther Party offices. You're going to have to do this. I want 'em sandbagged. I drew up plans for fortifying buildings. In January, they murdered Bunchy Carter and John Huggins. The FBI and the police came raiding and murdering our Black Panther Party members. Party offices all across the country were attacked during the year of 1969, including San Diego, Indianapolis, and the Oakland headquarters. In Philadelphia, Rizzo wrecked all the Black Panther Party offices. In Des Moines they literally blew up a 2-story building that was the Black Panther Party headquarters, blew half of it off. In Chicago this was months before Fred Hampton was murdered. There was an attack on the Black Panther Party office. The police and the FBI, working together, went into this 2-story building, just like Elliot Ness and company in the old Untouchables TV series. These guys went in there with sledgehammers and busted our shit up, all of our AB. Dick mimeograph machines, the brand new Correcto electric typewriters we got donated to us, and the movie camera. Then they found a room with 100 large boxes of cereal. When I say large boxes, I'm talking about 2 feet by 2 feet, and each one is filled with boxes of cereal. Do you know what they did? They took all that cereal downstairs in the middle of the street, poured kerosene on it, and burned up all that free breakfast for children program food. Then they set the place on fire. Set the whole building on fire. All right? The fire truck comes, and they put it out before it really got bad. They overpowered us. It was a handful of party members there. 3 or 4 days later I get a call, man, they done shut that down. I guess we gotta leave it alone. No, that's not good. Open it back up. Yeah, but they're talking about it's a crime scene. Fuck them. Get you some hammers and stuff and take off all of those boards. Let the community know that you're going to renovate this place. If you let it stand boarded up, it is symbolic that the Panthers don't exist anymore. And they opened that son of a gun up. A few days later you had the community bringing paint, bringing wood. And all the white left radicals came down there and redid that whole building and opened that office right back up. That's a heavy example of people in solidarity in the community. Stephen Shames, on December 4, 1969, in Chicago, 2 Black Panthers were killed when the Chicago police raided the home of Chicago Panther leader Fred Hampton. The raid had been orchestrated by the police in conjunction with the FBI. After the raid, Hampton and Panther guard Mark Clark lay dead. Hampton had been poised to become a national leader. He created the original Rainbow Coalition way before the Reverend Jesse Jackson made the phrase popular, by forging alliances with the Young Lords, a Puerto Rican organization, Students for a Democratic Society, the Brown Berets, and the Red Guard Party. In 1968, he was on the verge of creating a merger between the party and the Blackstone Rangers, a South Side street gang with thousands of members, which would have doubled the size of the National Black Panther Party. Steve Wasserman, around Thanksgiving 1969, I left Berkeley for a few days and went to Chicago to support the Chicago 8, then on trial for the bloody police riot that had marred the anti-Vietnam War protests at the 1968 Democratic National Convention. I knew some of the defendants, Jerry Rubin, whom I'd met 4 years before while organizing one of the first junior high school protests against the Vietnam War, Tom Hayden, who'd taken an interest in my rabble-rousing posse at Berkeley High School during People's Park, and Bobby Seale, whom I'd encountered through my close friendship with schoolmates who joined the Panthers and who let us use the party's typesetting machines in its Shattuck Avenue national headquarters to put together our underground newspaper, Pack Rat. Seale had been bound and gagged in the courtroom, a neon oven, Abby Hoffman had called it. The country was riveted by the appalling spectacle. I arrived at the apartment that Leonard Weinglass, one of the defense attorneys, had rented. It served as crash pad and general meeting place for the far-flung tribe of supporters and radical nomads, unafraid to let their freak flags fly, who sought to muster support for the beleaguered defendants. I was greeted by a cloud of pot smoke and the dulcet sounds of Here Comes the Sun, a track on the Beatles' newly released Abbey Road, playing on the turntable. Sometime around midnight, Fred Hampton, clad, as I recall, in a long black leather coat and looking for all the world like a gunslinger bursting into a saloon, swept in with a couple of other Panthers in tow. You could feel the barometric pressure in the room rise with Hampton's entrance. At the time, the favored flick was Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch, an epic Western revenge fantasy that inflamed the overheated imaginations of a number of unindicted co-conspirators like my friend Stu Albert, a founder of the Yippies. Hampton was already in the crosshairs of the FBI and Mayor Daley's goons, to whom he'd been a taunting nemesis. He had an open face, and his eyes flashed intelligently. He had the Panther swagger down pat, yet his voice was soft, welcoming. He radiated charisma and humility. He seemed tired, and somehow you knew he was already thinking of himself as a dead man walking. He was famous for having proclaimed, "You can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution." You could see how people could fall for him, and you could well imagine how his enemies hated and feared him. A month later he was murdered, shot dead by police while sleeping in his bed. He was 21. Bobby Seale, they cooked and ate a meal that evening. Then they're going to bed. The next thing you know, 5 a.m., they're murdered. The FBI, working with Illinois State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan, had a special police squad go in and murder Fred Hampton. Documents subpoenaed by the Senate investigation into COINTELPRO headed by Senator Church show that the FBI paid William O'Neill $300 for infiltrating the Chicago chapter and becoming a so-called bodyguard of Fred Hampton's. The night he was killed, Hampton was with his family and 10 to 12 party members. In the civil trial that went down, O'Neill admits on the stand that he drugged Fred Hampton with a Kool-Aid drink that he had with his dinner. The autopsy on the body says that he was drugged. So this is pure assassination. They went in there, 5 a.m., just like fascism in Germany. Busted the back door, busted the front door, and came in shooting. A black cop nicknamed Gloves Davis walks into the room and shoots Fred Hampton, boom boom boom, 3 times in the head, and he walks back out of the room and he tells the white cops, "The nigger's good and dead now." During all the shooting he was totally drugged up. He didn't even know what was going on. Stephen Shames, Hanrahan, his assistant, and several Chicago police officers were indicted by a special grand jury over the raid, but the charges were later dismissed. Later Hampton's family won $1.85 million from the city of Chicago, Cook County, and the federal government in a wrongful death settlement. Bobby Seale, on December 8, 1969, the LAPD deployed its new SWAT Special Weapons and Tactics, a militarized police unit teams, and using a battering ram, helicopters, a tank, trucks, and dynamite, 400 police officers raided the LA Black Panther Party facilities. I got those offices fortified beforehand, and, in effect, by them following my directives and doing everything I said to, at least in the LA shootout, no one was killed. They wounded 3 of us, and we wounded 3 of them. Kathleen Cleaver, the LA shootout lasted until the Panthers inside the office ran out of ammunition. It happened 4 days after Fred Hampton was murdered. Fred Hampton. That's like shooting fish in a barrel. He was drugged and he was asleep. Okay. It was such an insult. The Panthers in Los Angeles said, "No way. We cannot go down like this. We have to stand up." Everybody felt that. The pig Melvin Cotton Smith, a police informant, was up on the roof of the office. He's the one that fired the first shot, because he knew that they were going to come. But they came earlier than they told him. He had to defend the office and himself, even though he was a snitch. It was really wild. But then if you look at who was in there, they were very seasoned and determined Panthers. Bobby Seale, under Hoover's reign, the party suffered immensely, which resulted in many of its members being assassinated or imprisoned. By 1970, Eldridge Cleaver was in exile in Algiers. Key leadership members such as Bunchy Carter, John Huggins, and Fred Hampton had been assassinated, and Geronimo Pratt, Angela Davis, and I were in prison. When the New York 21 were busted in 1969, it took a year for them to get bail. Then some of them left the country. They weren't going to go to trial. The idea was, I'm not going to trial and going to jail in America. I'm going to be a guerrilla fighter. I'm going to Algiers. This all led to the splitting of the Black Panther Party. It really did. 14 went to trial. They won their case because it was just a bunch of trumped up crap. The split was some shit that went on between Eldridge Cleaver on one side and Huey Newton, who came out of jail in August 1970, and David Hilliard on the other while I'm in jail. David was telling Eldridge Cleaver, "You can't run things in the U.S." Even though David went out there with Eldridge when Bobby Hutton got killed, that was part of the argument. Eldridge wanted Bakunin anarchy and the Black Liberation Army. That's what he wanted. He didn't want to be dealing with any of my breakfast programs or voter registration drives. Then the FBI sent all kinds of false letters and stuff back and forth to Eldridge's people, and false stuff to Huey, false stuff to Kathleen Cleaver. That exacerbated the split. Khalid Rahim, the split thing, because I was a youngster, I really did not understand all the dynamics, the politics of it. In my heart I felt that because of what I had learned, we had a right to fight back. I knew that we had a right to do whatever was necessary in order to protect ourselves and protect our people. I remember my thinking at that particular time is that the US government is attacking the black community, and it is singling out targeting us, the Black Panther Party, because we are considered to be the vanguard of the black liberation movement. So many of us had been harassed by the police, and that was the least of it. We had been arrested, been falsely accused, falsely charged, railroaded onto jail. Our Panther offices were being raided on a pretty regular basis all across the country. Bobby Seale was incarcerated. Huey had finally been released. We had other Panthers who were awaiting trial. We had Panthers who had been arrested. I mean, it was just a big mess. We started hearing rumors about internal conflict within the leadership. For people like myself as a rank and filer, as a young man, I was really confused. I did not know what to think about all that. Like a lot of people who were part of the organization, we had loyalties not just to the idea and the ideals of the Black Panther Party, we had loyalties to the people who founded the party, and to people who had led the organization up until that point. That was a real problem. Many of us were victims of our own naivete and our own misunderstanding about the process of revolution. Some of us thought we should be waging armed struggle against the US government. Some of us believed that we needed to continue to develop community-based programs for survival. Whatever our perspectives may have been, we were all being manipulated, we were all being led along through the intricacies of COINTELPRO, as well as our lack of understanding and our own egos. East Coast, West Coast. Huey, Eldridge. I was inclined to follow Eldridge. I was inclined to think we should have been fighting. I was a youngster. I was just a regular foot soldier. The Panther offices were being, we used the term, vamped on a regular basis. The police were at us. They were killing our people. They were killing our leaders. We needed to organize and fight back. Then, as the backdrop, there was a worldwide struggle going on against domination and imperialism. We were doing our thing here. It was small compared to what was happening on the world stage in Vietnam, in the People's Republic of China, and the continual struggles in Cuba. So when we saw everything that was going on, people like myself thought that it was time for us to fight. Barbara Cox, genius always bordered on madness. Huey proved that, didn't he? No one else has really written the word like Huey and Eldridge. Huey has written some great, intellectual books. I had to get the dictionary out. What is this about? Huey and Eldridge. It is sort of like algebra. You can do multiplication, but take it to a higher level. Huey and Eldridge knew the theory. Khalid Rahim, as much love and as much respect as we had for Huey, some of us were starting to question decisions that he was making. Later we found out that it wasn't necessarily the truth, that while some of the stuff he said and some of the stuff he did was kind of backward and didn't really fit what we had been taught, some other stuff that was attributed to him was untrue. It was fabricated. That's the COINTELPRO part of it. Unfortunately, some of us got caught up into it. We started getting away from the party. We got expelled from the party. People decided, we've got to get the guns and wage a war. It didn't turn out that way. Bobby Seale, first of all, you have to understand that the FBI had written a letter to go Jeff Fort, the Chicago gang leader of the Black P. Stone Nation, into killing Fred Hampton. Hampton was organizing, getting the gangs to stop being gangbangers, trying to get the gangs to be political. He already did that with the Young Lords, which was a Puerto Rican gang. He got them into setting up programs just like the Black Panther Party. This is what he was trying to do with Fort. When that letter came down, Hampton went over to visit Fort, who says, "A soul brother wrote this letter." Hampton reads the letter. He says, "Brother, they're fooling you. This is from the man. The pig power structure sent this letter and signed it, a soul brother." Hampton finally convinced Fort. So the FBI's attempt to try to get Jeff Fort to kill Fred went the other way. Weeks later the Chicago police and the FBI killed Fred Hampton in his sleep. Bobby Seale, in Boston, police had these cameras pointed toward the office. Police with the cameras, yeah, that's all it is. It's part and parcel and connected with COINTELPRO, under the directive from Richard M. Nixon to J. Edgar Hoover to do anything and everything to alienate and smash the Black Panther Party. Stephen Shames, when I got to Philadelphia on my cross-country trip, a young Panther named Khalid Rahim was assigned to show me around. During the next few days, I photographed Khalid as he performed his duties. Khalid Rahim, that was a housing project this page. I was walking up the staircase. There was a lot of graffiti on the wall. Matter of fact, I see graffiti from the neighborhood, different gang affiliations I am familiar with. We got along pretty well with the gangs. Many of us came from the gang culture. Philadelphia was definitely the gang capital of the United States. Every party member in the Philadelphia chapter lived within a community that was affiliated with one gang or another. That helped because we could connect with a lot of the young people. We had members from various backgrounds. Many of us came from the black working class tradition. Many of our parents and grandparents were migrants from the South. We would talk to the gangs about how important it was to embrace black unity. How important it was to recognize that gang wars were destructive to black unity, and all it did was present an opportunity for the pigs, especially the racist Philadelphia police, to keep us fighting among ourselves, so black people could never have any real freedom. I would talk with people regarding the Black Panther Party's 10-point program overleaf. What we stood for. What we represented. Encouraging people to come to political education class. I was probably talking with this woman this page about what was happening with the party program. It could have been some survey we were conducting, getting people's opinions about what they thought about the Black Panther Party. We surveyed regarding the breakfast program, the school, the relationships between the community and the police. We talked with people about issues they were having with public utilities, especially during the winter months. We got complaints from people about their public utilities being shut off and how they needed some help. We would intervene by talking with the electric company, the gas company, the oil companies. Sometimes we intervened rather forcefully. I remember a couple of incidents where they showed up and they wanted to turn off people's electricity or utilities, and we wouldn't let them do that. We basically sent a message to them that they needed to make a deal with the people. And if we could, we would financially help those people, make sure that they could keep their deal. Nowadays a lot of utility companies will develop payment plans with their customers. If you fall behind, you have a chance to pay it off and a chance to maintain your electricity or your heat. I mentioned to people that in the Black Panther Party, we were kind of the ones who pushed that agenda back in the day, because we forced the utility companies to do that. Jamal Joseph, political education class. This page was important. It was active. I'm in the picture with a woman named Isla Mason. Isla is a nurse now. I think I was 16 years old. Isla and I both have our hands up to make a point. Every day you would talk about what was going on in the community. You would read an article from the Panther paper. Or you might read from The Wretched of the Earth or Soul on Ice, or the Red Book. Some political education classes would be from the New York Times. We would read articles and point out the contradictions in those articles. People learned how to read in political education classes. People learned public speaking. People got confidence. People got critical thinking. That was probably the most important thing. Some of our best classes were about the 10-point program. We would talk about one of the 10 points, was it being realized, and what you could do to put it into effect. Jamal Joseph, this page is Anthony Kimu White and me in Harlem, standing near the Panther office. Kimu was the officer of the day. Not long before, Kimu had gotten out of Green Haven prison. I was out on bail. 6 months later I was back in prison, maybe for life, and Kimu was dead. Kimu went back to prison, escaped from the Tombs jail in Lower Manhattan, got into a shootout with cops in Brooklyn. Him and another Panther named Woody Green. They were killed. The look in our eyes is what I call the blood in your eye look, from George Jackson. It was that look you had when you were barely getting sleep, when anything could happen at any moment. When you got up knowing you were going to go to the breakfast program and sell Panther newspapers and do some community work, whether you were organizing a building that was on rent strike or working with healthcare workers that were striking, or welfare moms, or street gangs, or community patrols to make sure the community was safe, doing security at the Panther office, or at a Panther pad. You took turns staying up, because the cops were killing Panthers in their sleep. There was always some kind of crisis. A Panther would be arrested. Someone's bathroom ceiling would collapse. Somebody would be fighting outside a bar. People in the community wouldn't call the cops to break up that fight, they'd come and get Panthers, because the Panthers would actually break the fight up instead of killing the guys or locking them up for fighting. Someone would come in with medical issues, a rat bite. A mother would come in carrying a child who was 5 or 6 years old who was having a sickle cell crisis, who had just been turned away from a hospital emergency room. Someone would come in without heat. You lived in the space between life, love, and death. At any moment any one of those things could happen. You woke up that morning thinking, this probably will be the day that I get killed or go to jail. We had a rule, you had to call in every 2 hours. We were getting arrested, shot, we said, vamped on. We could not travel alone. We went in pairs and groups. There were raids on Panther offices all over the country. It kind of surprised me each night as I lay my head on the pillow that it didn't happen. So that's the look that Kimu and I had in our eyes, exhaustion, but at the same time exhilaration. You knew you were part of something important. You knew that we were at war, a non-traditional war, a war against poverty, a war against ignorance, a war against the police state, a war to organize your people. A war to get people out of self-hate and depression, the colonial mentality. A war to keep believing in yourself and believing in your comrades even as the ranks were getting decimated. George Jackson. Angela Davis. 45 years after his death, George Jackson remains one of our most powerful symbols of resistance to state violence. Over the last 20 years or so, we have witnessed the development of increasingly popular campaigns against over-incarceration and police violence, neither of which would have been conceivable without his contributions. George helped us to recognize the fact that in the United States, the institution of the prison was not primarily designed to ensure the security of people in the world outside, but was, rather, an apparatus of racist repression. Thanks to George, we expanded the meaning of the term political prisoner to include the vast numbers of sisters and brothers who had been politicized during their time in prison and who therefore, during the era of indeterminate sentencing, ended up doing maximum rather than minimum sentences. George Jackson's sentence was 1 year to life. He was killed 10 years after the expiration of his minimum sentence. He spent all of his adult life behind bars. In the second decade of the 21st century, when the United States can claim 25% of the planet's imprisoned population, including 1/3 of all women inside, it seems that everyone, including conservative politicians, is rushing to condemn mass incarceration. However, those of us who call ourselves abolitionists understand that to solve the problem of over-incarceration, we will have to bring revolutionary change to the entire society. That solutions to the prison crisis cannot be discovered simply by focusing myopically on the prison is a fundamental insight that can be attributed to George Jackson and other people behind bars. In remembering George, we thus also recognize the vital legacy of all prison intellectuals. Stephen Shames. George Jackson came into the Black Panther Party after meeting Huey in prison. His prison letters were turned into 2 best-selling books, Soledad Brother and Blood in My Eye, that were influential on the left. Jackson had been arrested in 1961 at the age of 17 for a robbery in which $70 was taken. He was in San Quentin State Prison 10 years later when I visited him to take his photograph for a magazine article this page. George asked me, Are you a revolutionary? Yes. You'd die for the revolution. I guess so. He looked me right in the eye, friendly but knowingly. Yes, but would you kill for the revolution? There was nothing to say. In that short Socratic exchange, George had revealed it all. George Jackson was killed during an escape attempt from San Quentin on August 21, 1971, in which 5 hostages were killed. He was in possession of a pistol that had been smuggled into the prison. The source of the gun was never found. Bobby Seale, in the early days of the party, Landon Williams, one of our field marshals, says, "Chairman, we can buy guns across the counter over in Nevada." I said, "Oh, you can?" He says, "Yeah, everywhere, in pawn shops, what have you. There's all kinds of shops." I say, "Oh, okay. Good." So I gave him $1,000 out of some money that Marlon Brando was sending me, and Landon gets some 9mm Astra pistols, rifles, a couple of World War II, Type M1S, and then they had some M1 carbines, which is Korean War, type stuff. The guns were stashed in the ceiling of a house that was being rented. I told Landon, "Keep a list of the serial numbers." Earlier that year the cops had arrested me. They ransacked my house and took my Army .45. I knew this thing had a serial number on it. When we got in the preliminary hearing in the courtroom, you know what they said? "We're charging Bobby Seale with altering the serial number on this Army .45 that we confiscated out of his house. It's a felony." They had ground the serial number off. The police had done that. Judge Lionel Wilson threw it out of court and told the cops, "You didn't have reasonable cause to be coming in Bobby Seale's house at 2:30 a.m. There was no disturbance. You had no reasonable cause. That's why the next time we get some guns, I say, get the serial numbers." A month or so later I'm on an airplane flying into the East Coast, and when we land we find out that a robbery has occurred in Oakland. A provocateur had coaxed some party members to rob a bar in East Oakland in the middle of the day. Why do I say a provocateur set it up? Because when they come out, the police were around the corner waiting for them. A big crosstown chase occurred, 2 cars going in all kinds of different directions. One of the cars got away, but 3 guys in the other car got arrested. One of them told the police where they got the guns, so the police raid the house where these 9mm Astras are stashed. I gave these serial numbers to my lawyer, Charles Gary. "What are we doing that for, Chairman?" I said, "Because, man, those guns are now in the hands of the cops, and who knows where they'll turn up next." Years later Gary tracked me down in New York. He says, "The list of serial numbers somehow, the George Jackson gun, the serial number was supposedly ground off. But a serial number, it's something that digs in the metal, and even if you grind off the surface part, there's some degree of imprint left." Charles Gary was trying to match what was left to one of the 9mm Astras that was confiscated. Remember, this was in 1968 that those guns were confiscated. George Jackson is killed in 1971. Charles was trying to show that George Jackson's gun came from the police, and therefore they're all part and parcel of a plot to kill and murder George Jackson. He matched 2 numbers from the list with the gun that George Jackson had. Only 2 numbers. Bobby Seale, before we started the Black Panther Party, Huey and I were together at a black student meeting at the University of California, and Ron Dellums this page was there. "We think that we need to patrol the police. You know, observe the police." And people say, "What?" Huey was saying, "Well, I'm in law school, and we can do it legally, and we need to patrol them with guns. Observe the police." And of course people say, "Well, I don't know about guns." Guns. Huey says, "Well, I understand that." I say, "I understand it too, that you're skeptical of the guns, but it's legal." Huey's researched this stuff. "Well, we need peaceful protest." We said, peaceful protesters are getting beaten, shot, and killed. I say, maybe you need some kind of defense group protecting the peaceful protesters. That's one of the suggestions Huey and I made in that meeting. Then we're able to let the police know that if you attack these peaceful protesters, we're going to defend them. We got the idea from the Deacons for Defense. You are beating up peaceful protesters in the South, and shooting and killing them, so we're the Deacons for Defense and we're here to defend them. So you won't be beating up these peaceful demonstrators. We really got that from Deacons for Defense. So the meeting finally was over, and as we were walking down, Ron Dellums is coming out. Remember, Ron Dellums has not been elected to the city council. He's not even a politician yet, but he's got a master's degree. Ron said, "Hey, Bobby, Huey, wait a minute, you guys. Wait a minute." He caught up with us. "Damn. You're talking about really patrolling the police?" I say, "Yeah, man. It's a legal thing we're doing." He says, "Wow, you know, I'm getting ready to try to run for the city council of Berkeley here." I say, "You're going to run for city council for Berkeley?" He says, "Yeah, but maybe I need to come out with you guys. You say it's legal to patrol and observe the police." I say, "No. You need to run, man. We have very few black politicians all across the country. You're against the war and every goddamn thing? You should run." He said, "But why shouldn't I be with you? I was in the Marines. You run for political office, and we'll just work together." That's when Ron and I first met. Ron was a very powerful congressman. Remember, my strategy was we need politicians. Our people have to be elected. Erica Huggins, my daughter and Huey's daughter grew up as girls together. My daughter was at Huey's house when Huey got the phone call that George was killed. And she said, "Mommy, he almost fainted. It just took him out." I know he blamed himself, because he told me. Every death he took to heart. And then, paradoxically, he caused a lot of harm. But in his heart he also thought about all the families and all the people who lost their loved ones. Emory Douglas, in the earlier days being in the party, Bobby Seale asked me to be a pallbearer at Bobby Hutton's funeral. So I was there as one of the pallbearers, and also for George Jackson's funeral. I never really met George, because I was always working on the paper. The party had a specific group of Panthers who were assigned to work with the San Quentin Six, and specifically with George Jackson. Thousands of people came out to George Jackson's funeral, to pay tribute to what he represented. There were blocks and blocks of people, some up on rooftops, some out of windows, as far as you could see. George Jackson was very important to the movement, because of his courage and the insightful books he authored. Starting with his first book, The Love Letters Between Him and Angela Davis, thereafter the world became aware of who George Jackson was. George organized the first chapter of the Black Panther Party inside prison. Bobby Seale, George Jackson's mother, blamed the Black Panther Party when he got killed. I went over there to give condolence to her, and she tried to shoot me with a little small Saturday night special. When we got there I said, "Mrs. Jackson, we come here to give condolence." She walked away from me, and she went in the kitchen. So I sit down, and somebody says, "She's broke up." I said, "Maybe we should leave." Next thing I know, a minute or so later, she came out of the kitchen. "You killed him. You got my boy killed." She had a pistol. I said, "Oh, Mrs. Jackson. Mama, Mama." Someone grabbed her and pushed the gun up, and shook, it went off into the ceiling. Party members said, "Bobby, you got to get out of here." I said, "I guess so." I say, "Shit." I saw her 2 days later, after the funeral, at Huey's apartment. Huey called me up, says, "Come up. Mrs. Jackson wants to apologize." When I came up, you know what was happening. George Jackson had signed his book, Blood in My Eye, over to Huey's Stronghold Corporation. And then Huey is making a deal with her, where she will receive half of all royalties. She says, "Well, I'm sorry." I say, "Okay, ma'am. I'm sorry myself." Bobby Seale, big man previous spread, was the first one to join at Merritt College. We had a meeting on the Merritt College campus, and he joined us straight down. Big man is a special person. He dedicated his all. He served as Deputy Minister of Information and was a member of the Central Committee. As the Black Panther Party grew in numbers, the programs grew in depth, and Big Man worked on many projects. He was responsible for a free medical clinic for sickle cell anemia and a work-study program for parolees at the college. Big Man was the first editor of the Black Panther Party newspaper and the party's international spokesperson. He traveled and lectured on the conditions and treatment of African Americans and other minorities in America and helped build solidarity committees in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean. Billy X. Jennings, Huey may be the Minister of Defense or what you call him, but to his mom he is just Huey. His mom told me, he may be the servant 25 to you, but he is Huey to me. I'm the boss around this house. Huey's mom would give him shit if he did something wrong or said something she did not like. Erica Huggins, Huey told me one time, "Dear, you know, I want to tell you that I didn't know this thing would get this big. And now I'm responsible for hundreds of people's lives. When Bobby and I created this, I didn't know that this would be the outcome. I don't know if I can continue to do it." He would say that often and in private. Bobby Seale, Panther headquarters Overleaf is in West Oakland, on Peralta Street 1048 Peralta. You go down 3 blocks, you're at 7th Street. You go down 2 blocks on 7th Street, that's the nightlife district where Huey and I first patrolled the police. That night when Huey told them that we'll observe you, whether you like it or not. I had given a directive that I wanted to get the headquarters of the Black Panther Party off the main business district street. I wanted it deep in the community where people's houses and homes are. You want to be really attached to the community, and live in the community with the people around you. That's why the office was moved to this old Victorian house. You're in the African American Black Ghetto community, in West Oakland, California. Erica Huggins, that's Mojo Maurice Powell, and that's Mojo's dog. He traveled with Mojo in his Red Ryder. That's what Mojo called his truck, the Red Ryder. Mojo would come to the Intercommunal Youth Institute. The children were okay about the dog, but Dobermans are hyper. One day this tiny kid went toward the dog like to pet it, and I jumped in front of the kid, and the Doberman leaped up here and I moved my face and he bit my lip. Then Mojo said, "Comrade sister, it's okay. I'm taking the dog." Mojo was so outdone that the dog would attack a child, and then attack me, that he took him away and killed him. It was such a sad moment. I didn't want the dog to die. Huey Newton. Erica Huggins, Huey was very, very aware of everything all at once. He was so tuned into everything. His mind worked at 90 miles an hour. You had to really listen to Huey to get the point he was making, cause his mind was moving so fast. Huey could take in whatever was going on in a room, the situation, and he was hyper-aware. That was great because it allowed him sometimes to say, "You go over there and talk to that person." He could walk into a room and you could see him almost bouncing on his feet because all the energy coming from every direction would be tangible for him. Huey had a sense of the importance of spiritual practice. He didn't talk about it a lot, but he did have it. He was very out of the box, and I liked that because I was too. So was Bobby for that matter. Eldridge Cleaver, Bobby Seale tugged at Huey's shirt sleeve. "Come on, Huey, let's get out of here." Huey and Bobby started up the sidewalk toward their car. The cops stood there on the point, poised as though ready to start shooting at a given signal. "Don't turn your backs on these back-shooting dogs," Huey called out to Bobby and the other 3 Panthers. By this time the other Panthers with Sister Betty and Jamal had gotten into cars and melted into the traffic jam. Only these 5 were still at the scene. At that moment a big, beefy cop stepped forward. He undid the little strap holding his pistol in his holster and started shouting at Huey, "Don't point that gun at me. Stop pointing that gun at me." He kept making gestures as though he was going for his gun. This was the most tense of moments. Huey stopped in his tracks and stared at the cop. "Let's split, Huey. Let's split," Bobby Seale was saying. Ignoring him, Huey walked to within a few feet of the cop and said, "What's the matter, you got an itchy finger?" The cop made no reply. "You want to draw your gun?" Huey asked him. The other cops were calling out for this cop to cool it, to take it easy, but he didn't seem to be able to hear them. He was staring into Huey's eyes, measuring him. "Okay," Huey said. "You big fat racist pig, draw your gun." The cop made no move. "Draw it, you cowardly dog." Huey pumped around into the chamber of the shotgun. "I'm waiting," he said, and stood there waiting for the cop to draw. All the other cops moved back out of the line of fire. I moved back, too. I was thinking, staring at Huey surrounded by all those cops and daring one of them to draw, "Goddamn, that nigger is crazy." Then the cop facing Huey gave it up. He heaved a heavy sigh and lowered his head. Huey literally laughed in his face and then went off up the street at a jaunty pace, disappearing in a blaze of dazzling sunlight. "Work out, soul brother," I was shouting to myself. "You're the baddest motherfucker I've ever seen." The quality in Huey P. Newton's character that I had seen that morning, and that I was to see demonstrated over and over again after I joined the Black Panther Party, was courage. I speak of that revolutionary courage it takes to pick up a gun with which to oppose the oppressor of one's people. 26. Erica Huggins. My first memory of Huey was the day he walked into the New Haven County Courthouse to support Bobby and me. Bobby was so happy that day. And I was in awe. You could hear a hush in the courtroom from everybody, including the police. He couldn't come over to the defendant area, of course, because it was barricaded by a gate, but he stood for a moment to make eye contact and say hello and to raise his fist in a power to the people salute. He sat through the boring proceeding. That was my first memory of him. That he would fly all the way from California to be in support of Bobby and me. When I got out of prison in 1971, I did not go back to Los Angeles. There was nothing to go back to for me. The party asked me to come to Oakland. I went to this big communal house on Santa Rosa Avenue when I got out of prison. Huey came to visit me the next morning in the kitchen. I'll never forget this. This is the context for the conversation we had. I had taught myself to meditate in prison. As a matter of fact, that's how I stayed sane. Somehow there were people who thought, meditation, that's crazy shit. What's wrong with Erica, has she lost her mind? You remember the dogmatic crap people would say. The dogmatic thinking that a revolutionary does this, a revolutionary doesn't do that. It was all around us. So that morning Huey wanted to meet with me in the kitchen. He said, "Comrade, I'm so glad you're not in prison anymore. How did you get through that experience?" I told him I meditated, especially when I was in solitary. He told me that was how he got through solitary and his time in the hole. The only thing that kept him sane was to notice his breathing and to sit still. He kept saying, "That's good, comrade. That's good." Then we talked a while about my experiences in prison and this and that, and I could tell he was done. He got up real quick and he said, "Comrade, we won't be expelling you from the Black Panther Party." I said, "What?" I was in shock. I didn't have words for how I was feeling. It was like my mind went on tilt. And he said, "Yeah, I was told you'd gone crazy in prison. I just wanted to see for myself." "You're not crazy." That was my first conversation with him. Incredible. At that moment I knew that this was a person who wasn't locked into a particular way that a human being has to be if they are also a revolutionary. In other words, that he looked at revolution from the inside out. I felt like I was in the right place with the right people. Erica Huggins, Huey was shy. Bobby was the exact opposite, he was gregarious. He could be mellow with people. He was very kind. The breakup with Huey broke Bobby's heart. By the time Huey did what he did the same thing to David, he did the same thing to me. He did the same thing to Elaine. He was not well in those last years. Huey had a chemical dependency. Bobby Seale, there's no more shootouts, there are no more battles. I'm out of jail, and he's out of jail. Then Huey's on these drugs. Oh my God. He's running around calling himself the Supreme Commander. On August 22, 1989, my friend and old comrade Huey was shot dead. Huey had not fallen victim to the many police guns and bullets, nor the prison death houses we both had faced. Huey P. Newton was killed by a young drug dealer. I am troubled that Huey P. Newton, who struggled against all odds in the 1960s and 1970s, could get caught up in the vicious cycle of violence and community self-destruction. Huey Newton hugs Elaine Brown at his house shortly after his release from prison on August 5, 1970, Berkeley. Bobby Seale, Huey got into Bob Dylan relative to that hippie protest movement framework. In that period before he went to jail, before I went to jail, we laid out the Black Panther Party newspaper at Beverly Axelrod's house. She's 2 blocks up from the Haight-Ashbury. She's the lawyer. She told Eldridge, you can use the house, do what you want to do. And that's what we did. While we were doing the paper, the record player off and on played Ballad of a Thin Man several times. Huey's listening to the song, and he says, oh, he's talking about. So Huey's dealing with all the symbols in the song that Bob Dylan had done, and somehow or other I guess between Eldridge and somebody hearing Huey talk about that so much they wrote an article about Huey's critique of this particular piece of music. It became popular among us. Stephen Shames, in the Bay Area, for a few years after 1965 at least, middle-class cultural norms were shattered. The counterculture stressed love and freedom. People wanted to be open to new experiences, so everyone listened to everyone else's music and their ideas. Races mixed more freely than ever before or since. Politics crossed racial and cultural boundaries. Anything and everything seemed possible. Erica Huggins, I loved when Huey laughed like that. He would crack himself up. Stephen Shames, between August 19, 1969, when he was arrested in Berkeley, and May 25, 1971, when a New Haven judge dismissed his case, Bobby Seale spent 21 months in prison fighting 2 separate charges, conspiracy and incitement to riot at the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago and, with Erica Huggins, conspiracy to murder in New Haven. I hitchhiked to Chicago for the convention. I took photographs for Ramparts and for the underground press. On August 28, 1968, I saw Bobby Seale and David Hilliard speak to a crowd of 5,000 across the street from the Democratic National Convention. The previous day, Seale had spoken to a rally in Lincoln Park and talked of the need for black men to arm themselves in protection against the police, whom he repeatedly referred to as the pigs. The Black Panthers had not participated in the planning for the Chicago demonstrations, but Seale made a trip to deliver these 2 speeches, which led to his indictment with 7 others. The inclusion of Seale in the conspiracy indictment perplexed many people, including the other defendants, some of whom had not met him when the trial began, but it came at a time of numerous prosecutions of Black Panther Party members in different parts of the country and extensive FBI surveillance of the party members. Shortly before the start of the Chicago conspiracy trial, Seale and other members of the party were indicted in Connecticut on charges of conspiracy to murder a suspected police informant. Because of the Connecticut indictment, Seale was the only defendant held in jail during the length of his time in the Chicago conspiracy trial. Bobby Seale, Eldridge Cleaver was still working for Ramparts magazine in 1968. He says, "Look, these guys, Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman, they want me to go to Chicago, and my parole officer won't let me leave the state of California. Take my place." I said, "Okay." I flew out to Chicago. The rioting, the police beating up the protesters, was already going on. It was already on television. I went with 2 party members, and when we arrived a contingent of 20 Chicago Panthers picked me up at the airport to bring me to the MOBE National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam office. When we got there that evening, Jerry Rubin and Dave Dellinger walked us across the street to Lincoln Park. There were the protesters sitting down on the grass in a giant circle. You're talking a couple of 100 feet across, all the way around. Beyond that were cops and detectives all the way around. All the way around. Jerry Rubin spoke for 5 or 6 minutes, somebody else spoke, and then they introduced me. I told them, "We in the Black Panther Party believe in the right to self-defense. Now, power is the ability to define phenomena and then in turn make it act in a desired manner." Then I went on to say with that little hand-carried megaphone thing, "I can define the phenomena and you can define the phenomena of these racist police beating on you, stopping you from exercising your First Amendment right to peacefully redress your grievances. Now if they come up here with their billy clubs and start beating on you, you have to try to reach up, grab that goddamn billy club, and when you got that billy club in your hand, then you can make that policeman act in a desired manner. You got to make this whole racist, decadent power structure act in a desired manner." That was just what my speech was about. It was a short speech, it couldn't have been but 10, 11 minutes. When I finished speaking, I went to the Black Panther Party headquarters in the black community. The next day I'm scheduled to speak in Grant Park at 2 o'clock. The area where I'm speaking is across the big, wide main street from the Hilton Hotel. The Hilton Hotel is loaded with delegates for the convention. Now, where I'm speaking is a little stage, it's 100 feet back from the public sidewalk. So I've got 200 or 300 people standing here. Half the people standing there listening to me are in suits and ties. They must be delegates. I spoke for 10, 15 minutes. Then we went to the airport, and I jump on an airplane and it flies back to Oakland, California. Later I'm charged with using interstate transportation with the intent to cross state lines to incite a riot at the Chicago Democratic Convention. When I find out that I'm indicted for this, months later, I'm in Helsinki, Finland, on a 12-day speaking tour. I cut my trip short by 2 days. A week or so later Charles Gary and I flew into Chicago, and I was arraigned in court. You know, to say, not guilty, and all that kind of stuff. Then the Connecticut indictment comes down. Around May 20, 1969, George Sams murders Alex Rackley in New Haven. According to the trial transcript, Sams took Rackley up to Connecticut from the New York office. Immediately when he got to the Connecticut Black Panther Party office, he tied Rackley up in a chair and started beating him up, trying to make him admit that he's some kind of police. Then he waved a pistol at Erica Huggins and made her boil some water, then he had some other person bring the water, and Sam scalded and tortured Rackley. Later he took Rackley out to a swamp and had him killed. Now that's the setup. The day after the murder, I went to New Haven to speak at Yale University. I spoke, I went back to Erica Huggins's apartment, I went to sleep. I was very tired. I got up at 5 or 6 in the morning, drove to Kennedy Airport, and flew back to Oakland, California. What happens here? I'm already out on bail for the Chicago trial, okay. Before the Chicago trial gets started, come August 1969, I'm arrested in Berkeley, California, 2 or 3 blocks from headquarters, for flight to avoid prosecution. By the FBI. They definitely chose me. He runs the Black Panther Party. Nixon wanted to get rid of me, put him on trial, put him in jail, in prison. We had a whole caravan, 'cause it was Ray Masai Hewitt's wedding. It was a caravan of Panthers and people, all my white left radical buddies and friends were there. It was a caravan of cars coming from the church in Berkeley, headed to the Black Panther Party headquarters office. But they stopped us at the corner of Ashby and Shattuck Avenues. They stopped all the cars and made everybody get out of the cars. Berkeley police with shotguns and making everybody get out of their cars. I'm in the head car, and one FBI car stops here and then another one stops here, and they've got shotguns. Out of the car. They arrest me and put me in another car. The radio says, yeah, move now with Seale. Move with Seale. They let everybody else go. So I'm in jail without bail in San Francisco, waiting to go to trial in Chicago. When they take me to Chicago for trial, I'm still in jail without bail on the Connecticut charges. So it's a twofold thing with me to protest inside the courtroom. The other 7 defendants were not in jail without bail. They won't even give me bail. This is why I'm a political prisoner. I'm getting railroaded. This is the pig power structure, as far as I'm concerned, who are doing everything they can to get rid of me. I am the leader of the Black Panther Party. We've got all of this positive publicity, all these programs, the breakfast programs, the health clinics. The organization has spread across the country, and these sons of guns are trying to shut it down. When we get to the courtroom, I ask Leonard Weinglass, with William Kunstler, the attorney for the other defendants, to tell the judge that my lawyer is Charles Gary. He's in the hospital for a gallbladder operation. I want to make a motion to defend myself. Tell that judge that I want to make a phone call to my lawyer, Charles R. Gary. So that night when I get back to the Cook County Jail, the warden of the jail comes and gets me out of my cell, brings me all the way up to his office with its big old desk, and he said to me, "Now, this is the phone number to your lawyer, he's in the hospital. You can call him." I called Charles Gary and I said, "Well, I want to defend myself. I want to make a motion to defend myself." Charles Gary says, "You have the right to defend yourself." I got the warden to give me some legal pads and some carbon copies. I wanted 3 or 4 copies. Charles Gary dictates the motion to me on the phone. I sat there and wrote a full-page motion in longhand. The next morning they take me all the way from the Cook County Jail to the federal building. We go up the elevators. They bring you out in the holding tanks for people going to various courts. Every courtroom has its own personal lockup for the defendants who are going to be going into that specific courtroom. Then, when the court gets ready to start, just before the judge comes in, they let me out. I walk to the clerk and hand him my motion, then I go and I sit down. When the court is in session, the clerk says, "Motion here from Bobby Seale for legal representation." So I get up and walk to the lectern. I read my motion. And he says, "It's denied." Denied. I said, "Well, wait a minute, Your Honor, this is the 6th Amendment to the Constitution. It is denied. You have a lawyer." I said, "He's not my lawyer. He's not my lawyer." I say, "Charles Gary was here when I was arraigned 3 months ago, and you know he's my lawyer. And we sent a motion in here for you to postpone this trial or put it over for 2 or 3 weeks, and you denied that. Well, it is denied. Sit down, Mr. Seale." I say, "No, no, no, no. You're not going to be able to deny my motion. You're denying the 6th Amendment. You're sitting up there, you've got George Washington and somebody else up on the wall, and both of them were slave owners. Sit." So I go to sit down, and the judge, he looks like Mr. Mago, little, bald-headed, and with the glasses, he says, "Never before has a defendant assailed the bench in the manner a Negro." I say, "I'm not a Negro." "A Negro," I say, "I am not a Negro, I'm African American, I'm Black American, anything that has a positive connotation, that's what I am, but I am not a Negro and I'm not a Nigra or none of that other crap." I get a contempt charge for that, of course. And that set off everything. Finally the trial starts. Couple of days, I don't say anything, and then one of the witnesses up there says, "And Bobby Seale." I say, "I object. I object. My lawyer is not in the courtroom, my lawyer is in the hospital in San Francisco, and they're making testimony and trying me here without my legal counsel, without my legal representation. Mr. Seale, you have a lawyer, Mr. Kunstler." I said, "Mr. Kunstler is not my lawyer. When I was arraigned in the court, and said, 'Not guilty,' my lawyer was here and his name was Charles R. Gary, and we sent a motion in here for you to postpone this trial until Charles R. Gary could get well so he could be here. Sit down, Mr. Seale. Then you've got the marshals coming up and standing around me. Sit down, Mr. Seale. I say, no. You are in violation of the people's constitutional rights in this country. Day after day when they mention my name in that courtroom, I jump up and say, I object. Nothing goes in the court record about my objection. I don't have grounds for an appeal. But I'm going to object every goddamn time that you denied me my right to defend myself in the courtroom, and my lawyer is not here in the courtroom. And this is what I did, for 7 fucking weeks, and that's what they call outbursts. I wound up with 16 counts of contempt. I told the judge, "You're in contempt of the American people. Judge Hoffman, you're in contempt of the American people." Finally I'm handcuffed and leg cuffed to a folding chair. "Mr. Seale, will you indicate to the court, by shaking your head up and down and saying yes, you will not interrupt this courtroom again?" And all they had were 3 or 4 pieces of tape across my mouth. I want my constitutional right. I have a right to defend myself in this courtroom. I want my constitutional right. Now remember, this is a metal chair with metal cuffs. So I'm going, clang. Clang 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 clang. I want my constitutional right to defend myself. Send the jury out. Jury members are crying. I mean, it's awful. This is a spectacle of me being chained, shackled, and gagged in the courtroom, and I'm howling, I want my constitutional rights. That's the first day of gagging. The next day they don't have the metal chair, they have a big, heavy, mahogany armchair. They don't have the handcuffs. You know what they've got? Hospital straps. And they tighten them up. Oh yes, and they have them for my legs, wrap them around my legs and the legs of the chair, and also wrap around my arms and the arms of the chair. And then they put a gag going through my mouth and then going back up over my head. That was the second day's gag, and that didn't last for 20 minutes in the courtroom. The third day they chained, shackled, and gagged me. They bundled my head up to where you could only see my eyes and my nose. That's all you could see. These guys took white ace bandages and wrapped me up tight. They would pull those things tight. You pull an ace bandage tight, and if you move, it gets tighter. They have 2, 3 pads of gauze that went around here and wrapped me up, man, all around. Remember, my arms and legs are strapped down. I'm in a state of getting ready to be tortured. Took 3 of these guys with this big, heavy chair and me in it to pick me up and bring me into the courtroom. I'm not at the defense table anymore. I'm sitting on the side. I'm over here, against the wall. As fast as they sit me down, Kunstler is up out of his seat. "Your Honor, this is medieval torture. Mr. Bobby Seale is you're torturing him." And Weinglass is talking, and the prosecution, it's got 2 prosecutors, Tom Foran and Dick Schultz, and sometimes both of them trying to say something at the same time. You can't do this. So I struggle with my right hand, and I turn it over under the strap, and now I'm trying to bend down. You remember, I'm strapped. It's hard to bend down. I'm doing like this cause I want to get my fingers where I can pull that gag out my mouth. That's what I want to do, but I can't do it. So Goliath, this big, 6'2", bald, light-complected black deputy U.S. Marshal who looks like those caricatures of a mean Russian looks around and sees that, he takes my hand and turns it over, and boom. Knocks my head. Jerry Rubin says, "You see him? He hit Bobby Seale. He hit him for nothing. It's a circus now, all right?" Kunstler said, "Bobby Seale needs help right now. But the problem with Judge Julius Hoffman, he's gonna get up and argue with you. See, he gets into it. It's your fault that your defendants, he's telling the counselor, are acting the way they do." Again I turn my hand up, and then the judge said, "If he needs help, then the marshals can take him out and help him." And he continues to argue with Kunstler. Goliath and they decide to pick the chair up, and so Nummy and Slim, the other marshals, are on the back part of the chair, Goliath is picking up the front part of the chair, and then I turn my hand over again. Goliath lets go of the one leg of the chair to turn this hand over, and it causes them to lose balance, cause they're only a foot off the floor. And Goliath says, "Now, pick it up, pick it up. Pick it up all the way so we can just carry it over to the lockup." They picked the chair up real high. Oh yeah. Some of the other marshals are telling Tom Hayden and other people to sit down, get back in your seats. One of them pushed Jerry Rubin into his seat, and Jerry Rubin got back up. He's torturing and he's pointing at Goliath. He's torturing Bobby Seale. He's torturing Bobby. Abby Hoffman gets out of his chair. So they've got this chair real high now, and I turn my hand over and I'm going like this here, and Goliath sees this shit, and then he lets go again to turn my hand down, and then he elbows me, and he's only got one hand on one leg down here, and the two guys in back start losing balance. They kind of spin around, and they're stumbling back. You have to remember I'm in this chair, and I turn my hand up again like this here. Goliath turns it back again. So now they're losing balance, and they can't hold the chair. Where is the chair headed for now? Those two rows of artists in those folding metal chairs. These guys are stumbling, and suddenly the artists are diving to try to get out of the way of this oncoming chair with me in the motherfucker, and it crashes into the folding metal chairs, knocking the chairs to the side, down to the floor. And I'm down on my back in the chair. "You hit me in my balls, motherfucker." I'm talking to Goliath, because when that chair went down his whole elbow and his body came down and hit me right in the goddamn testicles. Right in the testicles. "You hit me in my balls, motherfucker." Well, the courtroom was silent. You have to imagine, this courtroom is full, man. You've got all the hippies and the Panthers and the young lords and the people over here. Over here are all the straight people. Every seat is taken up. And then the audience gets in an uproar when I holler out, "Oh, this is fascism." Kunstler is saying what he's saying, and the court recorder can't even record this shit right. After that, court was recessed. We didn't come back to court till Monday. Was no gagging, nothing. I just went in the courtroom, sat down. FBI agent got to talking, I just let him talk. When the prosecutor mentioned my name, let him talk, let him talk, let him talk. Then Judge Julius Hoffman says, "Are there any lawyers who would like to cross-examine the witness? Perhaps Mr. Foran?" "No, Mr. Kunstler?" "Mr. Weinglass?" "No," and I say, "Well, I want to cross-examine the witness." I got up out of my chair and walked to the lectern. "Sit down." "No, I'm going to cross-examine the witness. He mentioned my name." I said, "Hey, man, tell me something. What were you doing following me in the San Francisco airport in the first goddamn place? You do not have to answer that question." I said, "No, answer the goddamn question, man. Come on, tell me, why were you trying to send the jury out?" "I tell you, man, it was something else." Then the judge recessed the court. When they brought it back together again that afternoon, he severed me from the trial, read off 16 counts of contempt, and sentenced me to 3 months per contempt, to be served consecutively, and not concurrently. Which meant he was sentencing me to 4 years in federal prison. Remember, I'm already in jail without bail and I have to go to trial in Connecticut. Stephen Shames, I was in New Haven on May 1, 1970 when 15,000 demonstrators rallied to free Bobby and Erica. The crowd was mixed, African Americans and whites, including many students and professors from Yale. Abby Hoffman, Dave Dellinger, Jerry Rubin, Tom Hayden, John Frohens, and Allen Ginsberg were there, along with Panthers David Hilliard and Albert Big Man Howard. There was wide support for Bobby and Erica and skepticism that they could receive a fair trial. Albert Big Man Howard, intellectuals from the university, students and teachers supported us. Some people in New Haven did not want to associate too closely with us. On the other hand, we implemented our programs. We had a breakfast program, a community health program. That was key. It surrounded all the turmoil of the trial. Kingman Brewster Jr., then president of Yale University, I personally want to say that I'm appalled and ashamed that things should have come to such a pass, that I am skeptical of the ability of black revolutionaries to achieve a fair trial anywhere in the U.S. 27. William Sloane Coffin, then Yale University chaplain, all of us conspired to bring on this tragedy law enforcement agencies by their illegal acts against the Panthers, and the rest of us by our immoral silence in front of these acts. 28. Bobby Seale, Father Eugene Boyle and the Reverend Earl Neal testified for me in my trial. Father Boyle says, Bobby Seale is a very peaceful man. Anybody who feeds people and has health programs is all about peace. And yeah, they defend themselves. A lot of their defense is about organizing their people for self-defense, rather than with guns. This is Father Boyle saying this. Reverend Neal said, well, Jesus Christ fed a few thousand people with a few fish and a few loaves of bread. But I have to honestly say, I've seen Bobby Seale feed 50,000 people. One juror, we didn't know she was Catholic, okay. She had a mean face and an attitude. I told Charles Gary, she's a racist. I bet she's a racist, man. That shows how you can read people wrong, right? So, the Reverend Earl Neal comes in, and I watched her. She straightened up. She's listening to Reverend Neal. Stephen Shames, after the jury deadlocked in late May 1971, Judge Harold Mulvey dismissed all charges against Seale and Huggins. I find it impossible to believe that an unbiased jury could be selected without superhuman efforts, he said. 29. Bobby Seale, after the trial was over, 2 months after that, we invited all the jury members out to California, paid a week's hotel for them. 8 of the jury members came out. And Ernie Cavanaugh, who is a guard. I can tell you, he was a very good friend of mine while I was in jail. Naturally, the party members interviewed them about the trial. What one of the jurors says is, the lady Mr. Seale thought was a racist, she walked in there and sat down at the jury table, and she banged her hand on the table, and she said, he's not guilty. He's not guilty. You can say what you want, I'm saying he's not guilty. Erica Huggins, I was on trial with Bobby. I got to know his heart. I sat next to him every day. I was in jail for 2 years 14 months awaiting trial, the trial took 6 months. The jury selection took 3 months because people were so biased. It was just amazing. Charles Gary was a master of jury selection, voir dire. He changed the face of that trial. The funny story I can remember is when this farmer with a crew cut, from Bridgeport, Connecticut, was being interviewed. He had on an open collar, short-sleeve shirt. He was very polite to the judge and the lawyers. He never once looked at us. Then Charlie rose to question him, so let's call him Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, can you take the judge's instruction that my defendants here, Ms. Huggins and Mr. Seale, are innocent until proven guilty? And he said, I can. Charlie asked, so you know they are members of the Black Panther Party? Mr. Johnson said, "Yes, I do. So what do you think of that? Can you be a fair and impartial juror?" And Mr. Johnson said, "Well, I guess they are just the same as any other motorcycle gang." The judge and everyone in the whole courtroom, which was filled with community activists every day, all of us were screaming in laughter. Mr. Johnson had no idea what he had said. The judge was so frustrated. He said, "Get him out of here." "Thank you. Just get him out of here." Oh my God, it was like that. America was on trial. Albert Big Man Howard, the only time I got to see Bobby was when the lawyers went to see him. Bobby had ideas about community housing. Charles Gary brought him drafting materials. Bobby drew community housing. His mind was really intact. I still remember the drafts he drew up for community housing projects. Erica Huggins, Bobby and I tried to laugh a lot. But it was hard. Being locked up for 2 years was not easy for anyone. I think it was particularly isolating for Bobby. It was a difficult time for him. It was a difficult time for me because I was separated from my daughter. But we supported one another. And we had a team of incredible lawyers. Bobby and I remained friends, not that we see each other regularly, but we remained friends. Bobby Seale, when the judge cut us loose from the trial, I had to wait 4 days before I could be released. I was still being held because I didn't have an appeal bail bond for the 4 years of contempt that Judge Julius Hoffman had given me in Chicago. Erica went outside. She walked across the street to the New Haven Green. Crowds of people were around her, but they backed up away from her to give her space. Some reporter says, "What will you do now?" Erica spun around, and looked up at the sun. Erica, what will you do now?" And she held her hands out and she says, "Live." I say, "Wow, Erica." Erica Huggins, our lives were difficult and sometimes sorrowful, but we found joy in serving the people. I was so glad to be out of prison alive and being with my daughter and working with the children. Bobby Seale, Erica. Erica was very special. She was on the Central Committee. Erica was a real. I don't know the words to describe it. It's like transcendental meditation that she put herself into, sometimes, while we were on trial. Stephen Shames, Bobby Seale returned to Oakland. One of his goals had always been election of progressives to office. In 1972, the Panthers sponsored a voter registration drive, during and after the May Black Community Survival Conference that registered thousands of new voters. At the conference, Bobby Seale and Elaine Brown announced their candidacies for Oakland mayor and city council respectively. I did all the campaign posters and pamphlet photographs and rode with Bobby and Elaine almost every day during the campaign. Erica Huggins, the campaign was not a happy time. It was okay for Bobby, but that was not a happy time. Behind the scenes, that campaign was a lot of work. We weren't doing it so that he would win, we were doing it to show the power of people. Man, people poured out for him. Bobby Seale, we wanted to unite black people around my mayoralty campaign simultaneously with our survival programs. To use Oakland's institutions as a means to run the survival programs is to make these institutions serve the people. 30 Now, you want to get into some long debate about how the workers must evolve to control the means of production. I am not a socialist. I'm a community control economist. It should be about community control, constitutional, democratic, community control. It is about, do we have some kind of control over economic frameworks that produce services and goods? Control to do what? To give it direction, to make sure that we have a living wage, and so on. Stephen Shames, if you're going to do preventive medical care and provide food and decent housing, there has to be an economic base to all that. The money has to come from someplace. Bobby Seale, many times in those days, I'd say, look, it is a contradiction to try to live, survive, or organize in a capitalistic social order with no fucking capital. How are you going to do this stuff? I am not a quote-unquote corporate monopoly capitalist as such. Nor was I anybody's Politburo state control command economy socialist. I despised both extremes. I believed in real community control input. Community control is people's empowerment. But we need to have some kind of capital framework and goals to evolve job programs. You just got to be able to do that, or you're bullshitting yourself, you know? Now, you can open up a mom and pop operation. Your worker owns small or medium business. You can open up a community cooperative garden. I think that's good, but it's not enough. I created a research group, and what we came up with was an international cultural and trade center, a major economic development project that would create 4,000 jobs. We had about 4 square miles of land in Oakland that was totally vacant. The San Francisco Bay Area was and is a crossroads of travel, and Oakland was a significant part of that. So we're going to have an international center, a magnet for restaurants, shops, and other businesses. This was my idea way before the convention center was built in downtown Oakland. When I say international, we really wanted it that way. When we say crossroads of travel, we're talking about domestic and international travel. The world was becoming much more interconnected. With my international cultural and trade center concept, we could create jobs. And if we can evolve new shops and businesses, my idea was that half of them would be owned by community-based nonprofit entities with established social programs for various kinds of problems that they're trying to solve. So that's the concept of evolving greater community, worker-owned, nonprofit control of economic frameworks that produce services and goods. What we are talking about here is greater people's empowerment, or power to the people. We have to enter the real world. In the Black Panther Party, I maintained an ideology that was open-ended until it was threatened by advocacy for Stalinist command economy socialism, which was not real people's empowerment. So at our 1969 United Front Against Fascism conference, I set out an ideological direction built around the practical concept of greater community control. We look at whatever's practical and whatever's useful, and how we can make things move. The Black Panther Party is going to be about evolving greater community control of economic frameworks that produce and retail services and goods, greater community input into the political institutions that affect our lives, including the police department. That's what the Black Panther Party's Power to the People was about. Real people's empowerment. Every worker lives in a community. And there's a voting precinct, and there's a neighborhood, so what are you talking about, man? The community is the people. Bobby Seale, I liked campaigning. I was a grassroots type campaigner. I didn't do it just to make a speech and then go get drunk. That wasn't me. I say, all right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. How many different bus lines running on East 14th? About 10 of them. I say, right, 10 different lines. We're going to catch the 58 bus, and we ride it 3 or 4 stops, then we get off and get on the next 58 bus. So we get on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 58 buses for the whole morning. We get on each bus and ride it 3 or 4 blocks, and we do that till we get to downtown Oakland. Then the next morning, we'll take the 57 bus, and every 3 or 4 stops we get off until we ride all the 57 buses. It was about 10 different lines on East 14th, and that's what we did. We'd get on the bus and I'd say, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bobby Seale, I'm running for mayor of Oakland. This is the kind of campaigning I liked. Getting up with the workers in the morning, and shaking a few hands. Jet magazine, in one of the finest displays of black political organization in recent years, former Black Panther chairman Bobby Seale amassed an impressive 43,719 votes as he was defeated in the runoff for mayor of Oakland, California last week. 31. Stephen Shames, although he lost, Seale's campaign set the stage for the election of the first black mayor of Oakland, Lionel Wilson, in 1977. Wilson said, if it had not been for what Bobby Seale organized here in our city when he ran for mayor 4 years ago, I would not have been elected. Barbara Cox, in 1976, I went to a party in Philly. Everyone was dancing, having a good time. This man came up to me and said, I heard you were a Panther. I replied, yeah. I was waiting for what was coming next. But all he said was, where are you now that we need you? I found out later he was a policeman. I never got over that. Bobby Seale, Charles Gary was a great guy. He asked me what I had read, and I told him. I say, well, I've digested Black Reconstruction, I've digested all of Dr. Aptheker's writings, the autobiography of Malcolm X. I went on for about 20 books. He had me write them down. Charles, I said, when you read this material, you see where I'm coming from. He says, that's just what I want. Charles was an involved attorney. It wasn't just about going through the motions. Tom Hayden, the Panthers at their best transformed the lives of thousands of African Americans, from Brothers on the Block to the unjustly imprisoned to the early founders of Black Studies. It was a precious historic moment when Bobby Seale spoke out against those who shackled and gagged him in a Chicago courtroom, and survived to carry on. The combination of police and prosecutorial repression and internal conflicts proved too much for a young organization to bear, sadly. Yet the Panthers entered the level of dreams and myth for generations to come, and their rage against wanton police killings of unarmed black youth was a prophetic warning for the future. Elbert Big Man Howard, we were outside of Yale, getting ready to have a meeting. Some people were talking about setting fires and dumb stuff. We asked people to go home and be peaceful. What was seriously on my mind was Bobby and Erica and all those Panthers locked up and what I could do to get them out. I had a lot of anger in my heart, because I wanted things to change. I wanted to tell the people what was wrong. At that point we had the New York 21, the New Haven 14 or 15. People were going to jail all over the country. Offices were being raided. Things were really bad. Some very important people, close to me, were facing death row. Being killed passed through my mind, and it just kept going. I had to concentrate on what I had to do. That was part of the Panther philosophy, you didn't think about yourself, you focused on the community. Stephen Shames, one night there was a rumor that police were going to raid the Panther office. A large number of people brought sleeping bags and spent the night outside. I spent the night inside with the Panthers. I watched them fortify the office while we waited. I thought I would get a great photo of the police raiding the office. I was not so much fearless but young and reckless, I guess. The police did not come. Elbert Big Man Howard, I remember the tension. We probably gave an order, fill your sandbags. Fortify the office, because the pigs are gonna vamp. The New Haven police were orchestrated by the FBI. They had never dealt with shit like this before. They took a lot of their cues from the FBI. Bobby Seale, to show you how friendly it got with the police department, we have a big caravan with a truck, with a band playing, and loudspeakers, Bobby Seale for mayor of Oakland. And we're going from downtown Oakland all the way out to 99th. On our way back, some policemen come up and stop us. And I say, why are they stopping the caravan? I'm at the front of the caravan, right? And one of them says, can I talk to Bobby Seale about the caravan, because a lot of people in the back are being left behind because of the signal lights. So I got out of the car and I said, I'm Mr. Seale. And he walks up, says, Mr. Seale, he says, well, let me say first, there's about 20 of us that actually support you for mayor of Oakland. I say, oh. I was shocked, you know. He says, some blacks, whites, and a couple of Hispanic guys, we support you, you know, cause you talk about the need for community cops and beat walking cops to relate to the people. I say, okay, man. He says, anyway, What I wanted to say is we want to help you with your caravan. I say, you want to help us? He says, yeah, cause you got the signal lights, and we could get ahead and block the traffic so you can just keep moving on. I say, okay, yeah. Okay, right. I said, well, sure, we'll do that. Thanks. Now, that's a different relationship with the cops. With a handful of cops. The handful of cops who decided they're going to support me. The photographs in this book were made half a century ago. The intervening years have witnessed momentous changes. I came of age in the early 1960s, as the civil rights struggle was achieving success. With Camelot optimism, many in America thought we could alleviate the effects of slavery and end racism. My Virgin 1968 vote was also the first presidential vote for many Southern blacks. During the 1970s and 1980s, a vibrant black middle class emerged. African American actors and athletes became America's heroes. As Bobby Seale tells us, black television sitcoms helped a lot of people look into the black community and see the humanity there. In 2008, as I became a senior, America was congratulating itself for electing its first black president. Many editorials talked of the end of racism and asked, are we now in a post-racial America? 33 This optimism proved short-lived, as Republicans railed against President Obama for governing while black. Sadly, the lyrics of the jazz standard sung by Louis Armstrong in Another Era continue to resonate. What did I do to be so black and blue? I feel so black and blue because, although outright racism is no longer accepted, institutional racism remains intact. You have the illusion of progress, says Emory Douglas. You still have at the core of this country an institutionalized racism. Even though you have diverse people in the police department and in government, at the core you have a race and class thing going on. I feel so black and blue because 50 years ago, Bobby and Huey offered us the 10 points, a roadmap for justice and a better American future, but we are losing our way because we failed to follow it. Kathleen Cleaver instructs us, all of the problems the Black Panther Party addressed in the 10 points with the exception of the Vietnam War are still here. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community. Well, we're still working on that one. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. Our initial goal was an end to police brutality. Police patrols were the first thing we did. As long as the police were patrolled, they didn't do it. Well, we're still working on it. I think we'll be working on it when all the Panthers are dead. I feel so black and blue because killings by police of unarmed teenagers and boys as young as 12 continue to shock the nation. Police brutality and the murder of unarmed youth have generated nationwide protest. A Time magazine cover story in April 2015 listed 14 black children and adults killed by police, 13 of them from February 2014 to April 2015.34. We carried guns back then because it was legal to carry a gun in California, Chairman Bobby explains. We also carried law books. People sometimes forget that. If I were organizing the Panthers today, we would not carry guns, because the laws have changed. We never advocated breaking the law. If we patrolled the police now, we would arm ourselves with cameras and law books. Following the Panthers' example, that is what many thousands of citizens armed with cell phones do today. But is that enough? Khalid Rahim tells us, documentation can help, but it won't really bring it to an end. Only the people can bring it to a halt. As human beings we have a right to protect ourselves. We have a right to self-defense. At this moment there's a lot of talk about police brutality, says Stanley Nelson, director of the documentary The Black Panthers, Vanguard of the Revolution, but the police are just a symptom of the problem. The police are this buffer that's been put in between black people and the rest of the world. But what about the real problems? The fact that there are no jobs in the city, that businesses and any kind of entry-level jobs have moved overseas. The schools are terrible. The housing is terrible. There's drugs there. That's the beauty of the 10-point program. It's complete. You do 1 point, it doesn't solve the problem. So you have black elected officials, but you still need better schools, you still need better housing, you still need employment. I feel so black and blue because 20 people in America have as much wealth as half of all Americans. 152 million people living in 57 million households. 35. Globally, the richest 85 people in the world own as much as the poorest half of humanity. 3.5 billion people, that's 3.5 billion versus 85. 36 in America, 95% of all income growth between 2010 and 2012 went to the richest 1%. 37 Wealth inequality causes political instability and slows economic growth. Economist Thomas Piketty blames wealth inequality for strangling opportunities for ordinary individuals. 38. Man, the 1% have taken everything, says Bobby Seale. The 1% have their politicians with the power seats. They're not going to feed you. Elmer Dixon sums it up, as far as we believe we have come, we have only crawled a few inches. The two issues we must deal with today are income inequality and what big business has done to the environment. Wealth inequality threatens the planet. How will we save the planet if the 1%, who own the fossil fuel industries, continue to control our politicians? One example, the Senate voted 50-49 early this year that it believes humans did not contribute to climate change. I feel so black and blue because America is becoming an oligarchy. The Founding Fathers created a system of divided power using checks and balances because power corrupts. Reversing the Supreme Court Citizens United decision would bring some fairness back to the political process. But that is not enough. We must provide stability for families by ensuring that increases in income and wealth are shared by everyone, not just the top 1%. Remember, the 1% gained a large part of their inequitable share of wealth because of government policies. We can unrig the system and make it fair. We can do it. Teddy Roosevelt and the progressives dealt with the issue of wealth inequality created by the Industrial Revolution by busting up the trusts, outlawing child labor, and instituting the income tax. New Deal reforms enlarged the middle class and ushered in decades of prosperity. The 1950s, a period conservatives look on as a golden age, was a time with the lowest income inequality in the modern era, due in part to a 90% tax rate on the very rich. That high tax rate did not stop the United States from becoming the richest nation in history and a superpower. I feel so black and blue because our economic system is rigged and our tax system is unfair. Large corporations not only do not pay their fair share of taxes, but they receive government welfare. One example, from 2008 to 2013, General Electric made more than $33.9 billion in profits, yet it received a tax refund of more than $2.9 billion. GE stashed $108 billion in offshore tax havens in 2012, avoiding $37.8 billion in federal income taxes. 39. From 2014 to 2023, the taxes the rich will dodge because of lower rates for capital gains and dividends are equal to the budget deficit. 40 If the rich paid their fair share, we could fund all current programs until 2023. 41 If we received taxes on the trillions of dollars that corporations hide overseas, we could create millions of jobs and help middle class and poor communities by mentoring at-risk youth, providing child care to preschool children, and caring for the elderly. This is not class warfare. Class warfare is making poor black children in Flint, Michigan drink unsafe water. It is asking the 1% to pay their fair share. I feel so black and blue because African American unemployment has remained twice that of whites for the past 6 decades. 42. Stagnant wages affect all Americans, but among those whose only sin is in my skin, the situation is worse. The last time African Americans experienced full employment was during slavery. The Black Panther scholar Professor Charles E. Jones reminds us, among young black people, unemployment is running around 18 to 20%. If you take into account those who have given up looking for work, as Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont does, the unemployment rate for African American young people between the ages of 17 and 20 is 51%. I feel so black and blue because more than 1 in 3 black children in America live in poverty. 44. My first book, Outside the Dream, Child Poverty in America, co-published with the Children's Defense Fund in 1991, focuses attention on the more than 13 million children of poverty adrift in our affluent society. Based on that book, the Ford Foundation asked me to look at solutions. For 2 years, from 1994 to 1996, I studied more than 200 community-based approaches that help poor children and their families succeed and get out of poverty. The 30 programs featured in Pursuing the Dream, What Helps Children and Their Families Succeed, 1997, include economic development, youth mentoring, and early childhood and family support. They work. According to the Washington Post, poor kids who do everything right don't do much better than rich kids who do everything wrong. 45. This does not have to be the case. We know how to alleviate poverty and help children and families succeed. We just don't have the wisdom or the will to do it. I feel so black and blue because black families have significantly less wealth than whites, due to government policies and bank lending practices that exclude them from home ownership. Lower rates of home ownership, the way most Americans build wealth, are the major reason white families have 13 times the assets of blacks. 46. While Franklin Roosevelt's National Housing Act of 1934 allowed millions of working people to purchase homes through the Federal Housing Administration, home ownership was denied to African Americans because the FHA allowed banks to redline neighborhoods. This continued during the first decade of the century. Blacks were steered by banks toward subprime loans, a major cause of the foreclosure crisis during which African Americans lost an estimated $194 billion in wealth. 47. According to the New York Times, Wells Fargo loan officers referred to their black customers as mud people and to their subprime products as ghetto loans. 48. I feel so black and blue because our justice system targets poor people, especially black males, who have a 1 in 3 chance of going to prison. 49. The United States has 5% of the world's population but 25% of the world's prisoners, and African Americans are incarcerated at nearly 6 times the rate of whites. Changes in the drug laws and how they are enforced caused this tremendous increase. In 1994, John Ehrlichman, a top Nixon aide, revealed that Nixon's war on drugs was aimed at enemies, anti-war activists and blacks, by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. Vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. 50. The cynical, racist dirty trick worked, and African American families have been devastated by it. Today, the leading cause of incarceration for African American males is a nonviolent drug offense. Blacks are sent to prison for drugs 10 times more often than whites, even though 5 times as many whites use drugs as blacks. What that statistic means is that if you have 60 drug users, 50 whites and 10 blacks, all 10 blacks are sent to jail and only 1 of the 50 whites is. While thousands rot in prison for nonviolent drug convictions, how are corporate criminals treated? Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts wrote in the New York Times, last year, 5 of the world's biggest banks, including J.P. Morgan Chase, pleaded guilty to criminal charges that they rigged the price of billions of dollars worth of foreign currencies. But no one from any of those banks has been charged. J.P. Morgan Chase awarded Jamie Dimon, its CEO, a 35% raise. 51. Blacks who can't afford to own homes are also discriminated against in the struggle for adequate housing. Of his groundbreaking study that reveals the devastating consequences of eviction on families, sociologist Matthew Desmond says, just as incarceration has come to define the lives of low-income black men, eviction is defining the lives of low-income black women. 52. I feel so black and blue because black children attend segregated, substandard schools that propel them to prison almost as often as they lift them to college. The education expert Jonathan Seale tells us, for low-income Black and Latino kids, schools are still savagely unequal and more segregated now than at any time since 1968. Zero-tolerance discipline has fueled a school-to-prison pipeline. Poverty is the largest driving force behind the pipeline crisis, exacerbated by race. 53 A University of Pennsylvania study found a vast racial gap in school discipline in 13 southern states. In these 132 districts, blacks were suspended at double the rate of their student body representation. In 84 of these districts, only blacks, no white students were suspended. 54. Both the U.S. Department of Education and the Department of Justice have urged schools to abandon zero-tolerance policies. 55 Nonviolent restorative justice produces better results. For example, Jeff Deeney reported on an infamous, failing middle school in Philadelphia that resembled a youth correctional facility until it was taken over by American Paradigm Schools, which implemented a nonviolent conflict resolution program and removed security devices such as metal detectors and barred windows. The police predicted chaos. But instead, new numbers seem to show that in a single year, the number of serious incidents fell by 90%. 56. There has been some progress. In 1970, Bobby Seale put a community police control proposal on the ballot in Berkeley. 57 It lost, but it was a precursor of later community policing initiatives. In 1992, I saw firsthand a successful community policing effort in San Diego, which I documented for U.S. News and World Report. Titled What the LAPD Ought to Try, it ran a week after the Rodney King riots. 58 But community control of the police in America is a weak, scattered initiative today. The Black Panther Party ran an award-winning school in Oakland, one of the first charter schools. Today, many good charter schools dot our cities. And the curriculum has become more inclusive. When I was a student, African Americans were absent from history. The Black Panthers helped bring African American studies into universities. Today, according to Seale, teachers are far more sensitive to the cultural identities of children in spite of the contemptuous school boards in states like Arizona. There has also been substantial progress in the number of black elected officials. However, an assault on voting rights, the Supreme Court Citizens United decision, and gerrymandering by state legislatures all threaten to reverse these gains. Healthcare is another bright spot. The Black Panthers established free health clinics to serve everyone, including those without medical insurance. America's first black president got the Affordable Care Act passed, which, according to Health Affairs, resulted in an estimated net increase of 16.9 million people with health insurance between September 2013 and February 2015. 59 As a senior, I am covered by Medicare, a single-payer, government-run system which is also what Congress has given to its own members. As a self-employed photographer, I never had decent medical coverage. Now I do. We should give this to everyone. Where are we today? While there have been some pockets of progress, the issues of economic fairness and race remain unresolved in America. Economic inequality and racism affect policing, the justice system, education, jobs, income, and the ability of individuals to create wealth. Racism and inequality divide us into hateful tribes, robbing us of a better future. When it comes to eradicating racism, all of us can learn from the example set by the Panthers. The world is in the midst of a computer revolution as significant and as disruptive as the Industrial Revolution was. Automation, robots, and artificial intelligence are changing the nature of work, as well as the very definition of work. Creative disruption is creating a superpowerful 1% and disempowering everyone else. We stand at a fork in the road. One road leads to an oligarchy, with a few people controlling everything and the rest of us existing on the margins or not being needed at all. The other path is what Bobby Seale calls community control, where all of us share the riches and freedom generated by computers. Barbara Cox puts it this way: the world is small. It's delicate. We are on this tiny planet. We have to learn how to be humane. That was the thing about the party, the love of the people. The expression all power to the people, that means you love the people. You have to live it. To live it, to create a better future, we need a national movement. The 10-point party platform and program that Huey and Bobby wrote 50 years ago can be our rock. Some of the specifics need to be updated to include things that did not exist in 1966, such as climate change and the digital economy, but the foundation is solid. Stephen Shames. Power to the people is greater cooperational humanism. In the beginning of my Black Panther Party, we had the 10-point platform and program. We had law books, tape recorders, and very legal guns as a tactic when we first went out to observe and patrol the police. Standing on the right to self-defense when physically attacked is an act of intelligence, but one must understand that people's revolution is not about any need for violence. The people's self-defense battles will come and go when the peaceful are attacked, as we were in the 60s and today by racist fascists, but revolution is about constitutional, democratic, civil human rights being afforded to and enforced for all. Real people's revolutionary liberation is about evolving greater political, economic, ecological, social, and climate change justice back into the hands of the people. If we are going to have a government that is truly of, by, and for the people, this must happen. No corporate money-rich or dictatorial powers of any kind should take away the people's economic, political, ecological, and social development political rights. This is what all power to all the people was in the 60s, and is about today. In our present to future thinking and practices, no racism allowed. No idiotic male chauvinism or bigoted discrimination allowed. No political climate change denial, obliviousness, or deliberate government ignorance allowed. No ideological or religiously motivated terroristic stupidity allowed. No xenophobic isolationism, dumb criminality, voter repression, slavery of any kind, or abusive exploitation or violence against women and children, or avaricious globalized exploitation of humanity allowed. All power to all the people. Righteous down-home salt of the earth people's power is what I advocated in the 60s, and what I say today. All power to all the people toward a future world of greater cooperational humanism. Beyond the myopic notions and strict doctrinaire ideologies of past Politburo state control command economy socialism. More important, let's get beyond the present extremist practices of avaricious racist corporate monopoly imperialistic globalizing capitalism having evolved a system that concentrates 90% of all the political/economic power into the hands of the 1% corporate money rich on this our earth. Democracy. How about greater constitutional direct democracy? That is, greater people's decision-making participatory community control democracy. This form has a greater three-dimensional true democratic character. A true people's democratic synthesis for humane people's rights is an idea to begin to get creative with. All power to all the people was my 60s protest movement Black Panther Party creative protest demand. Our human liberation struggles continue. Now we must reach for the future. All human rights issues today are interconnected with the fight against global corporate exploitation and the need to get ecological control of the earth and adapt to climate change. Progressive people around the world understand that we must continue our liberation struggle. We must organize people's programs and evolve greater participatory community control democracies, void of racist, bigoted, and chauvinistic practices. This is the true legacy of my Black Panther Party. All power to the people. Not the avaricious corporate money rich. Bobby Seale.